If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 21. Chapter 21, Apollo Familia. Ruhoor. I was instantly jolted awake. Revelaries, Veritas. Truth be revealed. My first reaction is to scan my surroundings while calling forth my blade. The scanning range had hit several targets at once. Their biological processes are strong, which is indicated by how bright the dot of light is. Huge level 2s. Orcs. Orcs are huge monsters that have tough skin. Their main characteristics are their pig head as well as them wielding the first weapons since the upper area's tree trunks. Swift strikes to their connective tissues. The nearest orc can be found more than 8 meters away from my hideout. I got out of the transparent tent that I was in before dashing straight to them. The mist is thicker than usual and I could feel a boost in my abilities. It's nighttime. A gigantic monster greeted my sight. It has a height of more than 2 meters. The thickness of its body, however, is ridiculous. From my findings, it weighs more than 140 kilograms. Hence, a single strike of it can incapacitate an unsuspecting level 2 immediately. Fortunately, I am wielding one of my best works. Execuo. Sharpen. A thin white film coated my blade. Just like robustness, it gave an increased edge on the blade. A new metallic property was added to it. Sheeting. Bright white light enveloped the blade as I activated the magic in it. Splat. It easily cut through the tendons in the feet, prompting its balance to be shifted. It fell backward, right where I was standing. Cut. One clean strike severed its head out of its body. As it made a loud thud to the cold dungeon floor, I analyzed the minimap brought by my correspondents. 9 orcs. How did they even come in this direction? That loud howl as well. My correspondents didn't detect anyone else aside from them. No. This. Another life form entered the field of my detection. It has an even brighter light than the orcs. When its silhouette was sent into my mind, I could only narrow my eyes at the coincidence. An infant dragon. Moreover, it should be a mutant. It is far stronger than what a level 2 infant dragon should be. Most likely, it is a level 3. Velaman Nox. Veil of the Night. A small field was deployed in my surroundings. It hindered the normal operation of perception, giving off false signals to the stimuli that the monsters receive. It is based on Plato's idea theory, which states that everything we see is not necessarily true. There could be lapses in perception that messes up our view. Can I handle a level 3? My twice robustness allowed me to barely catch and predict Ryusa's movements. It's a good time to find out. If it doesn't work, I still have a few trump cards in my pocket. A single moment is all it needs for death to come. With that said, I precasted my barrier magic in my head. I run off into the distance. I stayed in the distance as I saw another large figure in the mist. It has a height of around 5 meters and is around 7-8 meters long. Unlike the normal ones, it is black, with scales decorating its body. I observed it while preparing my other magic. Columna ignis seco obscurum. The pillar of light shall split the darkness. While cloaked, I saw the orcs get bitten off one by one. A crunching noise was present in the infant dragon's mouth, possibly the magic stones inside the orcs. Fax Rondra. Light that gives. 2 large magic circles appeared on its top and bottom. Instantly, it spewed out a tall pillar of crimson-orange flames. This attack is based on Hinduism. Specifically, the generous Karna who gave his earrings and armor away. This spell is one of the few that remained unaffected. Karna's myth is present in this world. Fuzz. Ruhoor. A loud scream resounded in my ears. It rebounded into the dungeon's walls, summoning forth whatever monster that it could. It's still alive. Even if the magic is still ongoing, I could feel its life strongly. I could kill a mutant level 3 goblin with Orion in one hit, yet a focused spell couldn't do so against an infant dragon? truly. Lady Artemis gave me that huge boost in strength. Swiftly, I changed weapons. From the longsword, it is replaced by a sheathed katana. Nothing much is different from it as it gave off the air of traditional katanas. It is none other than my greatest creation, the Dir Orichalcum sword Sora no Hata edge of the sky. It represented my resolve to see the farther ends that lay beyond what I could see. Under the veil, I moved quietly into it. The smell of burnt meat assaulted my nose. Knowing that I could not eat that, it is nothing but an illusion. When I am less than 2 meters away, I saw its current situation. Most of its scales fell into the floor. Scorched black skin is present all over its body. Its heartbeat slowed down as it tried to recover from my sudden attack. Too bad, I won't let it do so. Divigus projectus. Dispersed projectiles. This time, 7 rays of light came out of the magic circle on my back. All of them waltzed straight into the dragon's face. The sound of air cracking was caught by my ears. Without being disturbed by the explosions and its growls, I came under its neck. Grasping the hilt of my blade, I went into a charging stance. Goodbye. Sheeing. Wave blast. A black blur curved straight to its neck while I was sent flying. Its afterimages are so fast that I couldn't follow it properly. The mirage produced by my blade went through the neck before losing the force that propelled it, the momentum given by the wave blast. Bam! I used the ceiling as a foothold before letting gravity take hold of me. Just as I was about to swing the blade downwards, it already became a huge corpse lying down on the ground. I didn't even need to use my barrier magic as I could take it down with one blow. Tap! I did it. A slight sense of accomplishment appeared in my heart. My average strength is at level 2, but I could handle level 3s with the element of surprise. If the circumstances match, I might be able to kill a level 4. This is all considering that I am currently a level 1. With these, I could already see my rate of improvement. There's hope that I could execute my retribution in less than 10 years. No. A chilling feeling swept through my body as I remembered my near deaths. Besides the dragon who killed me 3 times in the future, the special grade curse is on another level. I have seen a level 5 from far away, but even they could not invoke the same feeling as it. In short, both of my nemesis is at least level 7, the absolute peak of this world. Complacency would kill me, just like what it almost did. It's fine to celebrate on these occasions, but I shouldn't delude myself easily. Upon ending this battle, I was met with a deep reflection. It continued this way until I fixed my tent and stashed it in the storage space. I need to synchronize with my memories. One thing that I have noticed is that I am lagging compared to my future self. It doesn't mean that I am weaker in terms of pure power, I am even stronger than him, but the way he handled each fight is reminiscent of a veteran. I know how to do it, but I didn't have many chances to try it out in the past. Just like my first murder in reality. Seeing this development path, I became slightly more eager to improve. Asterisk. Huff. The middle floors are on another level. Relentless. That's how I could describe the dungeon best. Starting on the 13th floor, monsters spawn more than twice or thrice faster than the upper floors. I encountered a small group every few minutes, causing my monstrous stamina to be worn down. I got away easily with my veil, but this slowed down my progress in capturing this dungeon. If going to the lower floors is my objective, I could have done so within a day or 2. However, I'm here for the fights. The constant pressure of monsters required me to open my correspondence every few minutes. Me being high-strung is also another thing. If I didn't have a storage tool, I am sure that I couldn't have gotten down here easily. Hiring a supporter that can keep up with my speed is a pipe dream. These are things that I would never experience back on Earth. Concurrently, it is something that would push me further. Roar. Another one, it seems. The common boss monster in the middle floors is a wyvern. It is a subspecies of a dragon that could fly. Might as well forget about it due to the damnable terrain this dungeon has. Unlike dragons, it could not use a dragon's breath nor draconic eyes. At best, their howls could destabilize you, which is followed by a swift bite. Their tails are also another weapon. Interestingly, I started to come across more adventurers on this floor. Just 2 days ago, I saved 5 parties. They happened to come across me, which is some sort of luck. This is the 16th. Currently, I am on the 16th floor. Only 2 floors to go before I could take a peek into the safe zone located on the 18th floor. Tap. Hustle. Donning my veil, I came across the said boss monster. It is more than 6.5 meters high and 5 meters long. Looking at my place, most people would find it intimidating. Well, the party of adventurers currently fighting it did. The air around it is different as a result of an imitated dragon fear around its radius. Without a party of level 2 adventurers, it could not be easily taken down. Except for me who has an arsenal of spells. Bam! Its tail slammed into the floor, creating cracks. It sent the 2 tankers of this team off balance. It removed their advantage of redistributing the force taken into the ground. With them like that. Ruhoor. They are now immobilized, albeit briefly. The shockwaves sent them flying a short distance. The 2 immediately reacted by standing up, but this brief moment is what the Wyvern needs to kill the 2 melee damage dealers. If done, the scales would be tipped at its side. Nobody would be left to replace them as only the ranged attacker's output is left in hopes of killing the Wyvern. From what I could see, they could not kill it. Execuo. Sharpen. Another layer of sharpness is added to the dir orichalcum blade. Bis firmus. Twice robustness. Heat sprang into my body as I sprinted. My sensory organs began to capture greater amounts of information. The humidity of the air, the sound of small rocks breaking, and my sweat that dropped to the floor. In the middle of it, my target stood. This is no time to hold back. Each wyvern has the strength of a level 3. Though, it varied depending on each wyvern. Some are average, but some are at their peak. In this case, it is the latter. A strong level 3, my spells would not affect him much. Clearly, it is stronger than the mutant infant dragon from a few days ago. What I sought is an incapacitating blow. On these floors, I learned that not being able to deliver one when you're only solo is a huge mistake. More monsters could spring up while fighting another. That's why. Fidelis Canis Major. The loyal greater dog. A large magic circle sprang from the ground. It enveloped my entire radius as it glowed. It is time to test out this spell. Asterisk. Apollo Familia. An exploration familia who stays at the low-middle ranks of Orario. In their ranks are 2 level 3s and several level 2s. Their captain, K, is a veteran adventurer who had been to Orario since before the Great Feud. She efficiently commanded her familia in every fight. Though, what made her stand out is her role as a shielder. It even earned her the epithet Unmoved Steel. After all, each of her deadly encounters was survived by not only her but her familia members as well. That, and the fact that she was not completely won over by Apollo's undying affection. Even so, she does not seem to mind it. Damn it! Step back! Their captain, the one serving as the main tank, ordered. She had been in these situations that she knew what not to do. Following her orders, the other melee attackers began to kite the wyvern. Dodge! Hearing her shout, they promptly moved to their sides. Moments later, their former position was met with a barrage of shockwaves from the wyvern's roar. Tap! Tap! Rustle! Soon, she regained her previous position. However, things didn't become easy with that. Bam! Clang! The wyvern's tail whipped at her towering shield continuously. Wind crackled as it sped through her one after another. It was then that she realized. This monster. It's an enhanced species. Enhanced species are what adventurers call the monsters who consumed the magic stones of their kin. Similar to level up, monsters gain a huge increase in strength whenever they devour magic stones. Sometimes, 5 magic stones are enough to level one up. Though there are times that it takes more than a dozen before it does. What was consistent, however, is the fact that they are a cut above the rest. Wyverns don't have a sturdy defense, only a swift tail and an augmented shockwave attack. If an experienced party is present, they would have dealt with it easily. Bam! K was swept sideways to the direction of the other tank. Both of them were brought away by the impact, leaving everyone else defenseless. Just as it was about to launch its attacks. Arrow Zephyros. A ring of flames appeared on the wyvern's hind leg. Moments later, it compressed itself, initiating an explosion. Boom! The wyvern staggered due to the attack. Burnt skin permeated the air of the dungeon. Roar! A cry of anger disrupted the silence. Its bloodshot eyes gazed through the adventurer before a black whip broke through his position. No! The adventurer, Hyacinthos, thought that he was going to die. High amounts of adrenaline made his mind spin faster. Unfortunately, this didn't slow down the inevitable. That is, when his vision tilted. Wah! He could only process his captain pushing him farther. The shield she carried is long gone. She discarded her shield to reach his place. If she didn't do so, it'll be too late. Hyacinthos met her gaze under the fully plated armor. Just then. Zoom! Something sped through them. It was fast enough to leave a star-like mirage in its wake. Flop! A bushy white tail wagged itself subconsciously. The origin of it was a boy who threw the piece of the wyvern's tail in his hand not far away from here. Skreek! For the first time, it let out a painful wail. Clink! The boy sheathed the eastern blade before he went into a low-charging stance. Kaminari no Kauka, Reiju. Wave Blast. 2 consecutive spells were activated by him. Before everyone knew it, his silhouette disappeared. He reappeared on top of the wyvern's head as he wordlessly swung the blade to the wyvern's neck. Chapter 22, Chapter 22, Goliath. PSSSHK. The monster's tough hide hindered my attack. Sora, something that I forged without the precision machines and grinders, couldn't reach its full potential. Even so, I brought out some of its potential. Its hardness. Dir orichalcum is an artificially processed alloy made from pure orichalcum and several other magic ores. Just by forging it once, its inherent durability is already there. Without much choice, I shifted the force on the tip and let the edge slide through its neck. Hustle! My nimble reflexes allowed me to grab onto a piece of its scales and land on top of its back. Sirius heightened my bodily process to a terrifying degree. As of now, I am confident about clashing head-on against Ryusa-san. A magic circle lit up on top of its head. Bzzzt. Bam! The remnant lightning from my previous attack descended into its head. Discombobulated, I tried to cut off its head once more. Swoosh! The wyvern suddenly drifted, throwing me in midair. Though, my preparations saved me from it. Mass gravitas reductio. Gravity reduction, decrease Massachusetts. The gravitational pull within my radius weakened, softening its impact. This also bought me more time to perform another set of computations. Tap! My feet landed on the ground. Immediately, the wyvern set its sights on me. With an ear-piercing roar, its bleeding neck spread blood everywhere as it rushed through my position. My swift steps earned a considerable distance from it. Back off! Upon finishing the computations, I noticed how an adventurer is caught up to its radius. He seemed so disoriented that he couldn't hear my shout. Attractio. Attraction. The basic spell is derived from the law of electric charges. Through it, I could. Swoosh! Move something at a remote distance. Just like that certain Sith Lord. After confirming that there are no more collaterals, I began my chant. Columna ignis seco obscurum. The pillar of light shall split the darkness. A large-scale magic circle spawned on the Wyvern's feet. At the same time, an identical magic circle is present atop it. I circled the Wyvern, guiding it continuously. Natus Soli Dies Bene Dictionary. The one born with the sun god's blessing. They crackled with increased intensity, distorting the air due to their continuously heightening temperature. Su. The wind crackled as a black whip descended on me. I was about to act when a full-armored knight took the blow. Clang! Her towering shield was pushed back along with her. Acknowledging her help, I gave a quick nod before continuing my chant. Obsecro virtus dare, I pray, beseech me with strength. My mind felt a clicking sensation as I formed a connection with the spirit realm, a place unknown to mortals. It is the home of many beings from the legend. I have tested some spirit magic in this world, but Lady Artemis seems to be the sole exception to the anomaly. This spell has a myth in this world, yet its power remained the same. Exopero mea inimicus. To surpass my foes. A power unbefitting of a level 2 revealed itself. Fax Rondra. The light that gives. With that, a blinding pillar of crimson flames set ablaze inside the dungeon's 16th floor. 15 seconds. In this short span of time, the Apollo Familia members distracted the Wyvern while the unknown second-class adventurer, level 3-4, kited it. They thought that this will continue until they heard his shout. Back off! At first, they were confused. Why would he give out such a suggestion? Well, their questions were answered soon. The moment they saw such a huge magic circle, a thought appeared in their minds. Magic! The power to turn the tides from a hopeless situation. The stronger they are, the longer their chanting time would be. However, the adventurer nimbly dodged its attacks one after another while using his katana to parry some. Mages usually couldn't move due to the sheer concentration needed to cast the magic. If they do so, it either result in a spell cancellation or worse, ignis fatuus. The only way to explain this phenomenon is concurrent casting, the ability to move while chanting. The moment the adventurer finished his chant, a huge pillar of crimson-orange flames enveloped the Wyvern. Heat waves brushed through their equipment, making some of them startled. By the time it died, all that was left was the 5-meter huge corpse of a black Wyvern. Clink! The adventurer sheathed his blade before he asked. You wouldn't mind if I took these? They are surprised at his directness. Even so, nobody raised a complaint. Everyone in this area only had gratitude for his help. There's none. You are the one who defeated it. More so, you have saved our lives. The fully armored knight lady spoke. Not a speck of her skin could be seen from the armor, but the adventurer felt her sincerity along with her 90-degree bow. It is one that the medieval knights used to honor someone. The other Familia members soon followed her gesture of thanks. If there is something that I can do, look for us at Apollo Familia's manor. We will help you to the best of my abilities. All right. He replied while carving the magic stone on its chest using a silver knife. By doing so, it turned into copious amounts of black ash. More than a dozen black scales presented themselves on top of the ash pile. After claiming some for himself, he left the remaining drop items to them. These are yours. And no, I'm not accepting it. The adventurer cut off what Kay was about to say. Do tell him that Lady Artemis sends her regards. Before they could respond, the adventurer turned into a fast blur, leaving a trail of starry light. Lady Artemis? Isn't she Apollo Sama's sister? Hyacinthos mumbled with a realization. His sister. The one he's terrified of. Kay replied. Since their days in Tenkai, Artemis loathed the way Apollo dealt with his twisted form of love. It was not that severe with other gods, but from the moment he descended to Gakai, she had heard of his feats in which he forcibly kidnapped the children that he put his eyes into. To summarize, she is the harsh older sister who would click her tongue at her troublesome younger brother. Ephemeral shooting star. The blinding brilliance it possesses. Hey, are you all right? Daphne asked the soul healer in this party, Cassandra. She had been zoning out since earlier, which made her think if something was wrong with her friend. Why yes. I'm all right. Unbeknownst to her, the girl's doubts were answered by these events. The ephemeral shooting star left a trail of stardust. Its brilliance unmatched, leaving a mark in the skies. The star shall make its first step with the fire's blessing. A random prophetic dream occurred to her a few days ago. Even with her previous experiences, she had a difficult time deciphering it. Is it a thing? A person? An event? Until this moment came, she understood nothing. A star. Perhaps, the only person aware of the brightest star's descent is none other than her, the priestess whose fate is to never be believed. After finding a secluded area, I set up my camp. 4 nails with concealment magic were placed into each corner of the tent. Add to that the metal frame that was embedded with sturdiness and concealment, it is the perfect spot to recover. A cool sensation trickled down my throat. Upon my consumption, I could feel my heavy mind become lighter. It didn't grant me electrolytes but fixed the problem in my mind directly. What a strange thing! In my world, potions refer to the concoctions that could hasten the body's rate of recovery. Health potions boost the repair made by platelets, while mental potions are used to supplement the lacking electrolytes in the body, removing the so-called fatigue. Compared to them, the potions in Gakkai are truly weird. No physical changes are made whatsoever, but it still took effect on me. The wonders of skills is not something I could unveil yet. 30,000 Valis down the drain. I bought potions suited for high-class adventurers, level 2, which made the price jump from 1,000 Valis to 30,000 Valis. Either way, I'm not going to be stingy with my life. Moreover, several of my magic swords were sold at an average of 500,000 Valis. Turns out, a durable magic sword is an oddity in and of itself. Having better durability than the norm, it was sold out easily. Hence, I am already earning a bunch of money from my work. An hour later, I packed up. I felt the boost appearing on my body again, signifying that it is night time. Hunting monsters in this period is the most optimal way to earn Excelia. I don't know how much improvement I would have after I come back, but I am hoping to be close to leveling at least. I strolled through the 17th floor. There's nothing except minotaurs, hellhounds, and liger fangs roaming around. The first one has incredible strength, the second one spews out fire breaths, and the last one could attack swiftly. Fortunately, I could perfectly protect myself. I dealt with minotaurs through decisive blows while I multi-casted barriers for the hellhounds. Even without the salamander wool, I did fine. As for the liger fangs, they are more tricky. I caught some of them off guard sometimes, but some reacted swiftly. In the end, they were still cut down by my blade. Clank! Clank! Due to this floor's nature, I brought out one of my trump cards, a full body armor that has several magic embedded into each part. Carving a circuit-like structure into it made it so that the entire thing is interconnected. Meaning, it has a set bonus. It is the reason behind crafting only a few weapons. I focused more on my defensive gear. Crack! An opening appeared in the dungeon walls. Moments later, 5 minotaurs greeted my sight with their breathing. Huff! Huff! Barehanded as they may be, they possess a strong threat. That's why. Firmness. Robustness. A wave of warmth flooded my body. My dynamic vision was greatly improved, supporting my sixth sense in my spatial sense. Execuo. Sharpness. I synced my breathing with my muscle movement. I changed into a low stance, readying myself for a fatal strike. Sheeing. Wave blast. The moment I activated its magic, I was sent flying with my blade. Upon unsheathing it, I immediately sliced the necks of every minotaur present. The force pushing from behind did not hinder my accurate movements. PSSSHK. Blood spewed out from their arteries as I found myself on stable ground once more. The muscles and tendons in my right arm took some damage, but it is something that could be fixed over time. Stab. 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 After sending the minotaurs back to the dungeon, I gouged out their magic stones. As expected of the middle floors. It is roughly 7 times bigger than the lower floors. Moreover, the mana that it contained is far higher as well. Taking out a piece of leather cloth, I wiped the blood off my blade. I cast Cleanse alongside it, which takes care of it. I can't let it become dull due to rusting. Clink. Sheathing the katana into my waist, I continued my venture into the middle floors. In the interval of about 5 to 7 minutes, new monsters spawned out of nowhere. Some even appeared right above me. I had to make a few stops as a result. I am getting more fatigued as I slowly ventured to the 17th floor. It is nothing like the first dozen levels where I still had some leeway to breathe. On this floor, I am beginning to feel my limits. It does not mean that I couldn't beat level 3 monsters, rather, it is the load that continuous battles bring. It would be easy if I could take down every enemy within a single strike, but it doesn't work this way in the dungeon. Party play. The best way to circumvent everything is to have comrades who would share this burden. However, finding trustworthy ones is difficult. Orario isn't simply a land in a fairy tale where expectations come true. Drinking my nth magic potion, I felt my mind restored to a huge extent. My tent is also a godsend. I guess my years of research didn't go to waste. Just like now, taking breaks became more convenient. Thump. Thump. Thud. Suddenly, I heard a loud rumbling noise. It is similar to the sound that a normal grenade explosion would make. Thud. A chill was swept to my skin. I didn't have much time to react before my tent was blown away. An adventurer wearing light armor was sent in my direction. Bam! His body slammed against mine, pushing me back slightly. Thud. I took a good look at his current state. He's dead. My intuition flared up as I chanted. Wardrobe. 2 magic circles lit up and went through my entire body. Moments later, I found myself in my full body armor. Zoom. A huge black silhouette flashed in front of me. Then, I felt its flesh come in contact with my bracers. Immediately, I was sent flying until my feet made contact with the ground. Bam! Huff! What was that? Not long after, I found the source of malintent. A giant with a height of 7 meters. Bulging tanned muscles pulsated now and then. Its scarlet eyes glowed with bloodlust, directly its hostility at me. It felt so potent that my body spaced out for a second. As a result, bam! I crossed my arms again to receive the incoming fist. I am pushed back by more than 10 meters. Wave blast! I sent a shockwave to its head, only for the giant to nimbly dodge it. The giant began charging straight at me. It moved in a straight direction, disrupting my previous computations by a considerable mark. My backups have to be used now. Secundum ex quarchum excipio. 2nd to 4th rampart, deploy. 2 transparent magic circles blocked its fist. Waves of impact greeted my magic shield, only to be unmoved by it. I didn't have the time to set up my strongest barrier as I was forced back by the impact. A giant. Goliath? How did it come here? Bam! It sends out another punch. Frustrated that it couldn't get through it, the Goliath continuously pounded my shield. I moved along while it chased me, letting out a charged punch now and then. I could try and avoid some of his hits, but his speed is extremely fast. Seeing it, I realize now is not the time to conserve anything. Triplus firmus. Triple robustness. The circuits carved onto my armor lit up, supporting the spell I had just cast. I felt a strong sensation of heat going from my head to my limbs. My pupils shrank as I tried to process the changes in my body. This. Be a thump. Be a thump. Be a thump. My pulse became extremely strong that I could feel the veins in my forehead beat. Standing still makes me feel uneasy, hence I sprinted further from the Goliath's direction. Swoosh! Right now, I saw the Goliath's tanned arm making an air blast as its feet moved swiftly. Around 30 meters per second, perhaps? I shall not understand thy irrationality, yet I ask thee. I found myself casting the magic I had received through Falna. Magic circles appeared above my head. The sensation of casting feels vastly different from my usual spells. The things that I needed to do are simplified into creating the magic circle and loading it with mind. Only its positioning needs to be tackled with something miraculous in my eyes. Swoosh! This time, I dashed rightwards before leaping on top of it. Illuminate the sky with thy light. Along with my second line, I unsheathed my blade and struck its neck. Splatter! A small blood fountain presented itself. I targeted it based on my knowledge of human anatomy, which was right. I charged the circles with magic power. It is the lengthiest portion of magic in this world. Divigus projectus. Dispersed projectiles. Rays of red light came out of my newly made magic circles. While filling up my main spell, I shot its eyes. Adding my barrier magic, I am currently utilizing 3 spells at the same time. I am also preparing my 4th spell in case things go south. Every time the projectiles struck it, the Goliath was disoriented. Though, it learned how to deal with it after a couple of times. Still, I am gaining momentum due to the feat only reserved for the most knowledgeable and experienced magicians multicasting. Krua! A low growl akin to a beast came out of its mouth. Briefly blinded, I went at his back and swung my blade at its tendons. It didn't cut as deep as I had expected, missing my mark. Boom! It twisted its entire body and smashed the floor with its fist. I moved backward, avoiding it. The barrier blocked out the small rock projectiles, shining with transparent light. If it doesn't work. Browsing through my known magic systems, I reconfirmed the most effective spell against the Goliath. I bought time for my backup plans. The magic circles reached their maximum load. With that, I chanted. Nth, Astrum. O stars, fall down. A mirage appeared. It lit up briefly, showcasing the constellation that I was the most familiar with. Orionids. The meteor shower that has the radiance nearby Betelgeuse, a star found in Orion. Moving at a speed of 66 km per second, it is one of the most awaited meteor showers during September. At this moment, a small-scale meteor shower presented itself. Bam! A huge cloud of dust separated us. The armor and the remnants of my barrier protected me against the aftershocks. Rumble! Crack! The extent of the damage reached as far as the dungeon walls. While it wasn't destroyed, the damage was dealt with nevertheless. It feels like being close to a mortar strike. My vision shook for a while. Even with my protection, I was affected by it. Add to that my mind being consumed substantially, the effect became worse. I brought a blue vial out of my storage and immediately drank it from the gaps in my helmet. It is stronger than most of my spells at the very least. Feeling the wave of coolness clashing against the heat in my body, I reflected to ease my hyperactive mind. I remembered my suit, the multifaceted modernized armor that I made. I missed my partner even more. It wasn't made with the best materials, yes, but its functions far outclass most of the armaments present in Orario. Bam! It's still alive. Beneath the veil of dust, I saw a kneeling figure. Smoke came out of its arms, blood spilling on its torn muscles. The impact of the spell reached its legs. Even with such injuries, the Goliath continued to look at me with great hatred. Growl! Relentlessly, it stared in my direction. The sheer amount of bloodlust contained within that gaze is only achievable by monsters. Then, it let out a scream. Mana condensed into its mouth, turning into a sharp attack that headed into my position. Bam! It impacted my shield as well as my surroundings, fragmenting the rocks into pieces. It also pushed me back. As it let out that kind of magic, it moved. It used one of its arms as a support when standing up. Goliath. The monster Rex of the 17th floor. I don't know which bastard provoked it in my direction, but this mess is left on me. More importantly, I want to win. I am tired of being beaten up over and over. Even if I am aware of its risk, I want to win at least once. I am tired of being beaten up over and over again. Seeing my path to victory, I promptly acted. The calculations for my final spell concluded. While I was fighting against him, I managed to complete it all thanks to the triple robustness that boosted my body's functions. 3 golden magic circles manifested in my feet. Ascendens Goliath nomini Phyllis Theustigeth. The champion of the Philistin of Gath, Goliath. Asterisk. A solemn air gathered around the armored man. Opposing it is a raging giant dozen of feet tall. Seething, it clenched its fists as it grabbed a remnant boulder from the ground and threw it at him. Crack! Layers upon layers of magic circles emerged around him. It is strikingly similar to his previous barriers, but it is different. It is now the complete 5-layered rampart military fortress, Militaris Fortalicia. Tu Venus ad me cum gladio et asta et clopio ego autumn, you come to me with a spear and a sword. The Goliath could not move due to the injuries it sustained. Yet, it easily found another method of attacking. Several boulders were thrown by the Goliath in his direction. It picked up rebels one after another and used its magic attacks in hopes that it would crush the puny human who harmed him greatly. Crack! Crack! Gaps started appearing in Nobu's shield. One by one, a layer of his shield was peeled away, turning into broken fragments of glass. Domini exercituum dei agmenum Israel quibus exprobrasti. But I come thee in the name of Lord of hosts, the God of the armies of Israel, whom thou hast defied. A lengthy 5-line chant neared its completion. It does not have the strength constellation magic could offer, but it could surpass it under certain circumstances. The legend marked in the spell shall match the circumstances. The recreation of the giant that spread terror in Israel's army, Goliath, as well as the young warrior who slayed him, David. Nobu picked a small portion of the rubble that got past his barrier. A wave of light passed through it, granting it a sacred attribute. Terakia est Deus in Israel. All the earth may know there is a God in Israel. He went into a throwing stance as he muttered the final line. Nobiscum Deus. And he is with me. His barrier broke down at that exact moment. A huge boulder was about to reach him, but he paid no heed. Instead, he threw the divine stone in his hand. His pupils shone with a divine glint under the influence of his magic. Su! It made a small whistling sound before piercing the boulder. Surprisingly, cracks originated from the hole made by it before turning into dust. It continued flying until PSSSHK. It blew off the upper head of the Goliath. It couldn't even react as it died instantly. Achieving its purpose, the stone turned into glittering light particles that drifted in the air. Smoke came out of Nobu's armor as he froze in his throwing position. Clank! His armor rattled against each other as he staggered. They clashed with the chainmail that he wore inside. Blood started to spill from his wounds, namely his torn muscles and imploded veins. Fortunately, his brain and focal organs weren't affected much due to the spell's perfection over 7 iterations. Using the Eastern Blade, he prevented himself from falling into the floor. Still, it forced him to kneel. Ha! Ha! Deep breaths came from inside the armor. Attractio! Attraction! With the last bit of his strength, he remotely gouged out Goliath's magic stone. When it turned into ashes, it left behind a piece of its hide, which floated along the magic stone. The ladder is more than 1.5 meters tall and half a meter wide. It looks similar to the other magic stones, but its sheer size is incomparable to normal magic stones. Tap. Hustle. Nobu heard movements behind him. The source of malintent approached him with a sharp dagger in his hand. Ha 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 ha. The man targeted his neck, the gap only protected by measly chain mail. In his exhausted state, he knew that the armored man could no longer do anything to him. That sword. That armor. They're all magic items. He's not just satisfied with the drops from the Goliath. He also wanted to possess the rare armaments that the armored man has. It's my lucky day. Originally, they had just scouted the 16th to 30th floors. It is a part of their meticulous plan to go with a bang. They scouted which floor has the highest number of adventurers and monsters as well as the spawn rates of the latter. Some of his companions died as they tried to lead the Goliath out of its usual spot. With that, they crossed out the idea of leading a monster Rex toward their pass parade. The bad thing was that the Goliath became enraged so much so that its movements became agile instead of its usual stationary position. Just as he escaped from it, he saw a lone man fighting against Goliath. Surprisingly, he managed to hold himself well. The man thought he would surely die, but he managed to defeat Goliath through unknown magic. What was important to him, however, is his riches. If he could kill this man, everything would be his. It would greatly contribute to their plans. Bang! Something passed through the man's chest as he sprinted. Hey! When he looked down, a gaping hole could be found in his chest. His brain froze, clouding his consciousness. Thud! Blood pooled at his corpse. A sharp glint appeared at the edge of a small weapon held by the knight. People, really drop their guard at the end. A dry voice leaked out from the armored man. His hand drooped to the ground. Nobu held the firearm tightly, alert as to what was about to come. Come out! I know you're there! His chilling voice echoed in the dungeon. High-strung, he let out every bit of bloodlust that he could muster. You might be misunderstanding something. A childish voice rang out. We didn't come here with the intent to harm. Even if you observed my fight since earlier, that was not suspicious at all. Nobu felt no obvious malintent from them, but he didn't drop his guard down. Most of the strong opponents that he fought back then could perfectly conceal their bloodlust until they were about to kill him. Slowly, the drop items came into his grasp. Nobu briefly hesitated before he decided to take everything into his half-empty storage bracelet. He didn't care if his magic was discovered, as it is bound to be so anyways. While kneeling, he pointed the electromagnetic pistol slightly off in their direction. He supported the extremely fatigued right hand with the left. Soon, the group emerged from his sight. A blonde prum carrying a silver spear in his back. An elf that wielded a special wooden staff. A short and bulky dwarf with a horned helmet. An Amazon looked at him with obvious hostility. Another Amazon gave out stares of admiration. A tall canine-eared man looked at him with a condescending look. A timid-looking elf stared at him with shock. Lastly, a golden-eyed knight with light armor. Each one of them sported out danger. Nobu is confident that he might be able to escape one of them. But, it is different if they are all together. His magic swords wouldn't be able to distract them. Revelaries. Veritas. Truth be revealed. An indistinguishable wave passed through the entire dungeon floor. Nobu received the results of his reconnaissance not long after. What he didn't notice, however, is an elf's senses flared up upon doing so. This is. More than 100 adventurers of varying levels were located quite a distance behind the 7 people. There is only one major reason why there are many of them on a single floor. Expedition. Generally, familiars are required to dive into the dungeon to fulfill their expeditions. Simply put, the guild requires explorer-type familiars to prowl into deeper floors than their known records. If a familia reached the 18th floor a few months ago, they would be required to go down from the 19th to the 20th floor in their next expedition. Such a large familia should not be a part of that guy, or so he thought. Hundreds of adventurers. They belong to a top familia, for sure. Realizing this impolite gesture, Nobu fully dropped the firearm. Blood trickled down from his forehead as a result of his muscles being torn down. Some of his veins are also affected, making him lose a lot of blood even now. Cough. The insides of his helmet were stained by his blood. From the moment his triple robustness died down, he suffered from its drawbacks. It isn't noticeable with robustness alone. But, the former spell is on another level. Unlike Sirius, which provided effectiveness slightly above twice robustness, triple robustness pushed his body to its absolute limits. He couldn't even cast it without the assistance of his armor, though he felt he would be able to soon. One level up will solve this problem. Then again, never had he expected that he would reach this state in the dungeon. He has many countermeasures for his plans failing, though this moment of folly did beat him up. His veil also didn't work with monsters above level 3. It is the same with experienced fighters that have a fighting instinct. The Goliath would still see him through his movements and the differences in the space surrounding it. Perhaps, only his other spell, Alice's Wonderland, could fool their senses. That, or the stronger version of this spell that of which he couldn't cast due to lacking mind. Nobu decided to open the gap in the helmet. A second later, 3 health potions were held by him as he drank all of them simultaneously. They all had a taste of mixed herbs, yet they tasted well. He could feel his wounds close at a fast rate. Still, it couldn't rid him of his injured status or his sluggish mind. Still, it was enough to let him stand on the ground with support. He directed the tip of the blade as he picked it up from the ground and stood up. He stashed the firearm in his storage. Clink. Sheathing his blade, he spoke. I apologize from before. He made a slight bow in their direction before walking away from their direction. He could hear voices coming from behind him, but his mind couldn't register it as he materialized his spell. A blue magic circle emerged from his feet, altering the gravity around him. It is the fruit of labor that he had after 30 years of studying Louise's dimensional gate. The static space was bent by the gravitational force around him. Its core, a dagger made out of adamantine, glowed and illuminated the dark dungeon. Recall. Soon, the entire magic circle engulfed his entirety, leaving nothing at his previous position. Chapter 23, Chapter 23, Myth Recreation. Goliath. The monster Rex present on the 17th floor. Having a 30-day interval, it wouldn't spawn as long as it was defeated. Before the Loki Familia's expedition, the residents at Riveria had taken the liberty to defeat it, decreasing the number of things the said familia has to consider. It is an easy feat to defeat it solo if you have the strength of an upper-class adventurer, level 5. Every core member of Loki Familia could do so. However, it does not mean that everyone could do it. Bam! Bam! Braver saw each of the projectiles strike the Goliath. Initially, it seems random, but he easily noticed the intent behind such attacks. He is buying time. Oftentimes, close combat mages with concurrent casting do this kind of tactic. As they chant, they distracted their enemies with close-range attacks. Zoom! Solidified air came cutting at the Goliath. The latter defended itself with one of its arms. Blood dripped from the injured arm. The Goliath is even more enraged at the nimble pest. That swordsmanship! From the Far East. Unlike traditional swords, katanas require delicate handling. If its wielder could not satisfy that condition, it would break. There are also more techniques to handle its long curved blade, something being exhibited by the fully armored adventurer. He's strong. The braver Findium meant it tactically. The man did not have the raw power needed to fight against Goliath, but he is using the appropriate tactics every time. The man leveraged his protection to further tilt the balance of this battle. The magic circle caught the Palam's attention atop the two of them. It has been loading magic power since the beginning of their fights, waiting to cut down its target's head. Soon, the stored magic power reached its peak. Finn had a guess as to what would happen next. Nth, Astrum. His dynamic vision caught the star descending. It is tightly packed with an unknown power he hadn't known of before. It is not just magic power or any elemental spells. Bam! It crash-landed straight to Goliath. Caught off guard, it could not do anything but block it. The explosive force of several TNTs greeted its arms. The impact spread to its entire body. It did not show externally, but the amount of internal damage it sustained could render it unable to fight within a minute or two. Even so, it showed a crazed look as it began its counterattack on the armored man. Bam! The familiar shield was set up, preventing its attacks. What was that? A special magic of sorts. Ironically, Finn has to answer the magician behind him. She appeared not long after she thought there was something wrong. As a level 6, Finn wouldn't take long to eliminate a level 4 monster such as Goliath. No, it's more than that. That silhouette, is it a fortress? Reflected in Riveria's eyes is the phantom of a modern military base. Towering cement walls circulated it. Barbed wires could be seen on the top of it. A plethora of incomprehensible buildings could be seen inside. It is the result of Nobu's materialization of a history. The magic circles that surrounded him from all directions embodied these. It looks quite similar to your magic. Veil Breath. It is one of her known magic which protected the expedition group on the front lines. She did not reply and chose to observe the spectacular magic. Hey? What's going on, guys? The remaining core members of the Loki Familia arrived. 2 Amazon sisters, a werewolf, an elf, and a female knight caught the scene of the man standing still under the duress of attacks. You're watching a weakling struggle? What's the fun in that? The werewolf commented. It's similar to that story. Surprisingly, one of the Amazon noticed his peculiarity. The air of serenity around the armored man formed a sharp contrast against his desperate situation, bearing similarities from one of the fairy tales, David and Goliath. Meanwhile, the female knight's gaze coincided with the gaps in his helmet. There, she saw something. An unyielding spirit. A person who wanted to win. For the first time, she saw a reflection of herself. With each projectile, the light of his barrier weakened. However, it was made evident that his will to fight wasn't affected by it. Nobu picked up a small stone. It was a normal piece of rubble found everywhere in the dungeon. Yet, when the wave of light passed through, it changed. It was an inexplicable feeling. Still, everyone felt the power behind it. A power that could potentially threaten a level 4. Even the werewolf closed his mouth shut. His previous thoughts were proven to be misconceptions. The armored man is stronger than he thought. A dazzling projectile went straight to Goliath's head. Moments later, it left a headless corpse on the ground. Thud. Clank. The armored man kneeled on the ground. Blood seeped through his armor. Evidently, he sustained severe injuries. It seemed as if his previous appearance was nothing but a facade. Riveria was the first one to notice an adventurer lying in an ambush. Just as she was about to cast an instant spell. Bang! A gaping hole was made in the adventurer's chest. As to what caused it? A weapon small enough to fit into Gareth's hands. Come out! I know you're there! A chilling voice was sent across this dungeon's floor. Bloodlust of such level could only be attained by fighting 1,000 battles. Without a choice, Finn stepped out. You might be misunderstanding something. He took the initiative to speak. We didn't come here with the intent to harm. Even if you observed my fight since earlier, that wasn't suspicious at all. Words of doubt originated from the armored man. His bloodied armor did not make him look weak at all. His bloodlust is cold enough to freeze a part of his surroundings. It is one of the things he could fully inherit from his future memories. As Finn walked over to the man, the others decided to appear as well. The armored man paused for a moment before a magic circle crackled on top of his palm. An undistinguishable wave of magic went through them. Its nature is extremely obscure, making it difficult for most people to sense it. Except for a select few, that is. This is. The female knight subconsciously placed her arm in her rapier, desperate. What is this? Meanwhile, the magician was at a loss as to what it could be. Though, it changed the attitude of the armored man. After drinking several potions at once, he stood up. He made a slight bow as he said, "I apologize from before." A slightly high-pitched voice came from under his helmet. It became clear that the armored man, no, the armored boy has a young age, or so it seems. A slight possibility came across Finn's mind. Small stature, childish voice, just like him. If it was proven right, a prominent palom had appeared once more, something that appealed to him. By chance, are you a palom? The boy only responded with a soft mumble. Recall. Before they could even react, the boy was gone. The young un goes. The dwarf commented. Looks like you're thinking of something absurd. Not all people with those characteristics are a palom. Finn shrugged them off with a burst of light laughter. Even so, it doesn't hurt to dream, no? Another hero originating from our race. It's a nice thought. Hearing this, a certain Amazon disagreed as she mumbled. What's wrong with him? To direct such bloodlust to the captain. The Amazon's sister Tiona deflected Tioni's grudges. We're the ones in the wrong, anyways. Showing up after defeating a monster Rex is nothing short of suspicious. Humph. Who dares to think that our Loki Familia would do such a thing? As one of the two familias that stands on top of Orario, they were widely known. Just the fame of Kenki, Sword Princess, resounded throughout the dungeon city. When people see her with others, they'll naturally think of the Loki Familia. Moreover, the others are famous enough to be recognized by many. Not all people know about us. It is normal to be wary of strangers. As soon as Finn spoke up, Tioni ceased her ill will towards the boy. An adventurer with those magic. It's a rare occurrence. Immediately, Finn corrected Riveria's words. Not just that. From the beginning, he utilized 6 different magics. I'm fairly sure that 2 of them are magic tools. The remaining ones are his own. Dispersed projectiles, military fortress, Orionades, David and Goliath, wave blast, and displacement transference were the spells used by Nobu during the fight. Finn accurately heard him chanting on some spells whereas he did not in others. That was how he distinguished magic tools and magic. A/N, you only need to shout the magic sword spell name to invoke it. Meanwhile, magic has the usual chance before the spell name. Though there are exceptions such as Bell's Fuberito. F4. Don't tell me. The timid elf had a thought. For now, the only magicians who could break the rule of having a maximum of 3 spells are Riveria and her, Lefia. The feat is reflected in their epithets, 9 hells and 1000 elf. Nothing is certain. However, if that possibility comes into light, it would be the birth of a formidable upper-class adventurer. KH. Gritting my teeth, I endured the scalding pain that took over my body. I could feel the drool at the tip of my mouth as I did so. After escaping those adventurers, I arrived on the 15th floor. The magic circle engraved by me on the wall disintegrated the moment I used it as a point of connection. It was also at that time did I fully feel the rebound of my triplus firmus. The previously connected wounds relapsed when the magic that regulated my heart and brain disappeared. It is also because of these that I did not suffer any permanent damage. Though, it brought me excruciating pain when they disappeared. The magic that helped me regulate my bodily functions are gone, leaving me with drinking potions now and then. Growl. 4 minotaurs spawned in the dungeon's floor. Sidon. Sacred lightning. Upon my chant, 4 matching blue magic circles appeared on top of the minotaurs. Having put in a considerable amount of magic power and utter disregard for control, they were instantly killed. I did not bother to take the magic stones and instead continued on my journey, all the whilst drinking red potions continuously. After some time, I recovered. The arteries and veins should have been closed. No dislocated bones, either. I took out a luxurious potion. An expensive-looking bottle is used to store its contents. Behold, the high potion worth 250,000 valis. It may seem luxurious to others, but I don't have any qualms about spending my earned money this way. The dungeon is unpredictable enough to not save these. The moment I drank it, a comforting feeling went through my entire body. It is similar to how my cheat worked. Any tension in my muscles is released, elevating me to an optimal state. Amazing! I had no more words to describe its effectiveness. No doubt, most of the medicines in my world couldn't compare to them. Only seconds had passed before it restored most of my injuries. All that was left is my mind's sluggishness, which would also be cured by another high potion. I uncapped a similar potion, but it is blue this time. Upon drinking it, I felt my mind clear up. There isn't any sluggishness, restoring my senses to clarity. That ringing noise in my ears is gone as well. Some portion of fatigue remained, but this could be resolved by resting. There goes my free-to-play status. Sadly, I am planning to tread the pay-to-win route since the beginning. If I had known about its effectiveness, I might not have hesitated much. Unlike others, I am cautious about healing my body. If I healed it while some bones are dislocated or some veins are not properly connected, I would be damned. It'll cost an additional surgery to correct them. Ready? I heard muffled voices when I passed through a group of adventurers. Each of them had a normal look devoid of any suspicious aura in them. Still, I kept my guard up. Hey, did you see someone before you? A white-haired man asked. His quite golden pupils glinted as he waited for my response. Having met nobody like him, I replied. No. There aren't any adventurers where I came from. I see. Thanks. With that, their group faded into the distance. Damn. Where could they have been? It doesn't matter. If they didn't return, they have failed. The 17th floor monster Rex couldn't be used for the plan. The white-haired man replied as if stating a matter of fact. Everything else should have been verified. As we had agreed, we won't be taking part in it. The bald man immediately added, afraid that the lunatic beside him would pull them over to that cesspit. We don't need your help. After that short conversation, they met with the others. Dozens of other adventurers met near the pantry on the 24th floor. Others wouldn't expect that the remnants of evils would have used this as a meeting place due to how frequented it is by monsters. The pantry, as it says, is a food house for monsters. Within each area, a pillar of white crystals could be found. Clear liquids could be found on those, which are the favorites of monsters. It is the place where they replenish their energy, much similar to rivers in forests. Where is he? The white-haired man, Olivas asked one of the adventurers. Dunno. He should be out there with his usual Inferno Stone obsession. The tamer of the group, the sole survivor of the Artemis Familia, is a core of the plan. He would add confusion on what was about to come. Never mind. How did it go? Everything's fine. The spawn rates and the types of monsters that spawn below the 30th floor are documented well. A leather book was handed over to Olivas. Hundreds of words piled up on each page. What conclusion did you come to? He asked while reading. The 27th floor. It is the floor that most middle-class adventurers frequented. It is also a distance away from the front lines, which is on the 42nd floor. Monsters around level 3-4 frequented the 27th floor. With its aquatic terrain, it is proven to be a handful for average adventurers. Monsters also spawn at an exaggerated rate in some places. Fantastic! It is the 27th floor, then. Nobody knew the foreboding disaster that was about to arrive. The guild, the ones who made it, are smart. They have the semblance of a modern society, at the very least. Market price, they say. Well, at least they are not a rip-off. Upon leaving the dungeon, every adventurer should have their bags inspected by the guild. They would purchase the magic stones brought by the adventurers, in turn regulating its presence in the world market. As for the drop items, we are free to keep them as it is. All I have shown are my gains up until the 10th floor. The ones from the middle floors, I kept it in my bracelet storage. Until I regain the wealth comparable to my world, I would be Nobu the smuggler. Less than 8 hours. Due to how I started to get tired, I sped through the upper floors. It is currently nighttime, evident by the boost that I am receiving now. After strolling for some time, my gaze coincidentally met with a young girl's. Dull brown eyes, shrunken pupils. Drug addiction exists in this world as well, hey? Before I could respond, the young girl entered the dungeon with an oversized backpack. I am planning on something troublesome again, didn't I? Looking at my palms, which are blocked by my gloves and gauntlets, I saw the splintered blood in one of my memories. Around 6 years into that future, I received a task from the society leader, Netishim. A mission to dispatch an unruly group of mages. They are the worst, to the point the ancient rule of magicians was permitted to be null for those guys. It was a group of magicians who fell into their desires. Using their magic, they abducted young women and turned them into their playthings. They abused their power to play in the real world. From the moment I met them, I blacked out. I couldn't rein in my rage as my flying blades beheaded them one by one. It was also during that mission I was exposed to healing magic. This went on to be the foundation for my advanced spells such as Triple Robustness and Alice's Wonderland. It showed that deep knowledge regarding human anatomy could progress magic in such a way. Snapping up from my daydream, I continued my journey to the place where my goddess awaits. Chapter 24, Chapter 24, Level Up. In Hephaestus Familia, most blacksmiths chose to reside in the northeast branch. It is the place where their forges were built. Having the conviction to catch up to their goddess level, they did not stop working most of the time. Usually, the Familia captain, Tsubaki Kalbrand, would accompany Hephaestus the most. This changed when an irregular appeared. Work for 10 hours. Sleep for 6 hours. Spend the remaining time casually for 8 hours. Repeat. It is the routine of the boy sitting on the chair. They are currently in her office where she signs all the legal documents in her familia. Building a familia was not just simple work. The gods must communicate with the guild, the organization that acts as Orario's government. Nobody disliked their role. In fact, every god preferred them to take on that troublesome role of maintaining order in this city. Drib. From the moment her divinity came in contact with his fauna, each of his achievements laid bare upon her sight. Blazing through the 17th floor, defeating a Goliath alone, encountering the Loki Familia. She became silent. Hey! At this moment, his danger sense flared up. Then. Knock. Ow! A swift knock came on the top of Nobu's head. It was followed by a sigh of exasperation by Hephaestus. I thought she's only the reckless one. She mumbled. Tell me, Nobu. Which floor did we agree on again? Facing his goddess, Nobu lost the will to look her in the eyes. 12th floor. How would you explain the battle against the Goliath? It should be on the 17th floor. Nobu couldn't explain himself. Embarrassingly, the cause of this blunder is his excitement. For years, he had only received memories of his fights. Yet, he couldn't often apply it in real life due to his philosophy of living quietly. The excitement and feeling brought about by a real battle. It isn't wrong to say that it is exhilarating. Moreover, the wound-up pride that he hid for years exploded. It is all right to suffer some failure and losses, but everyone would be dissatisfied if that was all they ever experienced. Even the patient Nobu couldn't bear to lose more than a dozen times. With that said, defeating Goliath did calm him down. However, it failed to let him remember his goddess scolding when he returned. I also wanted to win, sometimes. He sported off a childish reply. I'm sorry. His experiences taught him to be regretful during a scolding. If he shows this kind of attitude, he might be forgiven. It is something that came from his father during those times they were scolded by Nobu's mother. Sigh. You better not do this again, okay? Hearing his goddess words, Nobu's complexion brightened up a little. But, if it happens again, you won't be going into the dungeon without Tsubaki. Tsubaki, the big sister that he always meets in the workshop. His forge is located there, making it so that he interacts with the other Familia members. With his soft skills, he didn't have any issue with them whatsoever. Despite seeing their toxic work-related mindset, their determination is an aspect to admire. It won't be happening again. Thinking of that big sister who could split dragons apart just to test out her new weapon, he prefers to be alone. He could already tell that he would be dragged by her in that dungeon expedition. Seeing his determined looks, Hephaestus almost couldn't keep up her serious facade. She saw through his thoughts and barely held in her laughter. Anyways. Here is it. Your status. She wrote the status that she saw on his back before giving it to him. Level 1. Strength, H131 SSS 1599 Defense, I98 SSS 1599 Dexterity, H102 SSS 1599 Agility, I76 SSS 1599 Magic, H138 SSS 1599. Orionids. The brightest star unveils itself to the watchful gaze of others. Summons a meteor strike to the target. Activation chant, I shall not understand the irrationality, yet I ask thee. Illuminate the sky with thy light. Nth, Astrum. Miracle Maker. Enhances every creation. Provides guidance in creating new items. Additional abilities to the creations can be imbued by chance. Excelia gain will be increased during creation. Child of Constellations. Under the blessing of the starry sky, growth speed, magical abilities, and recovery are increased. Legends related to stars are strengthened. While updating his status, Hephaestus had been shocked. Not only did he break through the S-stat barrier, but he had also reached an uncharted territory even for gods. What's even more absurd is that this is your stat as a level 1. Briefly, Nobu wore a confused look before realizing the meaning behind her words. You have leveled up. Level up. A term used in any game. Simply put, it means transition towards a greater level. It refers to the character's rise in strength, allowing them to partake in greater challenges. With the high-level Excelia he gained, Nobu broke the utmost limits and leveled up on his own, making him a unique case in Gakkai. There are 5 developmental abilities to choose from. I am familiar with Hunter, Mysteries, and Mage. However, the last 2, you might understand it more than I do. Every time an adventurer levels up, there is a chance to gain something called development ability. In gaming terms, they are the passive skills that a character gains upon a level up. It could enhance strength, improve resilience, and bestow them with a new ability. Jutsuchi and Haka. Entrepreneur and Hacker. Nobu's eyes lit up upon hearing the final 2 choices. Hunter, a listed development ability that enhances one's abilities against monsters they have fought before. Mage, another listed development ability that increases the user's magic-related power. Mysteries, the famed ability that less than 5 people had possessed throughout history. Upon hearing the first 3, Nobu cancelled them out. He did not need Hunter due to his abundant fighting experiences, while Mage could be replicated once he resolves his mana furnace. As for Mysteries, he already has Miracle Maker that does the same thing. Entrepreneur. It pertains to a type of businessman, Hephaestus Sama. I am one back in my world. He said. I invent new things and people purchase them. I see. What about the second one? While she is a goddess, there are some foreign terminologies that she had not heard of. She was not the type to frequently socialize in Tenkai, focusing more on her skills as the god of smithing. Hacker. Well, it is the term used for people who illegally tamper with information on the internet. Something similar to a spy, but much better. During the first year of their company, it is inevitable that they attracted way too many enemies. Their sudden ascent to the technological field came off as a surprise, hence they thought that their core technology could be stolen. Unfortunately for them, Nobu beat them to it. Not only did he defend their core technology, he also used the hacker's attack as a point of retaliation. Hours of sitting in his chair later, the program that he attached to them latched onto each company's intranet. In the end, this information benefited him and advanced his knowledge by a few decades. Before he was sent into this world, he still did it sometimes. But why is it hacker? Nobu could not figure out the reason behind its appearance. Sure, he had a brief career as a hacker. However, it is not as influential as him being an entrepreneur. Languages. Coding. What does binary coding? Binary coding. The set of zeros and ones, more known as the basics of programming. It originated back in the 17th century when Gottfried Leibniz introduced his binary system, a branch of arithmetics. Coincidentally, the main magic system that he used is none other than Kabbalah's numerology, which could also be represented by the binary system. In his research, he is theorizing a casting aid that could resolve the complex spells alone, enabling Nobu to cast large-scale spells with the duration of a 4-line chant. A/N, yes, he is coincidentally moving at the direction of Mahuka's cads. Ba-dum. 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 His golden pupils lit up in excitement. His body started to shiver as he could not contain the possibility that he thought of. Hephaestus Sama. Please choose Hacker F. Bam. Since Nobu was sitting in front of the chair's back, he landed on the floor due to his excitement. What met Hephaestus' concerned gaze was the beaming look of his. She could not help but look at him as a genuine kid as a result. Alright. Go seat properly first. Nobu did not know, but his current appearance is strikingly adorable. Asterisk. My sight is drowned by numerous zeros and ones. These are present in thin air as I stare at the ceiling. If this works correctly. I tried to shift the binary numbers into a corresponding pattern. I could manually do it with my experience. After 3 minutes, the binary equation was finished. The numbers converged into a huge magic circle. It is transparent, glowing red as if calling forth something. Moments later, a mirage of a fireball fell into its place. When it touched the ground, the numbers dispersed. Damn! What I have done just now is a simulation. If used without Kabbalah's numerology, magic would not manifest in reality. This results in a virtual phenomenon that I have experienced. This changes the way I fight, completely. By combining numerology and the binary system, my spells would become stronger. The casting time becomes shorter, the accuracy increases, and the raw power will be retained. Albeit, the skill has certain flaws. For once, I could not use it properly on high-level spells. They originally takes me less than a minute to complete, yet it required 3 times its duration to cast. That's without the conversion of Kabbalah's numerology. Another thing is it carries a considerable load on my mind. Fatigue could come easier than before. Lastly, I could not keep the state of seeing binary numbers indefinitely. It consumes mind, mental power, to maintain. For short, it will be shelved until it grows into something with practical use. I can't use spells with 3-minute-long durations, that's asking to be killed. Level 2. Strength, I0 Defense, I0 Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0 Magic, I0 Hacker, G. Orionids. The brightest star unveils itself to the watchful gaze of others. Summons a meteor strike to the target. Activation chant, I shall not understand the irrationality, yet I ask thee. Illuminate the sky with thy light. Nth, Astrum. Miracle Maker. Enhances every creation. Provides guidance in creating new items. Additional abilities to the creations can be imbued by chance. Excelia gain will be increased during creation. Child of constellations. Under the blessing of the starry sky, growth speed, magical abilities, and recovery are increased. Legends related to stars are strengthened. The projection of my status lit up in my eyes. The cheat that I possess is perhaps the only secret I have from others. I do not know how it works, but it showed me my status. It is supposed to be a cheat that alters time, yet its reach extends up to here. Closing my status, I sensed the cooldown of my cheat. A few more weeks. Is it 2 weeks or 3 weeks? I have been absorbing magic stones until my limit, which led me to this. I would keep my new chance as a backup, hence I could only use the second chance, which will come weeks after the first one ends. I want to try Prehensionum. Prison. I simulated another spell again. This will be the last time. I have to catch up on my sleep. Asterisk. I lost my sleep. What was supposed to end at around 2 am ended at 5 am. As a result, I woke up straight at noon. By the time I exited the room, Hephaestus Sama was already gone. Most likely, she is in the northwest shop. After finding myself lazy about whipping up lunch, I decided to eat outside. Right now, I am wearing a linen t-shirt and cargo pants. I found all of these at a shop in the shopping district. For a civilization in the Middle Ages, some of its aspects did not match up. Clothes are one of its examples. Strolling into Western Main Street, I found many pubs and inns open. Though, the number of their customers is only a few. Adventurers are still busy at this period with the dungeon, which explains it. The coine written on a wooden signboard caught my attention. Benevolent Mistress. I think I have heard of it before. That's right. Lan San mentioned this place. It's famous for its good food, she says. I did not have much time to explore Orario yet. Perhaps, I will be considering this day as my vacation. Feeling my stomach protest, I decided to enter this 2-story building. Loud chatter entered my ears. It looks similar to the family restaurants that I frequented with my family. Adventurers not being here to make a mess also contributes to such peace. I found myself an empty seat in the corner. On top of the table, a menu is neatly placed. Rabbit steak, mushroom stew, even ramen. Further down the menu, I found the Far East section. Unajidon. I love every food equally, but curries and unajidon have a special place in my heart. These are the dishes that Kaa-san and Tio-yu-san made for us. Tio-yu-san came from Kamakura, which is why he knew how to grill eels the best. I tasted unajidon in Hamamatsu, but Tio-yu-san's cooking hits differently. After raising my hand, I waited for a while until a waitress came to my table. She wore, what I assume, to be the traditional uniform, a green dress, an apron, black leggings, and the like. Her long ears signified she is an elf. Her beauty is superior to most, but my immunity finally came to work. I am no longer affected by stunning beauty. Can I have one? No, 2 unajidon and a rabbit steak. Yes. Wait a moment. She took the menu before heading over to the counter. Her cold tone lingered around my ears. I guess elves aren't a friendly race. I got too used to Lan San's friendly attitude. Remembering the over-friendly elf, I wondered what they are doing. 2 days ago, they said that they would begin to prowl the dungeon and that they would not leave Orario for a while. With their accumulated experiences, I believe they would be able to smoothly level up. Along with the magic swords I made for them, they could breeze through the middle floors easily. Ryusa-san is also a cautious leader, so their safety is in good hands. Random thoughts flew into my mind as I waited for my lunch. I thought of playing around with binary numbers here, but it isn't good to do so in a public space. Here it is. The same green-haired elf brought my orders in a tray. It is also then did I find something strange. Her balance and posture. A hunter. She reminded me of the ninjas and sorcerers who are crazy good at balancing themselves. Heck, there is someone who could stand on top of Tokyo Tower, with a single antenna to stand onto, no less. Never mind. I want to eat my fill already. As my thoughts shifted, so is my taste buds. The umami of the sauce hit just right, not too strong nor weak. It is also grilled well enough to retain its soft and chewy texture. I rate it a perfect 10. As for the rabbit steak, it is a medium rare one basted in butter and herb that tastes like rosemary. The outer skin is roasted well on the pan while its inner portion is cooked through internal heat. I got so engrossed with the taste that I found my plates clean after some time. That was some good fucking food. It was so good that I couldn't help but curse. I raised my hand and signaled for the bill to one of the waitresses. Soon, the elf came back with a note and a small box. The total receipt is 3,000 valis. Confirming that the numbers matched the prices on the menu, I placed 10 big gold coins that equated to 10,000 valis. I did not speak with the elf and chose to leave instead. Wait. You. I tilted my head back and said. The food here is crazy good. That's my thanks. With that, I left the bewildered elf. Asterisk. Wow. This is my first time seeing that Naya. A rich young boy. The bewildered elf Ryusa went to her co-workers and asked what was going on. This is a tip, Naya. The other cat person, Chloe, added to Anna's remark. A tip. In the morning and afternoon, most of their visitors are civilians. Most of them conserve their money and work in average-paying jobs. Thus, this is Ryusa's first time receiving a tip. Naya. He is that boy with the eyes akin to a Valis. Sigh. Did you lose again big time, Naya? Anna asked. For a moment, the cat person became speechless before reacting. Money is made to be spent. It comes and goes, Naya. Dismissing the troublesome duo, Ryusa went back to work. Chapter 25, Chapter 25, Dungeon City Exploration. Orario is a city that is closer to a fortress than anything. It has 8 different districts, each located in a cardinal direction. The northwest street has clothing shops, the west street has the shopping district, the southeast street has the red district, and so on. I never explored this city filled with wonders fully, until now. These shops. I landed myself in the clothing district. Going here is a shock for me, considering that every single item here is well made. There are even rubber shoes and long sleeves here. Halfway through my journey in Orario, I gave up comprehending it. The knowledge granted by gods boosted their civilization's progress to a huge degree. Only the technological advances seem lacking, considering that they did not study more about the fundamentals electricity and gravity. It is the confusing part of this city. It's as if you placed modern people in the Middle Ages and have them spread modern era culture, but the said culture is only snippets, which left a mix of modern and medieval culture. In the end, I entered one of the clothing stores. Moyari apparel shop. Suddenly, my mind recalled something. Moyari. Is it? Just as I recalled their origins, a woman who wore a long-sleeved dress welcomed my arrival. Welcome. What is it that you require? She has long black hair, similarly dark pupils, and a slightly tall stature. I have to slightly look up to see her gaze properly. Some formal clothing. Preferably coats and long sleeves. The formal attire, I see. Please follow me. I did as she said. On the way, I saw dozens of clothing. Dresses, sweaters, polos, and many more are present in this place. It made me feel as if I was shopping in Queen's Square or something. The interior is made out of white concrete. Crystal lights illuminated the entire place, making it look more modern. When we arrived at their formal attire section, I found a couple of overcoats and trench coats. Each of them is made of different materials. Even. Isn't this salamander wool? The white trench coat caught my attention. That's right. It is dyed as well. Its fire-resistant properties are enhanced due to a development ability. It is eerily similar to how I made my uniforms. In most battles, they are enough due to their durability and magic engraved into them. It is the feature that my magician's coat lost due to being destroyed. Fascinated by these creations, I ended up buying more than 10 pieces of clothing in a single go. Fortunately, they cost less than 50,000 valis each. With that, I blew off quite a bit of my earnings. Still, I am fine with it. I could make 2 magic swords that cost 500,000 valis each daily. This is my practical experience snowballing. I could only imagine arriving here and earning money as an adventurer. I would not be as luxurious now if I were not a smith. My hard work paid off. Feeling satisfied, I headed into the shopping district. I sneakily stuffed my clothing inside the storage bracelet, preventing any troublesome people from targeting me. As I expected. The stalls that sell weapons pales in comparison to the Hephaestus Familia's shop. As for the accessories and the magic tools that they claim. What a scam! Thankfully, there are some genuine articles out there. I snugged them for myself as I saw the store owners think that they have scammed me. As I went deeper into the shopping district, I saw a store that sells magic items. Surprisingly, all of them are real. Gnome's General Store. The shop owner shockingly looks like a garden gnome, the one you place in your gardens. He looks straight out of Snow White's tale. Thinking about that tale, no? He asked. I get that a lot. Apologies. Looks like Snow White's tale is in this world too. I scanned his catalog. I went from one shelf to another and bought monster drops and some magic tools that might prove to be useful. As the sun had finally set, I planned to return to the forges. I am en route to Northeast Street when Loki Familia's back. They have completely conquered the 44th floor. So that's the Sword Princess. I caught the sight of familiar faces. Momentarily, I felt a gaze coincide with mine, prompting me to blend with the sea of people. If I'm not mistaken, that was the female knight. Her expressionless face, her golden pupils, and the rapier sheathed on her waist. Sword Princess. Bits of information regarding Orario's brightest star came to my mind. In less than 6 years, she went from being foulness into one of the top adventurers, a level 5. It is also recently did she step into their ranks. Strangely enough, her eyes are familiar. Asterisk. One-eyed black dragon, the final monster out of the 3 great quests that the world had issued upon its inhabitants. 11 years ago, the Zeus and Hera Familia embarked on a journey to complete them. They had a level 9, several level 8s, and tons of level 7s. They had accomplished the slaying of Behemoth, the sovereign of the land, and Leviathan, the sovereign of the sea. What stumped their conquest, however, is the sovereign of the sky. Its unfathomable strength made it so their lineup is nothing but a joke. In the end, both familias were wiped out. Shockingly, they were not the first ones to fail. The legendary hero, the mercenary king, had also failed 1,000 years ago. But, it is not without any struggles. He took the eye of the black dragon, turning it into the one-eyed black dragon. I saw him. The boy from before. Ah, David. On the way to Northern Street, Eyes told the revelation to her friend. He found me and ran away. I see. Maybe he does not want others to know about him. What Eyes did not mention is the fact that she saw something else besides his determination. Hatred for a dragon. Nobu was killed by a calamity dragon 3 times. Each time, his preparations were useless. What's more, escaping from the battlefield did not work as he was eventually felled by it along with his loved ones. The dragon also had an attitude that spat on his useless struggles, painting it as the number one target in his eyes. The same went for her, the daughter of the last hero. Everyone whom she is familiar with, the dragon took away from her. Even her parents. This unstoppable rage bore fruit and became a part of her skill. What did they take from him? Asterisk. A. Clang. I prevented my sneeze and focused on the prototype Damascus ingot on top of the anvil. It is glowing crimson orange as a result of being exposed to the forge's flames. Clang. Clang. Slowly, it took shape. It became the shape of a kukri knife, a weapon famous in my world. It allowed one to protect themselves as well as use it on their house tasks. While maintaining firmness, I cast several spells to help me measure its precise dimensions. I used that as a reference to perfect this piece of work. Then, I tried out something. A string of binary numbers presented themselves in my sight. I calculated and converted them into real number equations. IDOS reductio. Eidetic reduction. Upon casting, every single distraction is gone. The only thing that mattered is this piece of Damascus, prototype, ingot. The effects are amazing. After 30 minutes, I finished it. From hammering to sharpening, it felt as if it passed by instantly. There is also the engraving portion, which I gave the magic of electric induction. Another one. After wiping the sweat on my forehead, I continued with my work. For the second time, I melded another ingot to the shape of a kukri knife. For some reason, my intuition egged me to continue forging. I did the same process as before. I engraved the same spell, but this time, I sensed a connection forming between the two kukri blades. A miracle! I thought that my skill had failed when it did not activate during the first kukri knife. I was wrong. What I made is similar to the Daishao, a pair of twin blades. Holding them in both hands, I analyzed their abilities. Convergent field, return, and, hey. The final ability left me speechless. Spatial travel. The convergent field ability is the one that I engraved with a magic equation. Meanwhile, the latter two resulted from my Miracle Maker ability. Just when I thought that I will forge something today, my luck must have peaked. I did not expect this to happen. Mumbling, I tested out the final ability. I threw the kukri knife to my right to the other end of the room. While in midair, I urged the connection from the blade and cast its spell. Zoom. Moments later, I found myself in the same position. Blue particles surrounded me as I landed on my feet. It's similar to that game. Back in my world, there was someone with a similar weapon as I. He used a pair of kukri knives and teleport back and forth in the enemy lines. He served as the king's glaive who protected his homeland from invaders. A/N, that's from Final Fantasy XV. Only now did I notice this coincidence. An instant cast teleportation weapon, just how did I create this? I am sure that I could not make one even with my workshop, yet I managed to do so in this world with just a hammer, anvil, and a forge. Truly, Falna does wonders that I could not begin to imagine. With this weapon in hand, I decided to rest after creating its grip. This reminds me. I still have that hide. Goliath's hide and its humongous magic stone are the most valuable of the drops I gained from Prowling. The former could be used as an article of defensive clothing along with my armor. Meanwhile, the latter is an optimal power source. About time to finish everything now. At this point, I am destined to come out when the sun rises. Asterisk. Morning rays of sunlight briefly blinded my eyes. Fresh air entered the smithy that I worked on. As if welcoming it, the flames inside the forge crackled. It must have been waiting for this moment. While I worked for hours straight, I could not compare to the smiths who worked for more than 18 hours a day. Fresh air must be a luxury to them. Outside, what greeted me are the busied footsteps of many muscular men. They are the so-called students of each high smith. They apprenticed for them as they learned the inner workings of being a high smith. They do get the time to forge something on their own, but their morning routine is basically this. Ah! Yer work done, young un. A dwarf with a thick accent greeted me. He has a height of 138 centimeters. His entire body is burly due to the smithing work he had done since years ago. Brontes-san, good morning. I could tell from Yer face. Got something new. His sharp senses never failed to catch me. It is as expected from the Familia's vice-captain. There is. Oh. Mind seeing it? I tacitly agreed to it. I brought out the pair of cookery knives. They possessed a bright red sheen that came from the red color of the adamantine. Brontes-san handled one of them carefully, feeling their thickness, balance, and weight. Tisk, tisk. As expected of you. You wouldn't settle for normal stuff. He immediately noticed its abnormalities. Compared to my previous work, it reached a higher level of precision all thanks to Hacker. Simultaneously casting low-level concentration spells became easier with it. Chasm of talent goes far deeper than I've ever thought. He said with resignation. I wonder why that boy could not escape from his shackles. The face of a red-haired boy rose from my mind. He is the only one who has the blood of Krasos flowing within him. The boy who could create magic swords with ease. Had not it been for my cheat, I can tell that he would have left me far behind. However, such a talented person chooses not to use his talents. Hey, it's his problem, not mine. Every people has different struggles. When he breaks his shackles, he would surely take off. Never expected to hear that from ye. Keeps me surprising 'bout your age. For some reason, my insights had been taken by them as a confounding portion of my age. Right. Brontes-san, is she? A foreboding feeling came rushing at me. Just why did I have to ask that question out of all things? I see you made something new again. The woman in the distance has dirt and soot all over her. Even so, it could not hide her tanned skin, and the massive weapons of destruction hidden by a single sarashi. HOH? Twin blades that function as a whole? Now, that's something you would come up with. Her face is extremely close to the other cookery knife that I forged, making it embarrassing to look downwards. It's fine to look at it, Tsubaki-s. Tsubaki-ne. I said as I handed it over to her. After some time, she judged it as a well-made weapon. Even with your skills, this is quite absurd. I mean, a high smith without the forge skill? Those gods would be going crazy if they knew about it. Having joined the prestigious Hephaestus Familia, it is impossible to keep my identity a secret. In fact, I have updated my status on the guild. I am no longer just a citizen but an adventurer of this dungeon city. I bet people would be talking about you when that announcement is made. Sure they'll do. Brontes-san agreed with Tsubaki-ne's statement. Out of the entire familia, the only ones who knew about my level up are Hephaestus-sama, Tsubaki-ne, and Brontes-san. Due to its absurdity, they agreed with my suggestion of putting off the status update with the guild for about a week or two. There is always the option to falsify my level, but it would bring trouble with my adventuring career once they knew about my identity. I can't wait to see their surprised faces. Why does it feel like she is more excited than I am? Brontes-san wryly smiled at me. He should have known the personality of our familia's captain for years. Oh, right. Wanna. Akasaka-san. You have a visitor. Suddenly, someone disrupted our conversation. Someone is waiting in the northwest store. We could not do anything to him. I'm sorry. One of the store's staff came to us in his uniform. Who is it? I asked. It's, Dane's Leaf. The Dane's Leaf from Freya Familia. Aside from Loki Familia, the other reigning familia is the Freya Familia. Having warlord, the sole level 7 amongst them, is enough to sustain their current status. He mentioned his new magic swords being well made, so he wanted to talk with its creator. From what I know, Dane's Leaf is a level 5. How in the world did my creations reach his hands? I see. Looks like we'll be talking about everything else later, Tsubaki ne. Before she could react, I grabbed the cuff of the staff's sleeves and ran outside. Another level 5. This will be my first time meeting someone from another familia. Chapter 26, Chapter 26, Dane's Leaf. Damn! How cool! A week ago, the Dane's Leaf Hogne went on an errand. It is a complete coincidence that he saw the black-red longsword displayed in Hephaestus Familia's store. For some reason, his mind kept telling him to buy it. In the end, he got the longsword for 10 million valis. It turned out to be a magic sword created by an unknown smith. His instincts were correct as it possessed something he had never seen before. Then, its journey began once he used it during a death battle inside Volkswagen. Hogne thought that delicate handling was required, until it withstood enough blows by itself. Even though it was damaged in the end, its durability is enough to surprise an upper-class adventurer such as himself. Hence, he wanted to directly meet its creator. It's not because he wanted a cool sword to be repaired, though. Continuous blows before a decisive strike. Level 5 adventurers are on another level. To destroy adamantine like this. Although his best works are priced at 10 million valis, it is still enough to be utilized by a level 4 in their lifetime. It only falls short of the superiors used by level 5s which were priced at a minimum of 40 million valis. Though, there is also Nobu's consideration of oversaturating the market with his magic swords. Hence, he decided to raise its value by making it more scarce. For now, his decent works that are priced at 500,000 could already sustain him. I thought it could last further. My apologies. Surprised, he looked at the hooded dark elf. There's nothing wrong about it. Pardon. By breaking a weapon, does it not mean that it could be further improved? At least, that was how I viewed it. In his world, never had he hesitated to place his works on a durability test. Even Azure was subjected to it and was broken 5 times. After all, it is far better than his sword breaking during the fight. Wait a minute. I could test them with his help. An idea came to Nobu's mind. As of the moment, he could create a superior with all his might. His new skill, Miracle Maker, assisted him in the place of precision tools. Back then, it was the composition's quality that carried his works. However, he could freely apply stronger magic this time. That capability made up for the missing precision that he used to have. How would you like to do it? I could bring back its previous look, but I could also improve it. What kind of improvements are they? Hogne's tone shifted as it is the combat they are talking about. In terms of practical performance and number of spells, it's already a superior. Remember its previous magics? Nobu asked. I do. The magic sword Flame Right has 2 spells. One of them, Flame Enchant, allows its blade to be covered with hard-to-extinguish flames. Meanwhile, its flame shot compresses the said flames into a single point and launches it afar. The power behind the projectile is on par with Nobu's firearm. Another spell or 2 might be added. The original spell's strength could be improved if you are lucky, too. Though, its sharpness and durability increasing is the main boon. To this smith who's talking about adding new spells like it's some kind of breakfast, Hogne became speechless. Even, he had the thought that this boy in front of him must have belonged to the legendary Krazo clan. It would cost much more, of course. Nobu replied before he could ask. Also, I am not a Krazo. I see. Embarrassed, he shifted the topic to its new price. He did not forget about the main reason why he visited this place. How much would the improvements cost? Around 40 million valis. The materials used are also included. 40. He paused and recalled his current savings. More than half of his savings over the years were spent on the creation of his new blade, Victim Abyss. If taken into mind, his remaining balance was around 100 million valis. That was after periodically spending some for his expeditions. No one could have thought that the sick edgelord is very thrifty. Anyways, you can pay for it once I'm done. That way, you'll see if it is worth it. For a moment, he saw overwhelming confidence oozing out from the boy's small stature. Hogna could not help but see him as a master smith momentarily. And no. How about I pay in installments? I have heard that rare minerals are expensive. It's not really that big of a problem, but all right. Hephaestus Familia is one of the two leading smithing familia in Orario along with Goibnu Familia. Due to that reason, their channels regarding dungeon drops had always been very extensive. Offering his hand, Nobu said. It's a deal, then. It's a pleasure. Asterisk. I am back to my previous job. If I am to be questioned about the lacking aspects in Orario, it is their alloying technology. 1,000 years had passed since the gods' descent to Kakai. Mortals had received the gods' technology and knowledge, yet most smiths focused on their abilities instead of long-term innovation. Though, the abundance of talent might have made them complacent. Since the third day, every single work that I sold was made with new alloys. Thanks to my data, all I needed to do was to choose a direction and pick metals that had the same properties as the ones on it. After some verification and durability tests, I would put it up for sale. Even Flame Right is a product born out of those experiments. It's time to test it out. After a week of extensive hammering, I managed to recreate the alloy most similar to Damascus steel, one of the best known alloys in my world. With years of future knowledge, I made an improved version 7 generations ahead of the current one. That version of Damascus steel was also the one used by the predecessors of Azure. The ingot on top of the anvil has a dark red sheen on it. It gave off a sheen akin to blood. That effect was the result of the deoxidation of carbon inside the steel. I would have loved to create new weapons out of it, but this piece is reserved for my future tester. I mean, how far could it go in the hands of a level 5? I cannot go to the lower floors yet. Plus, I have heard some rumors inside Folk Vanguard that they battle intensively as a part of their training. Under such circumstances, how far could it last? Rare materials. Being a pioneer has its perks. No one would have expected that this alloy that came in second, based on my knowledge, to pure orichalcum was made by several uncommon ores. Honestly, the quenching process pushed its current durability the furthest. I placed it inside the forge to start melting it. I shifted my look to the broken sword wrapped in clean cloth. Uneven cracks are present between the two broken pieces. A visible line could be seen in their separation point. Server. Maintain. As my fingers run across the blade, a magic spell is cast. It is designated to preserve the core components where the spells had been engraved. Simply, it holds the mana that makes up the spell, preserving it even if the metal liquefies. The blades soon followed inside the forge. After a while, they started to turn into a deep crimson color. I placed it in its mold completely liquefied before adding the carbon metal mixture. Clang! 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 With the use of spells, my concentration peaked throughout the forging process. By the time I snapped out of it, a deep black longsword greeted my sight. It possessed a cross-shaped armguard while lines of crimson red went through the black blade. Upon casting my correspondence, I saw its abilities. There is still the flame enchant and flame shot. Albeit, they seem to be strengthened during the process of reforging. Output increased by nearly 30%. It's lucky. It does not end there. An additional ability attached itself to the blade, something that resulted from my miracle maker. Fucking! I froze for a moment. I could not process the series of events. It is similar to when I got lucky with the pair of cookery knives but more absurd. When my finger touched the blade, a swirl of flames ran through my arm. My fatigue, exhaustion, and slight injuries disappeared as a result. What a fitting name! Phoenix Breath, was it? That ability healed its wielder of his or her exhaustion and wounds by using the surrounding mana. It has a limited but continuous output. It also has the ability to go beyond its limited output, a strong burst of healing, but it will be rendered unusable until the magic circle stabilizes. Such a strong ability! My strong trading ethics prevented me from doing the unimaginable. Hogna-san already paid more than 15 million valis for this blade in installments. Moreover, this ability might be enough for him, someone who ventures to the dangerous lower floors. It's not like I can't make another one at this level. The rebirth of a fine blade. What a fitting coincidence. Looking at the fully clothed sword held within Nobu's chest, Hogni already felt something different. As a warrior, he knew how to classify weapons. For example, his victim abyss. It possessed a dark and heavy aura around it, which is caused by its curse. Meanwhile, flame right is on another matter. In it, he saw a blazing fire. It does not lose out to his victim abyss made by the Loki Familia, or so his intuition told him. Nobu unclothed the blade, revealing a dark red grip coupled with a black sheath adorned with red flame patterns. He handed it out to Hogna before the latter examined it. Holding the grip, he could already tell something extremely different about it. Sheeting. The moment he unsheathed the blade, small sparks of flames danced around it. The crimson lines glowed slightly as it responded to its holder. What is this? It's still your sword, but better. I know. It's just, how did this happen? Hogna was certain that Flame Right's previous version does not feel as strong as this. At best, it could be used as a backup weapon. Now, it is something that could be wielded by an upper-class adventurer like him. I feel that its cost increased. How much should I add, Akasaka-san? You don't have to. It's only a stroke of luck that it turned out like that. You don't need to worry about additional costs or something. He replied. Of course, you are free to pay me a visit for its maintenance. In the end, Hogna got the weapon as per their original agreement. It's a wonder that nobody saw your work. Hogna commented. I'm still quite new in Orario. You have only arrived in Orario? That was why I didn't see your works before. In his opinion, smiths who could create such weapons were master smiths. Inside Hephaestus Familia, only their captain and vice-captain held the title. The same went for Loki Familia. Thus, they were the go-to shops for high-level familias such as Loki and Freya Familia. Nobody could have expected that the small boy in front of him was an addition to such personages. Then, how about I explain its new abilities? Hogna was destined for another shock today. Chapter 27, Chapter 27, Traumatic Future. 20 silver daggers, 100 arrows, Ryusa-san's improved compound bow. Slowly, I checked the stock in each box. Upon confirming that everything ordered is here, I placed them inside my storage. Walking to Northern Street, I thought of Ryusa-san's return from their expedition. I heard that when they chose to re-establish in this place, they updated their statuses to the guild. This gave them the responsibility to go on an expedition once every 3 months. We would stay until the remnants of evils were caught. That was so. Lady Artemis-like. During our arrival, she was torn apart between helping the outside world or Orario's situation. Though, our conversation might have changed her mind and made them stay here. As the one responsible for it, I took the job of being their smith. Fortunately, their working as a group brought more harvests than when I was alone, excluding the Goliath's drops. Interestingly, everyone in Artemis Familia experienced a huge boost in their status. Some even outright leveled up upon its completion. It's similar to the residential areas back there. If Northwest Street has clothing lines, North Street has various buildings that acted as many familias residences. For example, Loki Familia's Twilight Manor is one of the largest residences here. Coincidentally, Lady Artemis also resides in this place. Back when her familia was new, Ryusa and the oldest members prowled the dungeon until they are strong enough compared to the outside. It was also when they were helping others did they meet Lan-san and the rest. Now that they had returned to this dungeon city, the once desolate home was cleaned of its dust and webs. The front garden also has its weeds cut off, new plants taking their previous place. Stepping into the front gate, it only took a few moments before it opened by itself. Using a spell is way better than hiring a guard, which is similar to what I have done in the real world. A second later, my senses detected more than a dozen spells inscribed all over the place. It is the security system I built through mithril slabs. The spells could last long with my maintenance every 2 weeks. Mithril is simply a perfect match for magic. I did not even need to knock on the door as someone else opened it preemptively. "Good morning, Lan-san. You're looking great today." Hee, she laughed it off. "Anyways, everyone is expecting your arrival. Since it is Lady Artemis' order, I made sure to put everything into it." Ryusa-san's compound bow, for example, is nearly comparable to the modern compound bows that I have used. It is currently launched with the help of 2 tracks on opposite ends. The enchantments are also another thing. I would like to see their surprised faces later. I was guided by Lan-san to their training grounds. It is still morning, hence everyone else sparred with Ryusa-san who had been promoted to level 4. Whilst hiding my arrival, I watched everyone else fight against her. It was similar to the previous sparring that we had down to the one-sided beating that they took. I took the crates outside of my ring. Bam! The noise distracted the upbeat ladies as well as Ryusa-san. It was not surprising that it ended in their defeat, but they became more happy for their captain. "Nobu-kun." Just as she was about to follow up, I added. "You're interested in beating me up as well?" "Still sharp as always," she commented. "You want it?" Well, I did not have much time to exercise lately. I took off my white coat and threw it on top of the crate, leaving behind my black long sleeves. I unbuttoned the ones on my wrist and neck for better movement. "Fidelis Canis Major." After a 5-second chant, I felt power entering my body. The world slowed down as the amount of information that I could process increased. My heartbeat became faster as it supplied more blood and nutrients to my entire body. Whoosh! The tail behind my back swayed as it showed my excited feelings. I felt that I could win against her overwhelmingly using Sirius back then, but it is different now that she ranked up a level. Since it is my half-assed use of Mana Furnace, it could hold its ground, albeit barely. Let's start. Asterisk. Summoning forth his dagger, Nobu zoned in Ryusa. It is the backup dagger that he brought when he first came into this world. Just like the spear, it consists of more than a dozen spells. To ensure safety, he turned off most of the lethal spells. Clang! Ryusa took the first step and immediately arrived in front of him. Nobu parried it with his own, making it slide to his left. He planned on striking her neck, but she was fast enough and dodged it sideways. Power converged on her right leg as she lunged at him once more. Ding! Screech! He reacted by putting his dagger in a reverse grip. Sparks flew as her dagger's tip and the flat portion of Nobu's clashed. Knowing that he would be pushed back, he slanted his dagger sideways, allowing Ryusa's dagger to slip past his arms. Cut! Nobu dodged his head sideways as the dagger was dangerously close to him. Just as it was about to inflict damage, his torso slipped past her arm. However, a cut was made on his hand, making him drop his dagger. Even so, he proceeded to hold her dagger-holding arm. Clang! Now! Nobu immediately used his grappling technique Aikido and threw her on his back. Not expecting this, Ryusa was easily swept with the impact. That is, until she did an impossible maneuver. Using Nobu's throw as the anchor point, she twisted her lower body, which led to her landing on her 2 feet. Damn! Nobu jerked the wrist holding her arm, promptly disarming Ryusa as her dagger fell to the floor. Clang! To counterattack, she broke free of his grasp and choked him with her free arm. She did not stop there as she swept her leg at his feet, crumbling the balance that he desperately built. Bam! Both of them fell to the ground as Ryusa choked his neck. Nobu felt her breasts rest on his head as she locked him with her arms. KHH. What? As he struggled to break free from this headlock, Nobu asked something. A new skill? She said with a smile. It was parkour or something, though Artemis-sama is the one who recognized its effects. Parkour. A developmental ability that allows its user to manipulate their body dexterously. With that, Ryusa's amazing acrobatic skill had been further boosted to a new height. Something new, too. There was no signs of a magic circle being involved, yet her intuition told her that something was coming. The virtual binary language engraved itself into reality right below the two of them. A pillar of water rose up, sending them flying. PSSSSH. Sensing her grasp weakening, Nobu slipped out from her lock. Briefly, he saw Ryusa's look of interest. When they fell to the ground, both of their clothes were wet, which made it outline their bodies. It was not a problem for Ryusa thanks to her waterproof outfit. Nothing much were shown, but Nobu's long sleeves traced his body unbefitting of a 12 years old. They would not be surprised to know if Nobu started fighting at a very young age. Your instincts? No, it seems as if you have encountered this moment already. I did. In my other memories, that is. He had been in hundreds of fights based on his memories, thus it was not unexpected that there would be some enemies that specialized in close quarters. With each near-death experience that he had, he learned something. That monster destroyed my suit barehandedly. Nobu recalled the man who seemed ordinary, only to possess a monstrous physical body. He never had an ounce of cursed energy, but his physical prowess is astounding enough to break the shackles of body and soul. Due to him, I learned to slip away from disadvantageous close combat scenarios. Duratas. Freeze. Another spell was cast by him, turning the drenched Ryusa into a partial ice sculpture. It has the effect of hindering her muscle movements. Even so, her movements were only delayed for a few seconds. Grabbing his fallen dagger, he thrust it towards her direction. Pam! Albeit freezing, Ryusa managed to stop its advancement by grappling his arm. Still the same as always. Truly. Nobu replied. Both of them knew what was going to happen next. Fluctus. Light. PSSHK. As the blinding light flashed, a strong kick was sent into Nobu's stomach. Asterisk. Huff. HFF. Beads of my sweat dripped to the ground. The stone flooring made of bricks became my bed as I forced myself to stand up. I could feel the tail on my back limp, as if mirroring my current feelings. I found it strange, but its fur were not affected by my sweat. Level 4s are stronger than I have thought. Unlike Goliath, who randomly used its strength, Ryusa-san has control and dexterity. She is smart enough to utilize her strength to the maximum. It is completely different from Goliath, who could be easily outsmarted. Even with my binary magic, something that allowed instant casting, her reflexes are fast enough to react to whatever I am planning. Add to that our familiarity with each other, it isn't surprising that I am put at a disadvantage. After all, Ryusa-san's level up is more significant than mine. Even so, she lost her chance of winning the moment it turned into a long battle. Due to that, our fight became a stalemate. I am beaten up, though. Ryusa-san lent me her hand in standing up. You're better than before, she said. It feels like your body is catching up with your skills. Without my suit, I could not fully exert everything that I have learned from the battlefield. A simple comparison is that if I had it on, I could defeat Goliath without breaking a sweat. You could have won this if we did not stop. But it'll be unfair to you, no? She replied. If I can't beat you quickly despite the level up, a win would not matter. Suddenly, I felt my enhancements disappear as my ears and tail dispersed into starlight. My body was about to collapse, but Ryusa-san caught me. My bad. I did not know that our spar would end like this. Saying that, she handed me over to the Familia's sole healer, Nana-san. Her red short-cut hair set her apart from others, as one might think she was a hunter instead. Taeku. Look at what you've done to him. Nobu-kun overexerted himself in this fight. She said while straight up deadpanning. No. I am also the one to blame here. I defended her. Please keep silent first. I know you are used to this injury, but your body is still delicate. As she spoke, I sat on the floor as she touched my back. A warm feeling ran through my body due to Nana-san's delicate control over her healing ability. Since she was not strong enough compared to Orario's healers, she learned how to control it instead whenever her Familia members are injured. She also studied many anatomies, particularly human anatomy. As a result, she could treat serious injuries properly. Now that she has become a level 3, her healing ability became more potent. In less than 20 seconds, I could now move. The overexerted muscles became relaxed as they were restored to their previous state. The same as a high potion. I guess this is why medics are well sought in this place. In Orario, healers are well sought in every familia. Oftentimes, they would not venture to the dungeon without a single healer. However, not every familius has the luxury of having a healer. Hence, they opt for the second best thing, potions. Still, having one completely affects the fight. Not only could they heal their allies, they could also provide various buffs to their teammates. Nana-san's newest healing ability, Sanctuary, enables her to form an area of effect that heals her teammates and protects them with a white shield. This is how broken healers are in this world. A/N, Ermit is a level 2 who could stand her ground against the cursed demi-spirit from Barca. This much is fine. I am considered a doctor, no. She immediately retorted, a reckless doctor, indeed. Aside from teaching combat techniques and magic control, I talked about the field of physicists as well as surgery with her. To be honest, I learned quite a lot from those talks, considering that I have not come across much magic-related knowledge. My chances has to be properly allocated, after all. They are also rare in my world. Can you stand up? Yes. Your healing ability is broken. After casting cleanse on my dirty body, I felt refreshed. It's time for the fun part. I said as I knocked on the crates that I brought earlier. Opening it, a plethora of weapons are revealed. Magic bows, one-time use spell arrows, mithril arrowheads, chain mails. There are even daggers with dangerous anti-magic abilities present. Every member of Lady Artemis Familia knows about close quarters, though having these backups increases their chances of living. This is amazing. Even the calm Ryusa-san could not hide the twinkle in her eyes as she drew her compound bow. She must have felt its capabilities already. While they were happily checking out their equipment, their goddess entered my sight. I did my usual bow and placed my right hand on my right chest before greeting her. Good morning. Oh. Good morning. I knew she was about to bring up our conversation from before but could not bear to do so in front of her children. How about accompanying us for breakfast? Right. Artemis-sama is a nice cook. Lan-san added as if to support her offer. Since she is the goddess of hunting, it would not be surprising to know that she could cook well, considering that it is a vital aspect of hunting. Knowing Lady Artemis, I simply agreed to her offer. When everyone was cleansed using my magic, a sumptuous breakfast greeted us. They are mostly similar to British and American breakfasts with an abundance of meat. There are also sunny-side-up eggs as well as a complimentary soup to go well with it. It seems that Lan-san assisted Lady Artemis in this endeavor, too. As we began eating, I savored each bite. So this is a goddess cooking. It is completely different from what I am used to. Simply put, it held a certain charm in it that could not be found in others. In short, delicious. Asterisk. Seeing his satisfied look, Artemis felt inwardly fulfilled. During the times they were outside, cooking mostly fell on Lance and Nana's responsibility. Though she would also cook for them, her children did not want to trouble her with a menial task. While Nobu was brought over with the superb food, he suddenly made a subconscious mumble. Lady Artemis is a perfect wife material. Too bad those gods could only see your title. After that, everyone else fell silent before they had varying reactions. Artemis' ears were as red as a tomato, seemingly at her limit on hiding what she was feeling. Meanwhile, her children looked at each other as they talked with their eyes. Nice one. Land had twinkling eyes. As expected of him. Ryusa calmly nodded. Nobu-kun is a lady killer. True. But maybe he has a chance. I dare those pesky gods to fight over this ship. Fortunately, Nobu returned to reality as he recalled over his words. He might have said it in a low voice, but everyone present here could perfectly hear him. He silently looked at the straight-faced goddess, only to see her hiding her ears behind her silky blue hair. Although, the uneasiness present in her eyes was sensed by him as their gazes met. Ah! Preventing an embarrassed look to appear, he tried to focus on the food, but to no avail. With her. Why do I act like this? He knew that he does not feel this fuzzy in front of his goddess, Hephaestus-sama. How illogical is this? Nobu does not believe in love at first sight. When someone tells him about this, he deduced that they are in love because of their looks, not the true side of the person itself. While Artemis is indeed extremely beautiful in his sight, it should not have caused his view to change suddenly. He recalled that it wasn't this drastic compared in the past. Was it during that embarrassing incident? Or when she started telling some stories with me? Or is it our private talk? Slowly, he remembered their memories. Artemis was strict to herself and her children, but even she has a soft side. She does not breach his comfort zone easily as she never asked sensitive questions to him. Sometimes, he even forgets that Artemis was a goddess due to her being approachable. Ah! What should I do? I am turning into Bocchi-chan. If asked what he learned from her, it is to conceal the inner breakdowns felt by yourself. Bocchi shows it way too much, which becomes funny to him. He used to tease her before about this, but if she saw his current state, she would feel elated that Nobu has similar moments as her. Asterisk. After Nobu's time with the others, he deftly accomplished his other purpose in going here to continue their previous talk. You shouldn't be involved with this case. Right now, Nobu and Artemis were alone inside the goddess office. She was the same as Hephaestus, who took care of the necessary desk work before Ryusa took over this role. Why? I am aware it could be dangerous, but isn't it the same as Ryusa-san's and the others? Nobu stopped looking at the bookshelf as his gaze met hers. He could feel solemnity, which was different from her strict nature. He was doubtful as to why she's against him participating on their quest against evils. I can't allow you to suffer any more harm. She replied. I do not know how much suffering had you experienced, but I won't allow it to increase. Surprised at her comments, Nobu's mind drifted towards his memories gained from his cheat. Traumatizing as they may be, he does not see any adverse effects on himself. As if aware of his thoughts, Artemis added. It became worse. You do not know it yourself, but our eyes could peer into immortals. In Gakkai, gods retain some of their authorities, such as their ability to innately detect any lies as well as see through some portions of a mortal. From what Artemis saw the moment they first met. Not when your eyes are filled exhaustion and helplessness. Nobu was shut silent as he reflected on himself. While his head wasn't completely filled with combat, there were indeed some significant events that happened. Once, his little brother boarded the train to Tokyo as the Shinjuku incident happened, thus winding him dead. Once, his parents were killed by an S-ranked curse due to the culling game incident. Once, he lost everyone he knew in front of his eyes. Once. Never-ending scenarios were experienced by him throughout his 7 iterations. His only saving grace was that the most recent future he had seen became better due to 2 new variables. Then there was the dragon. The ancient dragon who killed him for 4 times, all without the presence of Nobu's teacher nor his best friend. The Magicians Association became preoccupied with Japan's numerous issues, due to Kenjaku's mess, which prompted Suimei to visit that place. With the other high-level magicians gone, their main base in England got obliterated. Now, repeat that process 4 times. It was surprising that he had not gone crazy yet. His dull eyes gained its life as he recalled his conviction. That's right. I fought against many hellish landscapes. Nobu made his confirmation. Even Hephaestus did not know this side of him, the self who fought continuously in his memories. I killed many people. Vile ones. The ones who should not have lived. I ended their lives. Unintentionally, his bloodlust leaked out. Frost began appearing in the corners of the room with how potent it is. Artemis was not affected by it, but the others would be. Perhaps to keep himself sane, Nobu follows a core principle of his life, the Golden Rule. Do unto others what they have done to you. It was similar to Nebuchadnezzar's eye for an eye. He punished vile criminals to keep himself mentally sane, lest he would break. Being in the supernatural world does not sound as fun as others think. Oftentimes, they would see dead bodies. Then the supernatural users who abuse their powers to challenge the order of his world. Losing sight of your goal is the most dangerous thing one could happen to someone like him. Even so, I could not seem to change our ends. It's as if fate dictated the destruction of our world. His voice carried a dark tone. The first disaster was the outbreak of curses. The Sorcerer Society kept the issue of Sukuna, the king of curses, and Kenjaku, the incarnate of the vilest sorcerer in history, under wraps until he regained his 19 fingers. Along with other troublesome characters, the curse's knowledge became public starting from Japan. This action led to a chain effect. The demons overseas became stronger, proportional to the curses themselves. The more fear they gain, the stronger they would be. Once they reach a certain level, these mechanisms for the world's end, the Twilight Syndrome, would begin its purpose. As if not enough, the dragons who slumbered saw this opportunity and wreaked havoc. Even Okotsu Yuta or Satoru Gojo could handle it alone, more so when Kenjaku's master plan went true. They were too preoccupied with everything in Japan. If one thinks that this was the end, no. More things happened, something he would not call pleasant. I wanted a peaceful life, yet all I got were world-class disasters that I couldn't even face. The sheer amount of despair whenever he could not change a thing was overwhelming. It was as if he was drowning in the deep sea. Of course, he invented something to bridge their gap. His suits. Each of them has a system of complex magic. While they are not made with sturdy materials, their compositions were a miracle in themselves. Add to that them enabling Nobu to summon meteor strikes or turn his surroundings into a phantasmal world within 20 seconds. His downsides, however, were the disasters themselves. He could resolve the weaker ones, but the strong ones could kill him within that duration. At least, in this world. I hope everyone else can have a better life. Unlike mine. Silently, his tears took over. It is the only time he could confess everything in front of a trusted someone, his burdens, that is. A 12-year-old kid wanting to change the fate of the world. The one dubbed as the machinist. The person who merged magic and technology through his efforts, the sole magician who broke the laws of mystical entropy and could use technology. Right now, he is simply a helpless boy. Ah! In the arms of a goddess. Chapter 28, Chapter 28, Final Fant. What? Soft. That was my first thought when I returned to my senses. I did not know how it happened, but I opened up to someone. To be honest, it was quite hard to bear the weight of my memories alone. More so when those were my future. Knowing that we would die a few years from now is not a pleasant thought at all. It is foolish of me to not notice this. The fact that I am barely holding on was not something I had noticed. The cheat gave me strength, but at the same time burdened me with memories containing despair. Then again, I came to realize something back when I made a risky maneuver. What my cheat shows me is the possible future, not the determined future. Meaning, I could still change it. Even so, my exhausted mind became more burdensome. Despite knowing that I have a small chance to turn everything over, my previous experiences are still here. I kept doing this for the last 4 years, after all. I needed someone trustworthy enough to confide everything. My thoughts went back to normal as I noticed something. Her scent assaulted my nostrils. Her creamy white skin became very close to me. Her rapidly increasing heartbeats. This is embarrassing. Due to my stature, I am shorter than Lady Artemis. Although I trained my body, there is a limit to what my height could reach. As a result, I am somewhere between her chest and her neck. I could feel her pat on my head, which made me calm down. Both of us never said anything. I simply marveled at this silence while being comforted by someone. Gradually, I felt these memories becoming lighter. The thought of being able to take a different future became stronger than my despair and helplessness. Yes. Not once did I see myself arriving in Orario. I never met Louise-san and Kaito-san in all 7 iterations. However, I met them in reality. This difference led to me focusing my studies to Dimensional Gate. Swime had a spell to travel to another world, but it only works that certain world, it couldn't be used to seek out other worlds. Louise-san opened up the possibility of that. Moreover, another possibility opened up when I revived previously strong magicians who died long ago. Add that to this possibility, it showed how the future could change drastically. If I keep using it to travel different worlds, wouldn't I grow to the point of being able to resolve those calamities? Gakai. Orario. Gods. I could see a possibility of it happening, though I could no longer resist the relaxation brought by her warm embrace. With that, thank you. The shackles that bound me became slightly looser. Asterisk. Looking at his sleeping face, Artemis grew a smile. For once, she saw the peaceful look on him. All these times, she saw his continued vigilance as if he could not relax completely. It was then did she notice Nobu's unusualness. His honed combat techniques, vast storage of knowledge, maturity, and so on. When combined, it made her feel that it was not something a normal young boy could have. The final nail in the coffin was his bloodlust. Each adventurer had an aura of their own which served as a deterrence. But his? It was something one could acquire after surviving hundreds of dangerous fights, the one that required a cost to be paid. It reminded her of the gods that she knew in Tenkai. Takemi Kazuchi had this look when he became serious in front of her and Hestia. Due to that, she tried to dissuade his involvement with their matters. Furthermore, there was something strange in Astria Familia's case. A confidential file. Unless she pays Aranos a visit who is very elusive, she would not get the answers. Cute. A subtle mumble left her mouth with Nobu's peaceful look. He was already a stunner, to begin with, not to mention him showing his soft side. Even gods could be captivated. Asterisk. Sigh. Walking in the streets, I felt much lighter than before. After I woke up, I ended up explaining everything from my ability to experience my future as well as what I saw in them. Again, it is illogical to divulge it to someone. But, Lady Artemis is a goddess who would not betray me. My intuition tells me so. Upon knowing of my plight, as she calls it, she had a determined look. Her convictions to stop me from participating in their case became stronger, but I never yielded. Just as she would be there to listen to my secrets, I would be there for her sake. In the end, it ended in a stalemate. I need to start diving soon. With the new weapons that I have forged, I am confident enough in my second dive. I would not take my time on the upper floors and immediately proceed to the middle floors. With my advancement toward level 2, I felt a slight increase in my power. It was not as exponential as I had expected. Though, it might be caused by my cheat which converted the physical prowess that I had into something intangible. Level 2. Strength, I0H101 Defense, I0I25 Dexterity, I0I85 Agility, I0I19 Magic, I0H132 Hacker, G. Orionids. The brightest star unveils itself to the watchful gaze of others. Summons a meteor strike to the target. It has a small chance to inflict random status ailments. Activation chant, I shall not understand the irrationality, yet I ask thee. Illuminate the sky with thy light. Nth, Astrum. Miracle Maker. Enhances every creation. Provides guidance in creating new items. Additional abilities to the creations can be imbued by chance. Excelia gain will be increased during creation. Child of Constellations. Under the blessing of the starry sky, growth speed, magical abilities, and recovery are increased. Legends related to stars are strengthened. Due to forging, some of my stats saw a slight increase. Everything else remained the same save for the fact that Orionids has a new effect. By getting hit with it, there is a small chance to inflict debuffs. As for the changes, there was only one thing that happened today. Looks like Lady Artemis also helped me this way. For now, I will prepare for my next dive. Tap. 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 I arrived at my destination. With Sora sheathed on my waist, I faced the huge black wall. It emitted a dark aura. Scanning the place around me, I saw that everything is pristine. The traces of my struggle could no longer be seen. Touching the wall, I could feel its cold surface. Other than that, there is nothing unusual with it. The big wall of grief, Goliath's spawn point. So it's just like this. I touched the black scarf on my neck. It is as flexible as a normal cloth, but its toughness is in another realm. With its drop item Goliath's hide I made a scarf. It was not big enough to be a cape, but it was enough to be a scarf. After engraving several anti-magic spells, its quality improved. On my waist are the kukri knives that possessed the ability to space travel. Sprint, heal, leap. These would be useful. I continued my journey towards the middle floors. When I went another level lower, surprised by what I saw. Beyond this caved walls are green. Hey! My eyes are briefly blinded by the light that came from the ceiling. I'm fairly sure it's still nighttime. So, Rivera. The sole safe point inside the dungeon. Rivera is similar to the surface. Inhabited by adventurers, they soon formed a village known as Rivera. Though, their infamy knows no bounds. And it is something that I experienced soon. After paying an entrance fee, I entered the village. What a ripoff! The shittiest food cost 100 valis, the worst inn cost 500 valis a night, and a normal longsword cost 10,000 fucking valis. I might be an entrepreneur, but seeing it from the perspective of a customer sucks. Bam! Suddenly, I bumped into an adventurer. Watch where you are going. The brown-haired man wore a fur coat. His eyes showed his ill temper. Fortunately, he seems to be in a good mood. He did not cause any trouble whatsoever. He's lucky today. All right. I replied coldly. Dealing with such people would be a pain. I know more than a dozen people in my world who are the same as him. Heck, there was a sorcerer who fought against me simply because of his taste in women. Ignoring him, I left the town. Everything was uneventful except for the exorbitant prices as well as cunning adventurers. Knowing that place, I would not be surprised if there was a crime syndicate hiding there. Might as well proceed to the 19th floor. Just as I thought so, I felt a presence. I looked in its direction and met gazes with a cloaked adventurer. The adventurer wore a light green cloak. Hey! Her eyes look familiar. Where did I see it? Those eyes that closed oneself to others. Unfortunately, the adventurer left as I tried to recall my memories. In the end, I threw this matter at the back of my mind. Everyone has their own stories. That's what I learned from my memories. Upon arriving on the 19th floor, I walked briskly and explored it. The map provided by Miss Ina is sufficient. I have to say, applying for a guild advisor holds more advantages than disadvantages. Apart from the map, there are also notes and first-hand encounters detailed from the maps in the guild. Naturally, most familias do not have access to it. Our familia house has a library, but it is not as vast as the one that the guild could provide. Being the governing body since 1,000 years ago helped them store many things in their archives. Surrounded by plants and wooden walls, it looked like the inside of a huge tree. Fluorescent orbs of light floated now and then as they were released by some plants. My luck is good. After a while, a huge silhouette spawned in front of me. It has a lengthy torso and arms. Brown fur is present all over its body. Its yellow pupils glowed as my gaze met it. With that, my target is set. Execuo. Sharpness. A transparent film ran through my sheathed blade. Clink. As I ran, I swiftly unsheathed my blade and struck its arms a quick draw. A huge shockwave bridged the moderate distance between us, making this attack come off as unexpected. PSSSHK. I felt the sensation of flesh being cut. When I turned around my body, I saw its right hand fall to the ground. The monster immediately sent out howls of pain, its eyes bloodshot as it rushed at me. I swiftly chanted. Divigus projectus. Dispersed projectiles. The virtual codes converted themselves into 9 invisible projectiles. Bam! 2 of them struck its shoulders while the rest aimed at its face. However, 3 of them missed due to the bugbear's instinctive reaction. Sadly, diverting its attention was my plan, to begin with. PSSHK. Upon doing another quick draw, its other hand fell to the ground. Bam! Greeted by its howls once more, I sheathed my blade before I threw a kukri knife straight at its face. The bugbear tilted its head to avoid it. Buzz! With the other kukri knife in hand, I initiated its ability. Spatial travel. I felt an unknown force pulling my body through the confines of space. Moments later, I found myself at the bugbear's exposed back. My feet hooked on its neck as I lunged at it. Execuo. PSSHK. I did not deem it enough as I eviscerated its neck. I couldn't cut it properly. Still, it is a fatal cut. Bam! The now corpse of a 1.6 meter bugbear fell to the ground with a loud thud. Instead of grabbing its magic core, I examined its claws first. Correspondence. 6 white magic circles spawned and went through the claws. Then, the results of its analysis are shown as statistical data. As expected, these claws possessed a potent poison that could stop the natural healing ability. Though unknown, I could guess its effects due to having encountered some of these before. Other than that, the previous analysis showed that some parts of the 19th floor have poisonous air. Then again, it could be resisted by people with abnormal resistance, something that I did not have. Based on what I have learned, abnormal resistance is a crucial skill for prowling into the dungeon due to its unpredictable environment. But, there could be some alternatives. It's almost running out. Sensing the duration of my Purify spell, I recalled its magic circle. I cast it for another time. With the previous spell, it was easier casting the spell. It is one of the abilities an advanced magician should learn. If you used a magic circle to summon a spell, you can recall it instantly, allowing for an instant cast to occur. It required a high control of mana, but it was something that I mastered long ago. For now, I could only use it on simple spells. I have to thank Swime for this. Remembering his friend who would have an otherworldly journey in the future, I wryly smiled. That risky maneuver back then. It paid off well. If it did not happen, I wouldn't have seen a better 7th round. Shrugging off those thoughts, I continued prowling. 1 year ago. Interesting. Why seek me, young magician? The man looked at the similarly dressed young man. With a black overcoat, vest, necktie, and gloves, it made him look like a prince. What a terrible curse! Nobu muttered upon seeing his condition. That dark aura condensed enough to be seen with bare eyes. Aren't you worried that the sorcerer families would dispatch you? It doesn't matter. The man has long black hair. His eyes seemed to have seen most of what the world could offer. Yet, it holds immense regrets. How would the world react if they saw Nestaheim in this state? Magic King Nestaheim, also known as Reikautii, Thunder Emperor. One of the 4 magisters, great scholar, present in the Magicians' Association. He fought dragons barehanded, dispatched a number of rank S demons, and single-handedly brought down many special grade curses with ease. He is one of the strongest magician present. However, even he could not resist a devious curse that claimed his wife's life. When the 2 of them dispatched the most dangerous demon at that time, they won by a hair's breadth. However, they did not expect it would use up the entire world's dark emotions to curse them. His wife, Yakagi Shizuma, died days after she took most of its brunt in place of him. Even so, his days became numbered. He successfully resisted the curse for years. Albeit, his power began to wane. Their sole son, Yakagi Swime, would be left alone at this rate. Hence, his preparations. In the end, these led to him joining an operation led by the Akashic Seer. He along with his son and 3 similarly ranked magicians led the hunt against the awakened Golden Dragon. Unlike what others would have expected, awakened dragons are the phantoms of dead dragons. 30 years ago, most dragons were subjugated. The rest were injured, thus they entered a slumber. Demons take their form due to how strong it is. Coupled with the congregate of dark emotions, their danger level rises. This rank A demon could have caused a wide-scale massacre in Europe if not for them acting in time and eliminating it. Ironically, the disturbance allowed the boy to locate Kazamitsu. Albeit, he is certain that he'll die. Or so it must have been. With the last of his power, he overlooked the world one last time. That is, until a boy came flying to him with a mechanical suit. The said boy deactivated it, flying on the stratosphere with his spell. His integrated magic and technology shocked Kazamitsu greatly. Science and magic are like oil and water, they wouldn't mix no matter what you do. You can't use modern technology as a medium for magic. Science could only be used to deepen understanding of magic, not outright use them together just like what Nobu is doing. I see. Things progressed like this already. He knew it was only a matter of time before irregularities appear. If it is him, maybe he could stop that. Looming darkness. The apocalypse mechanism is about to happen. The apocalypse mechanism is a rule that pertained to the world's end. Demons are a product of it. Moreover, this law could not be avoided, just as how a mortal is destined to die someday. It couldn't be predicted as it is caused by 2 inevitable factors: technological and magical improvements. They are contradicting each other in the first place. To achieve magic, you have to summon forth its principles, which would then clash against the physical laws, physics. It forms a phenomenon called mystical entropy. Now, once one of the 2 sides dominates the other, it would lead to bad ends. If the physical laws win, it's heat death. If magical principles win, it's the removal of physics itself. It is a major reason why the supernatural has to be hidden. Do you want to live? Caught off guard by the sudden question, Kazamitsu could not react immediately. Then, he smiled at the boy whom he thought was joking. Your wife too? What would you do if she came back? This is not the time for jokes. His easygoing aura turned into a stern one. While this young man might have been interesting, he is not allowed to use his dead wife as a joke. Does it look like one? Unbothered, Nobu's bright golden eyes met his dark black pupils. Kazumitsu was startled as he saw a look unbefitting of a young child. It's as if he experienced something far worse than he did. The dullness of Nobu's eyes faded as he looked like his usual self now. Remember this day. Nobu mumbled. I hope you can assist in resisting this cruel ending. Suddenly, a mysterious power descended upon him. Modify the current state of the target to 10 years ago. His cheat did not discriminate against anyone. Be it mortals or gods, they could be affected by it. Great scholars who reached a portion of the truth were not an exception. Confirm. With his confirmation, Kazumitsu's virtual state began turning real. Swiftly, he regained his blood, muscles, and skin. The thick black aura surrounding him began receding until nothing was left. Ha! While his cheat affected everything, Nobu himself felt the burden of turning back time for a rank S magician. His chest tightened while a strong headache assaulted his head. If not for his strong willpower, he would have collapsed here. His cheat became dormant as soon as this happened. He still had his remaining chances but he could not use it. It was not the same as his other attempts. What? For a moment, Kazumitsu's mind went blank. When his original senses returned, he could feel his strength returning. The spells that he could not call forth are now accessible once more. You? Who are you? In the end, his doubts converged to this single question. Akasaka Nobu. A young magician who came from simple origins. Kazumitsu finished recalling his memories of the boy. He should be all right. He muttered. While Kazumitsu is a top-level magician, his field did not lie with space but time. That was the biggest reason behind his surprise, as even he could not turn back time drastically. He could merely affect it momentarily in his fights. For a young kid to do so is nothing short of impossible. Yet, Nobu did. Where is he, father? A boy similar to Nobu's age asked beside him. He has matching black hair and eyes. Grasping the traces of a spell, his correspondence turned out the results soon after. Unknown signatures. He muttered. Your friend got sent to another world. Another world? A very absurd possibility. The Magicians' Society knew about parallel worlds, but it is completely different from other worlds. It is another factor that many high-ranking magicians are seeking to thwart the Twilight Syndrome. Even the Akashic Seer hadn't found out the way to travel there. Surprisingly, Nobu did. Just as Swime reacted, a figure descended. Bam! Arbiter. A suit made out of dark compound alloys revealed itself. It has sharp edges on its back as blue particles left its thrusters. Light seeped out of its chest, which came from its nuclear fission reactor. This immense energy was detected by Kazumitsu as he marveled at Nobu's brilliant mind. In terms of innovating modern magic, his co-worker had surpassed him by a mile. Then again, he possessed something that could resurrect his dead wife as well as something that allowed him to integrate magic with technology. The boy immediately recognized the suit as the one that Nobu always used. Greetings, Yakage-san. The suit began speaking in a synthetic voice. And to you, Swime Dono. Who are you? Swime asked. He never knew that the suit has a virtual assistant. To that, the suit responded. I am Goshujin-sama's virtual assistant. Buzz. The synthetic voice changed. It became a smooth feminine voice. Hatsune Miku. Chapter 29, Chapter 29, Evilus. Wardrobe. 2 magic circles enveloped my body before my outfit changed to lighter armor. The full body armor I wore on the middle floors is stored inside my bracelet while connected to the wardrobe spell. Having exited the middle floors, I am out of the danger zone. The monsters here could be easily handled by myself. Becoming a high-class adventurer, level 2, made things easier. For once, my physical prowess that hit the ceiling long ago became stronger. If I only had it. Zenin Toji. The man who came the closest to killing Satoru Gojo. I encountered him on the Shinjuku train massacre as a brainless puppet. That fraction of power is enough to take me down with Arbiter. When I heard some things, I found out that he supposedly broke his fate, namely, his body rejecting cursed energy. Cursed energy is something innate to all humans. To the Japanese inside Tenjin's barrier, it holds the most. My parents, younger brother, and Bocchi-chan have it. The only exception is a select few, which included Toji, Maki, and myself. Not once had I found cursed energy inside my body. I theorized that I might be the same as him, that I could have that insane power of his, but I am wrong. No matter what I did, my bodily strength never increased to that extent. I did not have the strength the two Zenin had. Fortunately, Fauna changed that situation. I could now grow stronger to be at his level. My appearance might not change, but I am stronger than my past self. Recalling Hephaestus Sama's words, I shook my head. That was why Ryusa did not look like someone who has a monstrous strength. With my serious, I should have been comparable to a level 3, yet she defeated me with all my non-lethal tricks. Then again, it is commendable to last against her as a level 2. Sidon. Sacred Lightning. BZZT. A lightning bolt went straight at the Minotaur's head, turning it into charcoal. After snapping 3 more times, the recently spawned Minotaur group died. I gouged out the magic stones on their chest using Kukyu, one of the kukri knives I forged. The other one was named Chime. When combined, they become Fatal Void. Withholding the use of my sword, I continued making my way to the dungeon's exit purely with magic. I could not be considered a legitimate rank A magician with my mana capacity alone. I am weaker if not for my weapons and insane mana control. Having a larger reserve is nice. Just by leveling up once, I could already feel the improvements. Both my mental capabilities and mana capacity increased. There's still my improved body. Surprisingly, it is different from the improvements thanks to my cheat. The limitations that I previously had disappeared. If I continued this day until I reach the peak of this world, would I be strong enough to stop those calamities by myself? Then again, I would still choose to gather allies while doing so. Fighting alone is stupid. I learned it the hard way. It is also the reason why I have many allies by the 3rd iteration. My immersion was broken when I reached the 5th floor. Snap! Seeing a little girl being cornered by a goblin, I took the initiative to aim at its chest. With that, the goblin's body turned into black ashes. I can't have a child see a messed up scene even when this world's cruel to its inhabitants. My gaze met hers. How come? There, I saw a familiar sight. A small girl struggling to break free of her shackles. The sight of someone who did not have a proper upbringing and has to take care of everything by herself. Wait a minute. Her looks clicked into my mind. She is the girl with the signs of addiction a few days ago. Her dull and slightly unresponsive state is commonly caused by such substances. Though, I could see that most of its influence is gone. I kneeled and held her hand. Revelaries, Veritas. Within a second, her bodily functions became huge groups of numbers. No brain diseases for the long term. Her blood pressure is high while her muscle mass is low. A typical sign of malnutrition. While I could not possess Nana-san's insane healing skills, I am well versed in diagnostics. After confirming everything was normal, I asked, "Are you all right?" For a moment, she could not respond properly. Yes. Her tense body slightly relaxed. The hand holding her dagger stopped trembling with the passing minutes. As this happened, I sat beside her. What is a kid like you doing here on the 5th floor? Even if you are forced to prowl, you should have gone on the 1st floor at least. One must know that adventurers' earning power in Orario is high. Sure, their daily salaries might be used for potions and equipment and their power would be weak, but once they become accustomed to the first floor, they could slowly accumulate money. Their strength might stagnate, but living a stable life is not out of reach. I don't know. Hey? I wanted to earn money for something. That something is more important than your life. In the past, yes. I felt like I understood her, yet I did not. I gazed at her hazel pupils in an attempt to do so. Which familia did you belong to? I asked. Soma Familia. Wait. If it's that familia. The sole familia where the god of wine Soma sells his products. Hephaestus Sama once mentioned that his wine tastes heavenly, that if mortals drank it, there would be some who would die for a sip. Moreover, Inasan mentioned this familia quite a few times. Not a single time was it mentioned positively. It was just that there was no solid evidence of their shady dealings, hence they are left freely. Soon, I asked her some questions such as their usual operations. After hearing such things, I became dumbfounded enough as to why the guild left them be. Stealing, blackmail, and addiction. Behold, the Gakkai version of drug cartels. Except, the drug is a completely legal product, Soma's wine. This girl, Lily, she said that Soma did not care about his familia. Often, it was run by someone else. Just from this fact alone, I could form an image of their god. He is a dastardly incompetent one. Even if he did not seek this result, knowing the fact that he left everything as it is just as worse as committing evil deeds yourself. Silence in the face of evil is evil itself. With my golden rule infringed, my chest felt slightly heavier than before. I am not a hero of justice. I am not a saint. I am doing this merely for my self-satisfaction. Thinking about these words, I finally decided. I am going to dive into this shithole myself. This man. Now and then, the girl's gaze went to the boy in front. He easily finished off the surrounding monsters with a single spell, in turn protecting her when they made their way to the dungeon's entrance. At first, she was fearful. Such a person had enough power to end her little life. When she woke up from that dream, she realized her life's worth. It is not something worthy of that damn wine. She did not know when, but she became addicted to its taste, to the heaven that it brought whenever drank by her. To her world full of suffering, it is the only time she felt liberated. Hence, she did everything to meet her familia's quota. She became a supporter of adventurer parties. She carried their loot and gave them provisions, nothing else. She was like a machine that did everything for that wine. She did not have much trouble thanks to her skill, but she soon ran into trouble. One of the parties that she joined hunted on the 9th floor, only to be nearly killed by a swarm of killer ants. Everyone ran for their life, which led to the feeble supporter being left alone. She even abandoned her huge bag worth thousands of valis to escape, but to no avail. Her weak level 1 status could not survive on the 5th floor. That is, until he saved her. He healed her injuries and accompanied her for a brief moment. He even expressed some concerns as to why she was here. With him being her savior, she told him everything. From how her goal was formulated up until her current situation. You suffered enough. With those words, he helped her reach the entrance. He also told her several tips on dungeon exploration. What's more, he handed out more than 10,000 valis. His next words shocked her, though. Liven in first. He said. If you need some work, come find me within the next 3 days at Hephaestus Familia's northwest store. Hephaestus Familia. I am a smith. Shocked, she looked at the boy, only to see his small stature. He did not have the huge muscles that belonged to the dwarves or the physique of an adult man. You should not judge a book by its cover. If a kid has the status of a level 1 Oni adventurer, he would be strong enough to wield a clamp and hammer. I see. Her eyes darted around quickly as she tried to hide her embarrassment. All she ever learned are the repetitive actions she did to earn money. Thus, she was lacking knowledge in many areas. Right now, she missed the huge robe that she used as a supporter. At least, she could have hidden her face with it. What she did not know was that Nobu saw everything. His keen eyesight would not miss her expressions. Furthermore, he also used his cleanse spell on her. As a result, her reddened face could be seen. If she knew about it, she would have been more embarrassed. Just as he was about to escort her outside, he heard a loud shout. "Help!" A bloodied man ran swiftly to the dungeon's entrance. Bright red blood covered his entire body. His broken arm swayed limply as he ran. Immediately, a denser smell of iron permeated the entrance. What happened? Pass parades! Pass parades! Many adventurers became bewildered upon hearing it. Pass parades! Nobu thought. How unfortunate! Pass parade! It is an act of passing the horde of monsters to another party. In Orario's unspoken rules, doing a pass parade is highly frowned upon. If it becomes public, every single adventurer in Orario would hate them. After all, who would like a person who passes an aggro of a monster horde which could cause huge losses and even deaths? He is a victim of. Nobu's thoughts were cut off as he heard the man's statement. Those insane bastards deliberately did pass parades on the 27th floor. The fuckers who survived in the Dark Age. The man said exasperatedly. Right now, the entire 27th floor is a mess. While saying these, the man nearly collapsed. Only through the help of several kind-hearted adventurers was he successfully brought to the healer's tent. Evilus? Their remnants are still causing trouble. They did not stop at their attempt to destroy Orario 4 years ago. I wonder what's going on inside their heads. Evilus bastards! I wish they are wiped out back then. While most adventurers expressed their anger, not much went to the 27th floor. If there are pass parades enough to obliterate teams of level 3s and level 4s, why would they venture there? In the end, many adventurers seek practical benefits, not heroism. Mr. For a moment, Nobu's golden pupils flashed a deadly glare before being reined in. Though, the girl felt it. I'm sorry. I nearly lost control. He apologized. Go ahead to the surface first. Do remember what I have said today? Yes. What about you? I have some matter to deal with. Evilus. The one who wiped out the Familia of Lady Artemis' friend. It is the reason why they continued their stay in Orario instead of journeying through Kakai. Even the remnants of this organization wiped out a bunch of level 4s and level 3s, it is currently dangerous for the Artemis Familia to be involved in them. Hephaestus-sama also told me of their overwhelming might 4 years ago. They had caused enough destruction to thrash the entirety of Orario. She also mentioned that they have at least one suspected level 7 whose identity is unknown. If not for the combined forces of Orario, they might not have been able to prevent their plans. Another plan? Hey! I checked the enlarged space inside my bracelet and saw dozens of potions and a dozen high potions. My spare weapons are also here, including a few one-time catalysts for my escape routes. What I lack is food, however. I planned to return to the surface today, but my plans changed. I might not have another chance. For weeks, I tried to look for their traces, only to no avail. They are extremely good at hiding. If the top familias could not find them, how could I hope to do so? Thanks to my magic weapons, I may have expanded my social network, but it is still not large enough. Then again, this is a hazardous maneuver. Click. I checked the barrel of my handgun and saw no problems. I viewed the remaining bullets stored in many cartridges. Each of them has the might of a level 3's attack. If I use the magic imbued in the handgun, it might be effective against level 4s. As long as I capture a member of Evilus, they would confess everything. If not, let's just say that my spells could do the talking. It didn't take long for me to return to the Riveria. At this moment, however, it reeked of blood. Dozens of lucky adventurers were seen in the streets. Desperately, they looked for healing potions. Most of them have varying wounds on their body ranging from long cuts to severed arms. Damn! Even the monster Rex began wreaking havoc. Fuck! I am not strong enough. Please! I heard a cacophony of despair as I passed through the village. Even the 27th floor monster Rex is included. A moment of hesitation passed through me. The 27th floor's monster Rex Amphisbaena is a level 6 water-based monster. It is similar to a river dragon that leverages its advantageous aquatic terrain. If I faced it, I would most likely receive a severe injury. Even die if I am unlucky enough. Should I continue? My main objective is the Evilus members. I need to find the reason behind Astrea Familia's death. Only they could provide such information. Then again, this is extremely dangerous. One misstep and I am fucked, literally. I thought of the most useful spell in my arsenal. It has a long casting time, but it will allow me to control the battlefield, or at least a part of it. Fortunately, the casting time could be resolved with a spell catalyst. Coupled with my other weapons, I might have a chance inside this slaughter zone. Exiting the village, I continued my descent to the dungeon. I arrived at the site of the 19th floor, which is full of green. Swiftly, my vision changed. It is now filled with water. The 25th floor. Volumen Nox. Veil of the Night. I cast my stealth spell before I resolved myself. I will escape after catching an Evilus member. I don't want to make everyone worry again. Damn you! The descending sword was caught with a gauntlet. Cracks spread from its center until it broke off completely. With a punch, the adventurer was sent flying. Disoriented, he tried to stand up, only for a swathe of harpies to come after him. No arg. The man felt the pain of his flesh being torn apart with sharp beaks. From his arms to his internal organs, nothing was left. He only died after a minute of this horrifying experience. As for the white-haired man, he was long gone. Along with him are several Evilus members who regrouped after spreading chaos to this floor. John is dead, but the monster Rex is reeled in. A worthy sacrifice. The white-haired man smiled sadistically as he looked at his surroundings. Blood was splattered everywhere along with dozens of corpses. Each of them has missing features due to being bitten off by several monsters. Blood pooled under those corpses as it showed signs of coagulation, an indicator of how many people were slaughtered today. Roar! Suddenly, they heard a loud roar. It is going right into them, which made some tremble with fear. Their previous mocking smiles were no longer present. Soon, they saw what was coming. A 20-meter-tall white dragon. Its two heads locked onto a man swimming in the sea of water. Unfortunately, that man was going after them. So it's you bastards. He was the sole survivor of his familia. Knowing that he would die, he decided to attract the monster Rex and look for the members of Evilus. With the shouts from some adventurers, he pinpointed them with their known feats. They would only be the ones crazy enough to pull this stunt off. You're going to die with me. Crazy bastard! With a serious look, Olivus Act began to run for his life. Slow them down. What? He took out a glass vial and uncorked it. The moment he did so, their bodies weakened. Why? Expendables such as you could easily be replaced in the future. Internally, he felt grateful that he readied for such a thing. He first spread out a dormant substance before activating it with another. Just by that, he earned capable cannon fodders. He, a mere level 3, had naturally prepared himself for the great plan today. Try to live. Thus, Olivus Act began to run for his life. Chapter 30, 27th Floor Nightmare. The strong stench of iron. The thick and humid air. The red liquid almost solidified itself to the ground. A sight that I am familiar with. Battlefield. If someone saw the brutal carnage that those curses had done during the Shinjuku train station massacre, they would be able to handle this scene better. The weak-hearted ones might have vomited out all of the food they have eaten for the day. Revelaries, Veritas. Dozens of numbers showed up. This included the temperature of their bodies, the tension in their muscles, and the coagulation rate of their blood. With these, I could determine the time of their death. 1.2 hours ago. With this much blood lost and 2 sharp punctures, only a single monster is capable of making this injury. Devil mosquitoes. If ordinary mosquitoes are enough to annoy people to death, then the version of mosquitoes in Gakkai is enough to suck you to death. What is more disturbing, however, is the fact that they hunt in groups. Like cockroaches in Australia, a single trace of them could warrant more than a dozen. If there are devil mosquitoes in the periphery, how worse would the other places be? Right now, I am on the 27th floor. A huge skip from my previous floors, I dare say. The only reason I came here is my ability to maneuver in dangerous battlefields. I have finished calculating for Alice's Wonderland and kept it inside the catalyst, ready to be manifested anytime. My mana kept them from disappearing due to the mystical entropy. Fortunately, it is far weaker in this world due to the widespread knowledge of magic. A/N, mystical entropy is the clash between magic laws and laws of physics. Magic couldn't remain permanent as physical laws or physics exist and contend against them. With my current mind, the special power awakened with Falna, my thoughts could be organized more easily. It is something apart from mana, with it being a mental capacity to think until fatigued. It is the limiting factor that I have had in the past. Without sufficient mind, I could manifest 3 magic circles at most. Anything beyond that requires a catalyst with a memorize engraved catalyst. There are strong spells that are under 3 spells, but they are far and few in between. Amid the bloody battlefield, I finally found someone alive. A weak life signature beside the lake. Strangely, most of the corpses turned into masses of flesh. What is this? A work of an irregular, perhaps. I came closer. I saw these things that used to be adventurers. It creeped me out. I tried placing my analyze spell, only to find out there are foreign substances inside them. Poison. I went to the sole survivor in their midst. There lies a young girl, an elf. Buzz. A group of devil mosquitoes discovered me. Their eyesight is insane. With Alice's Wonderland ready to be cast anytime, I am limited to 1 big spell, lest my previous calculations go to waste. Hence. Sidon. Sacred lightning. Buzz. A lightning bolt struck 2 harpies at the same time. I could see them fall from their pack. This action bewildered some mosquitoes, but they did not stop closing in the distance. I responded by widening the distance between us. At the same time, I placed a blue potion in my mouth and drank it. Tap. 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 With Sidon's characteristic, it brings down more enemies the more frequently you use it. The remnants of the previous spell would attach to the new spell. By the time 2 minutes had passed, the 50 or so devil mosquitoes dropped dead. Chain lightning is the best. Retracing my steps, I deftly grabbed the magic stones in their chests. It was not hard due to my sensitivity to mana. 2 corpses dropped thin black spikes, presumably their stinger. They are good for making arrows. I have to thank my storage for being quite large. It has the space of a 15x15 storage unit. It is enough for handling magic stones, provisions, and drop loots. It lasted for more than 4 days back then. Slurp. Foo. With a high potion, my mind was restored. Just as I was about to proceed to the adventurer from earlier, my sight caught a man running away from a monster party. Our gazes met. In that instant. Finally. The blue crystals illuminated the man's face. His white hair swayed as he coldly stared at the monster party behind his back. With my sharp hearing under double robustness, I heard his low mumble. I tensed up. He might not know, but that short burst of malintent was caught by my senses. Going down this thought, he is someone who seeks to harm me. Who would do so in this situation? Either he is desperate to survive or he is a member of Evilus. I made my decision. Finally, Olivus Act, also known as Vendetta, did not reveal his true face even during the great feud 5 years ago. He kept his face behind a mask as insurance for the future. Surely, it did serve its purpose today. No one recognized him as a part of Evilus. Help! He wore a desperate look as he ran the fastest that he could. Fake tears spilled from his eyes as an extra. Though, it is not entirely fake. He is indeed crying out of joy due to the spectacle he would be witnessing soon. Don't try and defeat them. Just run. The fully armored adventurer did not respond and instead stood still. He held a blue longsword in his hand. The knight stabbed it deep into the ground. Hey! Vendetta ran past him. Surprisingly, the knight did not move. It's as if he is a statue. It's time. Suddenly, he heard a childish voice inside the helmet. He was not far away from him, thus his ears caught those words. A huge central magic circle appeared in the ground where the longsword was stabbed. Then, several smaller circles appeared beside it. They all spun like gears inside a clock. The next moment, his sight was caught in a blinding light. Damn! Vendetta knew that he was briefly incapacitated by that move. If he doesn't move fast enough, he would be. Ah! His mind froze as he looked all around him. Where are the monsters? The monster party that followed him was formidable. It consisted of more than 50 monsters that came from the core of the 27th floor light quartz, aqua turtles, and kelpies. This lineup made it so that even level 4s won't be able to live. The moment they get outrun by this group, they would die. Right now, he found himself on the surface. No. This is not Orario. Perfectly cut marble floors as well as an asphalt road far better than the ones in Orario. Towering infrastructures that are only below Babel itself. Street lights that look more advanced than the magic stone lamps present in Gakkai. Where am I? Guess. Vendetta looked at the center of the road. He was perfectly sure that no one was present around him before. How could he appear like this? Only magic items, right? Just as he was becoming more confident in uncovering this man's tricks, another thought passed by. What about this place? I am not hallucinating. From the cold touch of the marble floor and the slightly cool air, he knew that this is not an illusion. He could even see the stars in the sky. Simply, everything is extremely detailed. Who are you? What do you want from me? For now, he decided to put on an act. I should be the one asking things. The armored man said. Speak. What does the Evilus want this time? What? What nonsense? Drop the act. You are already cornered. Suddenly, the knight appeared behind his back. He grabbed Vendetta's right arm and placed it behind his back. Bam! The knight kicked him down to the ground. Arg! Vendetta's right arm felt pain from being twisted like this. If it continues, it would break. I'm not joking around. If you want to live, speak. I do not know anything. Vendetta gritted his teeth to resist the pain. He insisted on continuing the innocent act. Unfortunately, he showed enough malice against the knight. Even if he isn't from Evilus, he would have been punished for threatening his life. Thus, crack, crack. 2 of his fingers were bent in strange directions as his joints gave up. Arg! All this time, Vendetta had been the one to inflict pain. He enjoyed the expressions that his victims would make. Will they despair? Will they cry? Will they lose hope? Each of their reactions varied, which entertained him even more. Crack! 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 Not once had he experienced this kind of immense pain. He broke his fingers many times as an adventurer, but they never felt like this. It's as if his sense of pain became amplified. His perception of time became slower, making the pain even worse. I don't. Confess now and I'll let you go. Back to the surface, even. I don't know anything. I see. Surprisingly, the knight let him go. A warm feeling went through his body. When he retracted his hand, he found it to be completely healed. At the same time, the knight had disappeared. He's gone. Just as he scanned his surroundings, he saw a huge pillar of violet light coming in his direction. Before he could even react, his entire body was disintegrated. Forces came from all directions, pushing and pulling his very cells apart. For Vendetta, the sensation felt like an eternity. 10 years. 100 years. 1,000 years. Hey! Abruptly, he found himself in the same spot. What was that? His entire body shivered uncontrollably. His legs folded as he fell to the ground. Urine and fecal matter spilled from his pants as if he could not control his body anymore. His teeth clattered subconsciously that he could no longer speak. His irises narrowed as his entire body felt the trauma of being killed continuously. He was about to lose consciousness when his condition became slightly better. His mind calmed down a bit. He could now control his body once more. Confess, and you shall live. The voice from before resounded ubiquitously. I never had Vendetta thought that he would concede to an enemy. However, the pain he had experienced before was just that terrifying. Not even level 7 adventurers could create that sensation, that he is sure of. Evilus had many encounters with first-class adventurers, beyond level 5, back in Aurario's Dark Age. Will, not experience, again. If you do not trust my words. Wait. Alice's Wonderland. It is a spell that I have created to become my ultimate spell. After learning the principles of domain expansion, this idea came to the corner of my mind. Just because I don't have cursed energy doesn't mean I can't mimic them. Then my encounter with medical knowledge began. The first field that I dove into was neurology. A human's brain worked wonders. Some of its functions are still not unearthed by the modern era. Still, the foundation that lasted centuries of work was enough to help me establish the spell. Alice's Wonderland does not work like sorcerer's domains. It did not dabble into the absolute hit rule that it has, but rather on a human's body. The eyes transmit light from the outside to the brain. The ears sense sound waves that came from an external environment. The nose extracts every smell and is described by olfaction. The tongue imparts the taste through the thousands of nerves present in it. The touch sends the external information to the cerebral cortex. If there's a spell that could modify this information, it would result in an illusion of sorts. Although, I wanted to go a step further. I wanted a spell that could be mistaken as reality, even only for a moment. Everything was set up on the sensory scale. Hence, I applied another magic system that affects one's astral body. I made it so that the spell manipulates both the target's physical and astral body, a double-layered spell. It inflicts pain to the astral body and messes the senses of the physical body. The combination of these two formed a synergistic effect. The best thing is that it's not reliant on myths, it perfectly works anywhere. The only remaining thing is the base memory. Then again, I didn't lack any strong people in my memories. Satoru Goju, Okotsu Yuta, Zenin Toji, Zenin Maki, Sukuna. What if I use their strengths against my enemies? Even if they did not exist, the sensation of their power could be emulated, albeit not wholly. The result was the pathetic man in front of me. Loki Familia. Once he confessed, everything became clear. Unexpectedly, I caught a big fish, a high-ranking official in Evilus. This man is Olivus Act, who is better known as Vendetta. Even now, he was placed on the guild's blacklist due to his numerous crimes during the Dark Age. The corpse of his victims was unbearable as he extracted the maximum pain he could. Sheeing. Wave blast. A huge impact condensed into the sharp edge as it tore through his neck. Moments later, it slipped from his body. Blood began splurting on his wound as his body fell lifelessly to the ground. I do not need for his pathetic life. My hands trembled slightly, but it is not as bad as before. True, my hesitation from before had greatly affected me. Even though I had those memories, they served as nothing but nightmares, considering how I lived in a peaceful and lawful world. Now that I am getting more used to this world, my future memories are gradually being accepted. Kakai is vastly different from the peaceful world that I am used to. It is more similar to the bloody sight I am always seeing in the future. I wiped my blade with a black cloth that has cleansing in it. Just a single swipe is enough to clean the blood out of it. My surroundings changed as my magic came to an end. The blue longsword, a magic sword that has the memorize spell, served as Alice's Wonderland's core. The bulk of the computations is stored inside it, leaving my head with its activation portion. If I truly kept everything inside my head, I would not have been able to cast any spells. Ah, it's gone. The longsword turned into blue specks of light as it drifted to the sea. The tool that helped me kill dozens of 27th floor monsters, as well as a high-ranking official, disappeared. With a thought, the magic stones on the floor floated on top of my hand before being sent inside my storage. Their drops also followed, filling more than half of it in one go. I need to deal with her. I came closer to the survivor. I checked her vital signs with correspondence. There, I found out her current status. Normal. It is a strange result. I expected her to be severely injured, yet there are only small internal injuries. Other than that, she is completely normal. I placed a high potion into her mouth. Miss? Can you hear me? Ah. She's out of her unresponsive state. The high potion rid her of most of her injuries. If you could, please drink this as much as possible. I placed another potion in her mouth. Some of it spilled at the edges of her mouth, but she could now swallow the majority of it. Cough. Her blood mixed with the high potion spewed out from her mouth. Small pieces of muscles are also included, which might be caused by her internal injuries. Trust me, I almost choked on my internal organs several times, in the future. After taking those 2 potions, she recovered from her current state. As expected of something that costs 500,000 valis each. Where? Sadly, we're still inside the dungeon. On the 27th floor, to be exact. 27th floor. She murmured dazedly. The others. Where are they? She tried to stand up, but she was forced to lie down on the ground. You were the only one who lived. The others around you are already dead by the time I arrived. And no. She used her arm as a support to sit up tightly. Then, she scanned her surroundings. She saw her friends' corpses all around us, rather, the mass of flesh that they turned into. The place where I used cleanse already had blood spilled onto it once more. It dirted her conservative white dress. Everyone. She blankly muttered. That monster. She has a blank expression of disbelief. It is a look I am the most familiar with. Despair. Fuck. A few weeks ago, I had an idea of resurrecting everyone in the Astria Familia. It is wishful thinking, yes, considering that there are 10 targets. That equates to 10 chances. This entered my mind due to how close they were to Lansan and the others. Also, wouldn't Lady Artemis be happy to see them alive? As for the other adventurers, I wouldn't go as far as doing that. Removing the fact that I don't have any reason to do so, I will also need those chances to live in this world. In fact, I only need less than 2 weeks to have a new chance. It would be useful in this new world. In the future, I might consider it. If gods exist, won't the afterlife be the same? Ah! Her tears fell non-stop. She lost the will to live after seeing this scene of carnage. Wouldn't your friends be happier up there? Happier that you survived? She fell silent upon hearing my words. They wouldn't want you to die, I said seriously. Remember that. How? I tilted my head toward her direction. Her dull pupils met mine. She reminded me of myself when I was tired of everything. How are you sure of it? Let's say it happened to me. My friends will be happy if someone else lived, even at the cost of their deaths, I said as I reminisced about one of my memories. We swore that at least one of us would live. In the third iteration, I made some sorcerer friends. To be more specific, the ones on the Tokyo High. I visited that place once and became a teacher due to my extensive research on cursed energy. At first, there was a distance between us as a teacher and a student, but all of it disappeared over time. All of this was caused by my fascination with Satoru-san's unparalleled power. My progress was stagnant since it was the third round, hence I attended that place in hopes of learning something. By the time the culling game happened, I died. Kenjaku used Suguru Geto's Uzumaki to kill me in one hit. That time, I was like the side character who encountered the villain in advance. I see. Despite her tears, she seems to have found her answer, be it complete or not. Thank you, for saving me. No problem. She wiped the tears off her face with her sleeves. Her eyes still feel lost, but a small light is presented to her. I assisted her in standing up. I saw her expression change for a moment before she reached out to my gauntlet. Just as I pulled her, I remembered something. Their tradition. Oops. Long story short, elves wouldn't let anyone touch them except for their family. Other than them, only their lovers could do so. I sent an apologetic look at her, which is useless with my helmet on. Her legs are shivering slightly, but she could finally walk. Wordlessly, I watched her search for a piece of her familia members. They might have become these flesh, but they still have their items. She is also considerate enough to think about our escape. After that, 2 minutes had passed. Screech. We have to go. Even the 26th floor is safer than here. Since the bulk of the monsters are rampaging on this floor, their spawn rate became abnormal. Only 2 mosquitoes spawned nearby. I'm sorry. It's fine. I ought to take responsibility for the ones I saved until the end. If I don't, wouldn't that be irresponsible? Here. I offered her 2 potions. Both of them came from Diane's Familia. No. You must have spent a high potion already. I will compensate you later. The black-haired elf rejected it resolutely. Her looks indicated that she wouldn't take a no for an answer. Compensation. If so, couldn't you add these later? Our chances of escaping here will be higher, too. Too bad for her, I have a glib tongue. A/N, for those who have noticed, the 27th floor nightmare happened 6 years before the canon. However, it happened only now in this FIC, 3 years before canon. There's a reason behind that. Though, it doesn't mean that this world's It's just Nobu's arrival to the other world that affected some aspects of Danmachi world. We'll still be following the canon for the past and present stuff, up to SO14 and Danmachi V18. Added fact, did you know that the Arrow of Orion movie isn't canon? It is due to the contradictions it has. Just the divine armament stuff and gods being killed contradicted the established rules of the Danmachi world. Gods aren't truly killed in Gakkai. When they sense danger, their arcanum activates. Since it is against the agreement to use arcanum, they get sent back to Tenkai, which is the light pillar often described in the series. Chapter 31, Valletta agreed. Alright. With a slight blush, she took the potions I offered to her. Thanks to them, she could catch up to my steps. This is the benefit of a bona fide level 3. 1 monster. We are making our way into a rock bridge. Below it is the huge lake present in this floor. When my sight saw the monster, I inwardly sighed. It is roughly 1.5 meters high. It looks similar to a black horse, except for its blue hair and mane. This monster is currently walking on water. Damn! A kelpie. It is similar to the spirit in Scottish folklore, a shape-shifting water creature that appears on land. With its strength and vitality, it is considered to be one of the strongest monsters on this floor. It is roughly comparable to top level 3 at least. It'll take some time to defeat it. We're not in a situation to spend more time. Philvis-san, apologies in advance. This has to be done. What? I abruptly carried her in my arms. Not minding her reaction, I completed several spells within few seconds. Unmuse Parma. Wind Shield. A green magic circle appeared before it transformed into a green sphere enveloping us. It contained the air present inside and protected us from external factors. Mass Gravitas Reductio. Mass and gravity reduction. Another magic circle passed through our bodies. It reduced the gravitational pull as well as the mass of the person itself. This. We need to escape this hellhole fast. This is the only way I could think of. I muttered to her. Brace yourself. My mana found its way to my boots. Then, the rest was history. Quistum ad astra. Reach to the stars. In a split second, we are flying. How does it feel to ride a roller coaster without any brakes? Or a bullet train suddenly taking a turn at 200 km per hour? Close your eyes. You won't get dizzy after that. Philvis did as she was told. She doesn't feel anything inside this wind sphere, but her sight was changing so fast that she saw the world spinning. Right now, they are flying. They are only a dozen meters above the ground. One wrong mistake and they could crash, but Nobu would not make that mistake. Even without his assistant, he is capable of flying without making any mistake. Rather, he already made those mistakes that he knew how to handle them. Their surroundings became blurry. The wind sphere made it so that the noise outside would not be heard on the inside. As a result, the two could not hear the surprised shouts of the adventurers as well as the screeches of the monsters. Amazing! That was the only thing she could think of. She saw how Nobu controlled his magic spells to utter perfection. Moreover, he could cast spells as he momentarily stopped to lend a hand for the other adventurers. That is easy for him. As a mage, that is something very admirable. Only the level of Reveriljo's elf could exhibit something like this. This flight spell might have came from a magic tool, but the ability to control it is on another matter. What's more, his positioning and aim during some scuffles with monsters amazed her, too. Akasaka-san is not ordinary. She couldn't help but think of the boy who carried her. Philvis-san. Yes. A grave tone came from inside his helmet. The monster wrecks of this floor, the Amphisbaena. How aggressive is it? It's very aggressive. Why? Well. Fuck. With Nobu's intuition, he sensed a dragon-type monster nearby. Soon, it came to his sight. A 20-meter-tall twin-headed dragon wreaking havoc in the sea. It is currently fighting a level 5 adventurer when it saw a fast projectile coming its way. In annoyance, it tried to slap it with its tail, only to be dodged by it. Akasaka-san. Is that? Well, let us hope that it lets us pass through. His prayers went down as a pillar of blue flames chased them from behind. He managed to deftly dodge it, but their wind sphere was hit, cancelling the magic spell. Fortunately, his Goliath scarf was used to protect Philvis against the wind current. As for Nobu, his armor is enough. Although his eyes hurt as the wind could pass through his visor, he endured it. Roar! The adventurer from before injured the dragon with her cursed sword while it was distracted. This moment was enough for Nobu to fly away. Soon, he was gone, leaving the female adventurer alone. She fought with the water dragon until it was killed by her. Fuck! It's finally dead. Valletta, an executive of Evilus, cursed under her breath. It wasn't her plan to face off against this troublesome monster Rex, but she was forced to. If not for the distraction from earlier and the terrain being out of water, she would have been greatly injured by it. That one has my thanks. The huge monster corpse laid to the lake shore silently. She swiftly took its core, resulting in the massive corpse to turn into ashes. A shiny crystallized red liver was also present on top of the ash heap. Today's my lucky day. While she was grinning, she sensed a monster party from nearby. Valletta threw a look at the female corpse she had prepared. She wore her previous clothes with a badly mutilated face. She discovered it being eaten by a monster, which is a lucky encounter for her who is planning to fake her death. Tisk. If I didn't have to do this. She placed her beloved weapon beside the corpse and quickly left. I'm sorry about earlier. I said as I put Filvis-san down. About the sudden contact, I mean. I am aware that. It's all right. She shook her head. You already saved my life twice. What more could I ask for? Filvis-san is kinder than I thought. I thought she would be the same as the other elves. They dislike direct contact with others, and by doing so, you would be spurned on by them. They would despise you to the point of wanting to kill you. In Gakkai, elves are very narcissistic. I'm just surprised to see a gentle elf like her. We're not far from the stairs. We should be on the 26th floor soon. I drank another potion to soothe the fatigue in my mind. While modern magic spells do not consume mind as much as Orario magic, it still tires me out to continuously use it for half an hour straight. Suddenly, my world spun for a moment. I lost my balance and tripped. Akasaka-san. I saw Filvis-san carry my arm on her shoulders. I'm all right. Looks like normal potions has their limits. Taking out another high potion, I drank it. The high potion made my mind clearer. I could not feel the heaviness and chronic headache, too. A high potion solved whatever a normal potion couldn't. Pay to win is a cheat. Thanks for helping. Akasaka-san. Did someone tell you how hard you are working yourself? Her words reminded me of the others. Tsubakine constantly reminded me to rest while Hephaestus-sama, who now knows my future memories, told me to not push myself too much. That I would trip one day. As for Lady Artemis, she did so too. Wait, she's even more persistent than Hephaestus-sama now that I think of it. Hee. I guess no level 2s would dive into this floor alone. That's right. We talked as we went to the staircase leading to the 26th floor. With the hellhole behind us, I heaved a sigh of relief. Oh? Who do we have here? Tap. Tap. My entire body froze. My instincts felt a huge amount of malintent from the person behind me. I looked back and I saw the adventurer from earlier. Her short-cut pink hair swayed as she walked in a carefree manner. It showed an unparalleled level of self-confidence. You. Filvis-san seems to have discovered something. Her hazelnut pupils widened in shock as she swiftly said. Akasaka-san. We need to escape. Slam. The pink-haired woman appeared beside us and slammed her leg at Filvis-san. She flew away from the impact before sliding on the ground. My body moved on its own. My hand went to the kukri knife behind my back and tried to stab the woman's neck. The woman reacted by forcefully grabbing my hand. Shit! With a single arm, she managed to lock me in place. I couldn't properly react when she threw my entire body down. Bam! The ground cracked due to the impact. I became dizzy immediately as the impact went through my body. Clearly, the shock reduction spell on the armor did its job. But why? You could have lived, but it's a pity that you saw me. Tisk, truly a pity. I saw a huge grin forming on her face. It's similar to Oliva's act. Her sadistic smile, condescending eyes, and huge malintent. Evil as. I thrust the kukri dagger at her leg, only for her to kick it. Clang! The dagger was sent away as it spun. The pink-haired woman squatted before she forcefully took off my helmet. Oh! The woman's grin had something more on it the moment she saw my face. "A child? Today's really my lucky day. And a good quality one on top of that. Purging evil. Dio Thyrsos." Buzz. A ray of golden lightning arced in the woman's direction. With her bare hand, she blocked it. Tisk. "It's time." Sidon. Buzz. Triple casting. 3 blue lightning bolts found their way toward the woman's face. I saw her irritated look before she got hit. Using the other kukri knife, I widened our distance. I used its magic to escape from her grasp. Instantly, I teleported to the knife that was previously kicked by her. Then, I left one of the kukri knife on the ground as it is to misdirect her. Blood slipped out from my mouth, but I paid it no heed. Taking out my handgun, I proceeded to fire at her. Aim compensation. Velocity enhancement. Combustion enhancement. Bang! The fast bullet flew at her. With the 3 activated spells from the handgun, its power is no lower than level 4 magic. Still, she managed to dodge it. I knew it. Bang! 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 While firing, I chanted. Divigus projectus. Dispersed projectiles. 2 magic circles appeared behind my back. A total of 14 invisible projectiles flew in her direction. Bam! 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 As she dodged some of them, some hit her. Though, the damage done was negligible. "You brat!" All it did was annoy her, something I was aiming for. Click! Soon, the cartridge was emptied out. Blood dripped from the woman's arms and left leg due to her inability to dodge some bullets. The projectiles only served to limit her movements, to make her more predictable. Just like now. Her hand reached out to cover my entire face as the back of my head was slammed to the dungeon's walls. A loud buzzing sound resounded in my ears as a result of concussion. "Nobody would save you here. Are you afraid now, boy?" Her eyes emitted annoyance as she looked down on me. "Akasaka-san. Oh, that elf. Don't worry, I will deal with her later." With a smirk, she pulled out a silver dagger and placed it under my chin. "How would you like to start?" "How?" Snap! A wind bullet pushed the nearby kukri knife away. Her eyes followed the trace of mana and saw it. The misdirection paid off. She never realized my teleportation is from the daggers. "You stupid." Just like that, I slipped out of her grasp again. My location was transferred to the daggers. I made a considerable distance with the wind bullet from before. Swiftly, I brought out a flaming red dagger. Without hesitation, I threw it at her. Before the woman could react, I activated its soul magic. Erupt! Boom! A huge shockwave pushed both I and Philvis-san away. For a moment, the entire dungeon was colored in crimson-red flames. "Philvis-san, we need to go," I said as I took out another similar dagger, but this time it is ice blue. Stab! I threw it on the ground. Freeze! It briefly glowed with blue light before a thick ice wall originated from it. Soon, it covered the entire width of the pathway. "Akasaka-san, that was Arachnia just now. The one on top of the guild's blacklist." Unlike earlier, Philvis-san's stoic face was replaced with a sense of urgency. "Arachnia? Evilus." Vendetta was already a worse criminal on the blacklist, but Arachnia? It was told that her victims are in the hundreds at least. The corpses of her toys were found 2 years ago. They are all children from various races or palum. A chill was sent to my spine as I thought of what would have happened without my surprise factor. I calculated for the teleportation spell quickly. If we're not fast enough, we are dead meat. "Philvis-san. Hold this." Applying the more complex part of the spell to the dagger, I chanted. Return. A bright blue glow surrounded us before it swiftly disappeared. I have done it, hey. The teleportation spell could not handle 2 people at once. Meaning to say, I could only send Filvis-san to safety. If 2 people tried to use it, the spell would not work. Hence, the spell fails when there are 2 people in contact with it. Logically, the right thing to do is to use it for myself. Why risk my life for a stranger whom I met hours ago? My beliefs are contrasting it, however. When I help someone, I ought to see it until the very end. If I irresponsibly drop someone off, that's the same as being a hypocrite, and hypocrites are the ones I hate the most. Shrugging this thought, I took my last spell core. I chanted just as usual, inserting the coordinates, inputting the XYZ dimensions, and such. But... bam! Arg! A kick to my back sent me flying to another wall. I could barely see her silhouette even with my enhanced eyesight. My face came closer with the woman's once again. This time, however, she grabbed my head and slammed me to the ground. Bam! Crack! I could feel my nose breaking. Hey? So these are it. Her hands went to my waist where I stored Kukyo and Chime. She carefully examined each of the blade with relish. A magic sword. Triplus firmus. I uttered under my breath. Trying to do another of your tricks, hey. She discovered it easily. She struck both of the daggers to my left and right arm. My adamantine gauntlets could not prevent the force that came from a genuine level 5. PSSHK. PSSHK. Immense pain came from it. I tried to keep myself composed, constantly reminding myself of my future memories. I suffered more than this. I suffered more than this. I suffered more than this. The woman sat on top of me. Cat got your tongue? Don't worry. We'll be having more fun. KH. I tried to lift my stabbed arm. It did move, much to her surprise. I stealthily hid the small catalyst dagger under my arm as I did so. Its memorize spell does not have anything else. If I were to cast a spell, using the teleportation spell would take a much longer time. Moreover, it won't work with 2 people on direct contact. There's no need to consider my bracelet with my constricted arm. In short, I am fucked. But... a blank memorize, hey. You. I stared straight at her pupils with bloodlust. My mind shifted to a new spell, one that I had just cast an hour ago. I am still on the 27th floor, hence my previous computations should work with some adjustments. I can skip the positioning portion. It further served to fuel my bloodlust. To this woman who wanted me dead, I will give her the same thing she wanted to inflict. You're dead. Bam. 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 Valletta slammed Nobu's head into the ground 3 times. Afraid of ruining his handsome look, she did so with the back of his head. With that, his eyes dulled down a lot. That's it. You're cuter when you're not struggling. PSSHKK. With her bare hands, she stripped him off his armor. His black adamantine armor and chainmail were thrown off the corner, leaving him with a skin-tight black long sleeves and pants. It was a troublesome work that lasted half a minute, which momentarily made her wonder how difficult it was to take off. Nobu's intention of it being hard to dismantle contributed to it. He forged the armor in a way that one could not wear it swiftly, requiring the use of wardrobe to put it on. What should I do first? She admired his looks first. Pure golden pupils that are unique even to this world. White hair that further accentuated the color of his pupils. His white skin and well-proportioned face also contributed to his handsomeness. It isn't wrong to say that he belongs to the upper percentile in terms of looks. Hee. Valletta already drooled over him. When she saw a portion of his torso, it worsened. Although he does not have any ABS, his stomach is well toned due to repeated exercises. Praesi ex soltis nox. Grandis modicum optatum. I pray to the wounded knight. Grant this little wish of mine. What are you pulling off this time? She sat on top of his torso as her face became closer to his. She was confident as a genuine level 5 on thwarting his plans at point blank. He could not pull out any of his magic tools, too. Such is the confidence of a level 5 against a level 2. Unfortunately, all she received was a dull stare. Apertus inanua terra mirabili. Open the door to my wonderland. Sizzle. A complicated magic circle appeared on the ground. It consisted of many incomprehensible runes as well as numbers. You can't. Before Valletta could process everything, she found herself on an asphalt road. The night sky lit itself with countless stars. Street lamps could be seen on the side of the road. Towering buildings could be seen everywhere, much more than in Orario itself. Like I have said earlier, the white-haired boy appeared within her sight. This time, he is wearing a black overcoat and pants. His dull eyes represented an unprecedented amount of bloodlust. The sheer amount of pressure he emits is overwhelming, even for a level 5. Still, she brushed it off. Valletta is someone from Evilus who survived the Great Feud 4 years ago. She had been making trouble since Evilus was established. A/N, Great Feud pertains to the events of Astria records. It is the time when Zald and Alfea raided Orario along with Erebus. So this was it. Your retaliation. She stood up calmly. If you think this is enough, you are gravely mistaken, boy. You're dead. Nobu disappeared. In his place, a man in a tight black t-shirt appeared. He held a dagger held in chains. His black schlera and red pupils contacted hers. He didn't wait for her to react. Like an untamed beast, he charged straight at her. The sorcerer killer Fushijirotoji bared his fangs to the Evilus executive. Chapter 32, Chapter 32, Converging Futures. In my life, never had I ever felt something like this. Unprecedented calmness in the face of a crisis. The ability to rationally judge everything. The power to perfectly execute my plans. I didn't fully utilize them when I am living peacefully. I am content with making new inventions and raking in more money. I am taking my time preparing and relaxing in a peaceful world before the full-blown disasters arrive. I am living a good life. But, it changes now. Rather, it began to change a while ago. As I speak, I noticed many incongruencies with my decisions lately. In the dungeon, I kept making dangerous decisions. Fighting against Goliath. Going into the 27th floor despite the monster parties roaming the floor. In these processes, I might be antagonizing perhaps the vilest organization in Orario's inception. It's as if I am living the life of my future self. A life where I had to take risks to survive or even change the current status quo. Why? I should have been content with living a stable life. I could steadily raise my levels and experiment with new weapons safely. But no, I never chose them from the moment I stepped into the dungeon. Was it my confidence? I have been facing one monster after another, which led to my subconscious looking down on weaker enemies. Worst, these weak enemies could still kill me. Was it my self-conceit that everything is within my control? That I could perfectly prepare for every crisis? That's just wishful thinking. I am not in control with everything. Was it my thirst for power? I knew how it felt to be helpless in the face of overwhelming strength. In every iteration, I dreamt of having Satoru-san's power at least once. However, it's not just that. There's still something else. Perhaps. I am accepting everything. This cognitive dissociation made me feel like both the peaceful and despairing Nobu. I no longer rejected my horrendous failures and came to accept them. As proof of it, my current weird state removed the panic and fluctuations in my heart. Given the ordeals I faced in the future, such a state of mind is explainable. I subconsciously kept rejecting them as proof that those futures are different from my current life, that every bad thing that happened was just a dream. The sight of every iteration changing reinforced that delusion. I avoided the painful memories after I thought I learned from them. It is merely my cowardice. I believed I am stronger after overcoming them when all I did is to forget. In the first place, there's no reason to reject them. My present is different from those futures, but they happened. Now that I realized this flaw myself, I won't run anymore. Bam! The sound of fighting cut off my thoughts. Currently, Arachnia is fighting against Zenintoji, or at least an image of him. This is how he fought against me on one of those futures. Being the relentless, unorthodox, and powerful that he is, Toji kept striking each of her blind spots consecutively. Damn you! How does he have someone like you? It seems that she couldn't accept reality that a weakling like me has someone strong like him. Without a word, Toji kept striking her. With her wielding a short silver dagger, it became drastically hard to block his strikes. True to his weapon, he used his chained dagger like a kusarigama. He sometimes pulled the chain, resulting in the dagger stabbing at her in an unexpected direction. In his hands, the inverse spear of heaven and chain of 1,000 miles have a synergistic effect. Slowly, she accumulated injuries. Wounds began increasing on her arm. She became increasingly agitated now that she is being pushed to the border of death, without knowing that everything is false. Inside Alice's Wonderland, I only added Toji Zenin's Phantom. There is no enhanced pain reception nor Satoru Gojo's ultimate attack, Purple. I didn't have the time to set these perimeters up. I watched their world-shaking fight on top of a building. How? Looks like he somehow made her insane. How could someone like you exist in this world? Valetta's ramblings are met with Toji's dead eyes. But his silence cemented his arrogance in her eyes. Even the warlord is not as strong as you. Interesting. Toji Zenin's strength surpasses level 7 at the very least. Then again, I have a feeling he'll be one of the strongest in Gakkai with his strength. An unexpected twist came. Bam! Toji delivered a swift elbow strike to Valetta's cheek. Her head must have been shaken up badly from that look she was wearing. She's disoriented and disorganized as she had ever been. It's time. Canceling the magic, I found myself lying below her. Unlike her previous expression, she carried on that pained look. Swiftly, I drew out my gun with my right hand. I clicked the button which released its cartridge and replaced it with something on the bracelet, a miniature version of wardrobe. I pulled Kukyo and Chime out before I pointed it at her. Combust enhancement. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive shots blew at her face. However, it was deftly blocked by her right arm. Blood and smoke came out of it as her eyes regained her rationality. Bang! I fired another shot while flicking Chime away. Valletta blocked the third strike with her right arm once more, worsening the wounds on her arm. It is more apt to call it burnt flesh at this point. That's right. Everything was an illusion. She shouted hysterically. Ha! There's no way that someone like him existed. Her eyes shifted to me once more. And you? How dare you use that on me? Even though the illusions are fake, the sensations that she felt are real. The pain from Toji's beatdown should be all over her astral body. She tried to thrust her silver dagger at my chest, but I am faster. I phased out using Fatal Void and was now behind her. Bang! She dodged the bullet, which then exploded nearby. It caused rock projectiles to surround her. Though, she did not mind and located me instead. Bang! I shall not understand the irrationality, yet I ask thee. Bang! Closely, I dodged her sudden lunge toward my right. My triple robustness did its job greatly. My dynamic vision kept me from being locked by her. As long as I remain a few steps ahead, I could do it. There's no need to take hits anymore. All I did was run and buy a few seconds of time. Illuminate the sky with thy light. Dozens of magic circles concurrently appeared on top of the dungeon. They sizzled as they spun, pulling in an unknown substance from somewhere. Mana is being loaded in those circles as it summoned forth immense power, one that could turn the tides of battle. Nth, Astrum. Stars came crashing down at this moment. The celestial bodies that should have been far away in this world were called forth by magic, the power to create miracles. Their weight bore down on their target. You're crazy. Her statement is correct. She's currently choking my neck when my magic was activated. Meaning to say, you wanna die with me, hey? I am included among the stars' radius. My windpipe felt like it was being pinched with a metal claw. It became more laborious to breathe with her choke. Drool dripped down from my lips. Still, I will live. While she remained stunned, I phased out for the last time. I held Chime with my right, thus a connection with Kukyo was immediately formed. I appeared a few meters away from her. But then, I would still be hit by those stars. Nevertheless, this is needed. By pinning a level 5, I got the chance to injure her. So fucking beautiful. There is a reason why I loved studying constellations. Boom. Blink. 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 Nobu waited for the wave of pain to appear, only to be disappointed. When he looked around him, all he saw was a huge cloud of dust. Some of them entered his nose. Cough. His heightened senses detected any sources of wind as well as footsteps. Ah! His world suddenly spun. He was about to black out when he brought out a high potion and swiftly drank it. By the time he recovered, he found his face lying on the ground. Fresh blood dripped from his mouth and nose, a sign of overexhaustion. While he could recover his mind, the stress from his body caught up. The miraculous high potion solved that problem. Tap. Tap. She's still alive. True to his guesses, Veta survived the star's onslaught. However, it is not without costs. Her entire body was bleeding as most of her skin was burnt due to the star's temperature. She managed to dodge them by the time the other stars, hence her survival. In a sense, that attack is similar to Riveria's wide-scale attack with her magic. Its strength is similar to it. Veta was more than familiar with the searing heat that it brought. Slow. Decreases the movement speed. A debuff. At this dire moment, a debuff was triggered by Orionids. I'll kill you. Unlike before, Veta was doused with a bucket of cold water. Despite being level 2, he has magic spells that could inflict serious damage to a level 5. Its chant is shockingly short, too. At this moment, Nobu is facing the strategist of the infamous Evilus. She's no longer crazed as she was before back when she played with him. She is showing her cunning side, the one that allowed the possibility of Evilus operation from happening. Finn is on the top of my list, but you occupied it now. Nobu summoned forth his silver spear. He lost Sora when he was roughly undressed by her. Right now, he is maintaining triple robustness through sheer will. His focus was also affected. In his spar against Ryusa, he needed to read 3 steps ahead just so he could block her. One wrong mistake and he will die. Click. While he unfolded his spear, he also brought out his strongest magic technique, a sword art infused with magic from Buddhism. Ruapam Shayunyata Shayunyatava Ruapam. Form is voidness and voidness is itself. Everything from his surroundings is reduced to nothingness. Only Veta's figure could be seen by his sight. His heart calmed down to an ungodly level. Evam eva vedanasam janasam skaravijananani. So it is for perception, conception, volition, and consciousness. The heart soared. Nobu's saving grace from all the perception battles. His strong enemies moved faster than the speed of sound at least, thus the need to adapt. It elevated his senses to another level. It is further stacked with triple robustness, achieving this current state. Time moved slower as he perceived her first strike. Right. Nobu swung it to his right. Clang. Nobu saw a silhouette before his body reacted. He was pushed back by a meter as the impact numbed his arm. Nevertheless, he managed to succeed. The debuff as well as her built-up injuries slowed her to the point he could react against her attacks. Up. No, sideways. This time, his silver spear descended diagonally. Clang. The dagger blocked it from below as she swung it upwards. Immediately, Nobu was thrown off balance. Side in. Bzzzt. A single bolt of lightning closed the gap that was opened by her. Tisk. When she blocked it, he was already in a charging stance, both of his hands held his spear as he rushed at her. Veta responded with a swift sidestep, dodging the spear blade. Cut. Suddenly, Nobu changed its direction to her side, which she stepped back to avoid. Nobu smirked as he saw this maneuver. Snap. He snapped one of his fingers. Without a warning, an invisible air bullet manifested and aimed at her eyes. The ceremonial magic did not leave any traces, unlike other spells. His heightened senses pointed a gap in her defenses. Bam! Shit! She closed her eyes in pain. As a human, her eyes remained vulnerable even as a level 5. It continued to be so in the other adventurers' case. Only when they are overwhelmingly stronger than their opponent could this weakness be erased. In her case, she was directly hit by his magic. It was enough to bring her body's reaction speed by several notches. I can't use much magic anymore. Nobu thought. I need to go all out. The backlash of his technique began appearing. The heart sword involved Buddhism's myth and modern science. However, its effects are greatly reduced due to the lack of the former's myth in Gakkai. From its strongest title, it could merely act as a support spell now. His silver spear lit up. Dozens of runic lines covered its entire body. Sharpness, oscillation, durability enhancement, cursed edge. All 13 spells engraved into it all activated at the same time. It could overexert and break this precious spear, but he paid it no heed. This might pierce her now that she's weakened. Fortunately, she was hit by Orionids and got debuffed. He let out a deep breath as he charged at her again. He saw her stance changing to a defensive one as she correctly guessed his current location. His spear came closer and closer while her dagger was ready to deflect the said attack. 4 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. The time to decide the winner arrived. The two blades clashed feverishly. Sparks flew between them. With a flash. The dagger was sent flying from Veta's hands. The silver spear had found its place. It impaled her heart. She was bewildered. A few seconds before their clash, her strength gave up. No, that is not the case. She was hurt, yes, but it was not enough for a level 2 to overpower her. Then, it dawned on her. The single loophole in their plan. If Orario's head Familius did not appear on the 27th floor and instead attacked their bases, everything would make sense. What happened? At the same time, Nobu was surprised. He expected more resistance from this level 5, yet his spear cut her like paper. Her previous prowess was nowhere to be seen. I see. That's it. She muttered in utter defeat. You win, Finn, and you boy. Her blessing was locked the moment her god died. Her vessel was sealed, preventing her from harnessing her previous strength. It didn't take long before her eyes lost signs of life. She dropped to the ground with a silver spear impaling her chest. Hey! Nobu didn't know what is happening to the surface, but he would have understood it if he did. At this exact time, the god of Loki Familia, Loki, executed the majority of Evilus remaining gods. He didn't know the spectacle of more than a dozen light pillars piercing Orario's night sky. Nobu remained oblivious to the chaos happening on the surface. What mattered the most is that he lived. That's it. Fug. He sat on the dungeon's cold floor. His body released the tension from earlier as he felt weak at the moment. His black shorts were stained with dirt while his white t-shirt was stained with Valetta's blood. He immediately released triple robustness and heart sword. As a result, his body felt even heavier. His vision nearly blacked out if not for him swiftly drinking several high potions. Phew! A huge smile was drawn to his face as he thought of what conspired today. He was almost fucked literally by a level 5 executive of Evilus. If not for his opponent's low vigilance, he would have lost. Then again, who among the level 5s would seriously treat a level 2? Not to mention their bodies, their reaction time alone is enough to overpower them. They could perfectly react against the attacks done to them. However, Nobu was a special case. He was not limited by this world in terms of magic. He knew many spells, ranging from simple ones to devastating ones. Even in his world, he is an anomaly who could bypass mystical entropy and use science and magic together. He is an unpredictable factor in this world. He was also lucky that the battle ended before triple robustness ran out. Without the armor, he could only cast it in a shorter duration. Still, it is inevitable to suffer from injuries. Doping is what made him revert to normal and remain awake despite all of that. I won. After tasting the aftermath of this battle, he pulled the silver spear out of her chest. Blood gushed out of the empty hole. Meanwhile, the silver spear was littered with blood and chunks of her internal organs. With cleanse, it returned to its pristine state. Nobu was about to leave her corpse when he saw her silver dagger. To clash against his spear, the dagger is extraordinary. He picked it up and saw blood-red runes engraved to its blade. It glowed ominously while being held by him. This curse. The dagger possessed the curse of anti-healing. He could bleed to death as long as it is not dispelled. Truly, he had been lucky enough to not have been hit fatally by it. Valletta had played around with him. If not, he's already dead. Nobu inserted it in his storage. Having looted it, he saw a leather pouch strapped to her waist. Familiar with this design, he pulled the strings out and opened the pouch. When his hand brought out its items, he saw some crimson-red crystals. Inferno stone. Carefully placing it on the ground, he brought out everything inside. Water, food, another cursed dagger. What shocked him, however, was the crystal liver. Isn't this, the 27th Monster Rex's rare drop? Amphisbaena's dragon liver. With enough concoction skills, many potions could be formed by it. Some of them are strength potions, regenerative potion, and many more. It is also rumored that some potions could permanently affect an adventurer, boosting their stats by a considerable degree. Though, that is just a myth. That recipe was held by the sage a couple of centuries ago. A/N, the sage is Fels, Aurano's right-hand man. He swiftly transferred everything to his storage before leaving. Of course, he did not forget to pick back his separated armor and Sora wardrobe. 2 magic circles overlapped with him. By the time they were gone, he is wearing a lightweight adventurer outfit. I have to go back fast. Nobu recalled his goddess words before he descended to the dungeon. No more risking your life in the middle floors, all right. If I don't do so, I'm dead. Just as he left the floor, a green vine stealthily crept on the corpses that littered the floor. One of them happened to come into the corpse of a white-haired man as well as a pink-haired woman. Greater troubles began to brew inside the dungeon. And by extension, the dungeon city Orario. A chaotic night. That is how someone described what happened to the surface. After reuniting with Filvis-san, we reached the surface. Only to be surprised by the stormy news, that is. Evilus remnants were cleaned up. During the 27th floor nightmare, the entire Loki Familia struck Evilus suspected bases, in turn beheading more than 15 evil gods. This act crippled the organization's power due to their loss of fauna. With that, their statuses were sealed. They could no longer have the power of an adventurer. It is the final blow that crippled Evilus. Today, they are no longer the most feared evil organization that nearly brought Orario down. During these turbulent times, I returned to the Familia home. I did. Maybe? But it's not that dangerous. Hephaestus Sama replied with a long sigh. I could tell you've done something dangerous yet again. What is it this time? It's not much. I went to the 27th floor. What? For the first time in a while, she showed a stunned expression. You went to the 27th floor. Right when all this ruckus is happening. Well, I did so to capture some Evilus members. I thought some of them might know the truth about Astria Familia's downfall. My goodness! She massaged her temples as she began reprimanding me. Are you forgetting that you are only a level 2? In normal times, nobody at your level would venture that floor. From Inasan's words, most of the level 2 venture to the 24th floor at most. Beyond that is the aquatic terrain which only level 3s could safely venture. The forest terrain from the 19th to the 23rd floor vastly differs from the 24th floor to the 27th floor's aquatic terrain. Once monsters are on the water, their power becomes level 5, or at worse, level 6. What did you encounter on that floor? They're just some low-level Evilus bunch. I tried to look her in the eyes, only to find out I couldn't. My guilty conscience is hitting me hard this time. Nobody worried for me back then, back in the future. In the future, both my parents knew I have no choice. It's different now. Sensing her sharp gaze, I spilled the beans. Olivus Act, Vendetta. Also, Valletta Greeds, Arachnia. What? She slammed her hands on her desk as she outrightly stood up in shock. That Arachnia, a first-class Evilus executive. Her. Please calm down, Hephaestus Sama. I am afraid that she would have a heart attack. How could I calm down after knowing this? She made some deep breaths before sitting back in her chair. I know you're accustomed to this kind of danger. After all you have told me that night, I am aware that risking your life is a common thing. When I revealed everything to Lady Artemis, I decided to do the same with Hephaestus Sama. Not only is she my goddess, but she's also trustworthy enough to be the friend of Lady Hestia, the god of the hearth, one known for her kindness and sympathy towards humans. She's also acknowledged by Lady Artemis herself. Unexpectedly, she took everything better than I thought. She mentioned how there are some lines in my records that didn't make any sense, such as fighting an ancient dragon and the like. She only kept that to herself and decided to wait until I trusted her enough, which showed how considerate she was. Remember what I asked of you that time? That I shouldn't overexert myself. It seems that you still do. Sigh. I thought you are only similar to the Sword Princess, but you're worse. She's reckless. She then looked at me. You are seeking death. Suddenly, the door was flung open. Finn is right on the mark this time. He called for a. Tsubakine paused for a moment. Aha! Yer landed yourself in trouble, Nobu-kun. Something, like that. It's not just any trouble. He fought with Arachnia alone. A true death wish. How come Yer alive and kickin' right now? I nearly laughed at her remarks. She's right, though. I killed her first. Seems like I am lucky enough for her blessing to disappear during the fight. Right. Loki-sama herself moved and executed those gods. I will never forget those light pillars. It's a shocker for tomorrow morning. I sneaked a look at Hephaestus-sama. I saw her in deep thought, sometimes frowning while grinning wryly at times. It helped that Tsubakine arrived. Anyways, I'll be borrowing him for a bit. The others decided to throw in a feast for today's event. All right. She replied. Your verdict would be saved for later, Nobu. I understand. Doing my customary bow, I was dragged over by Tsubakine to the best tavern hostess of fertility. Nobu-kun. It's not right. A trace of worry appeared in Hephaestus' eyes. She thought of his close contact with death twice, in less than a month, at that. She knew that he must have been broken already. Due to his will, he managed to stand up despite the odds against him. She herself could only imagine how much suffering he had gone through at this point. Nobu was someone who saw the end of his world with his own eyes. Imagining Gakai's collapse was all she needs to empathize with him ever so slightly. Artemis is doing a better job than me. She helplessly leaned on her chair. No. I must do something to help him. Thinking of it, all she ever did was guide his smithing career, provide some resources, and update his status regularly. Albeit, she's unaware that what she's doing is enough in his eyes. After all, he doesn't have people who worry much for him, except for his parents and a select few. Time traveler. An otherworlder. These burdens are heavy enough for a child like him. Her observations about him were right. It is something that came from her insight as a goddess who lived for a very long time. He constantly pressures himself to create a better end. After each round had passed, it is noticeably becoming better. From a hopeless world where it was destroyed, it now turned into a world fighting for its survival, all thanks to his continuous efforts over the last 4 years. Things that I could do as his goddess. Her eyes lit up in realization as she saw the bright moon outside. I understand. The fire inside the goddess blazed strongly. Chapter 33, Chapter 33, Cultural Exchange. The pungent smell of alcohol drifted to my nose. Orario has a wide range of alcohol after the age of gods: cold mead, beer, wine, cocktails, etc. Cheers. I saw many bulky dwarves drink everything in their cups in one go. Some of them have fresh wounds on their arms. They might have been summoned by the Loki Familia at the last minute, but their battles had been very intense. The dying resistance of Evilus is still strong even with their remaining executives busy on the 27th floor. Even so, they came out on top. They cleaned up Evilus remnants. After the battle in the surface, they also rushed to the 27th floor and saved adventurers. They prevented further casualties. While we were escaping, I fired off many spells. My distraction is enough to save the ones I came across. Perhaps that's why quite a number of adventurers survived. Nevertheless, it is still an actual nightmare. Many people died, thus the feast's purpose turned to honoring them instead of celebrating victory over Evilus. Though, there are attempts on highlighting the positive events as well. Maybe it is also a way of continuing the city's cheerful mood. They wanted to reduce the 27th floor incident's negative impact. They wanted to retain the morale of Orario itself. Having a lowered morale could negatively impact the entirety of Orario. They need to overcome this and turn into a new leaf. As for me, I am not affected much. I helped the best I could. My conscience is clean. Evilus were the ones who caused everything. At least, I gave justice to the ones who died by killing 2 of their executives. A sweet and cold feeling traced down my throat. It is a fruit juice. Beer. I quite miss it already. Now I am treated as a kid, I am stuck at mango juice. I downed a tower of canned beer as entertainment back then. I might not be 19 just like that time, but my mind is. I picked some salted peas to serve as a snack. The right amount of saltiness completely removes the bitter aftertaste of a beer. Ya don't wanna drink? Brontes-san asked. It's all right. This is enough for me. If you say so. With a pat on my shoulder, he socialized with the other combat smiths. I saw them talk about something solemnly. Frost. The coldness of the juice increased with my spell. It briefly froze the mug before melting down. When I downed it again. Ah! Mango juice is truly the best. No other fruit juice could defeat it. This time, my chopsticks reached out to a roasted bacon strip. A flavor bomb exploded in my mouth. It has the right ratio of fat, spices, and herbs. Everything is complementing each other. Yo! You up for a drink? Tsubakine placed her arms on my neck. To be honest, this close contact is quite uncomfortable, given her way of dressing. She dresses minimally, barely covering her well-endowed chest with a sarashi. She reminded me of those Amazons, to be honest. I'm still a kid. A sip or two wouldn't kill. Fine. Tempted by the idea to drink beer, I uncapped one of the beer bottles before pouring it into mine. After pouring it in, I didn't place it in some ice cubes and froze it with my spell instead. Whoa! Do that to me too. Alright, alright. I cast my spell on Tsubakine's beer mug. A few moments later, a frosty mist appeared on top of the beer mug. Fuuaa. She wore a huge smile as she drank it. That was refreshing. Glad you liked it. Gulp. The familiar rough feeling traced down my throat. Its coldness made it the best drink ever. A bitter aftertaste settled in my tongue but was lessened by the roasted pork strip. Phew. As I drank, a thought went past my mind. Adventurers are supposedly stronger than normal humans. Meaning, their alcohol tolerance should be better. Yes, that's it. I will reenact that beer tower, then. 10 minutes later, Nobu's face was on the table. He's in a daze, as if figuring what to do next. His cheeks have a tinge of red in them. Mew. Drinking without socializing sucks. He was getting bored with the small talks here and there. Sure, his fellow Familia members know him. But, he feels that something is missing. Like a missing puzzle piece to complete the night. Since the mood is quite dark, he wanted to improve it even by a little. At the same time, he needs to honor the deceased and not disrespect them. A brilliant idea flashed in his mind. It's time to bring out the big gun. With a smile, he brought out 2 unidentified things. The others who have a sharp eye noticed him immediately. What's that? A guitar? But it looks different. A metallic guitar. Tsubaki had prepared the entire place not only for them but also the other familias like the Loki Familia and Ganesha Familia. Hence, they occupied the entire benevolent mistress. More and more people, be it from Hephaestus, Loki Familia, or the others, they became intrigued by the instrument on his hand. Nobu did not notice this as he is busy tuning the electric guitar. Volt. A surge of electricity ran through the portable amplifier. It is enough to power it up and not overload its capacitors. All right, everyone. He shouted. Here's a special performance for tonight. A song for the brave ones. I present to you. Brave Shine. An electrifying sound was created by the guitar as soon as Nobu struck it. While the other customers of the tavern became curious as to what instrument that was, his performance began. The start of the chord progression was strong. It immediately elicited the attention of everyone in this place. When it proceeded to the 2-minute mark, everyone immersed to it. By the end of the performance, they could easily visualize a heroic tale. It embodied a hero who fought against all ideals, a hero who went against all odds. What was that? A guitar? Is that even a guitar? That's way too soft compared to the bards. Awesome! Everyone appreciated his performance. It perfectly highlighted the traits adventurers admired. It also paid homage to the ones who fought to survive until now. Can you play another? Yes. Do you have something else? One more. Soon, the entire tavern was filled with a single request. The dark and stark mood became filled with hope for a better future. Adventurers might be practical beings, but they dream of a heroic tale deep within. Unfortunately, most did not have the courage to accomplish it. One more. Naya. Even some of their waitresses are swept with the mood. Another one, you say? Surprisingly, Nobu's voice came out on top despite the noise. One more, it is. Yes. This time, he stood on top of a high chair. His core training made it easy for him to retain balance. He could even stand on a tree branch without it breaking. What's more if it's this? He brought out his smartphone and looked for a certain MP3 file. It has the other instrumental that he pre-recorded back on Earth. That was how he played his guitar inside his laboratory. This time, it's a song from the soldiers who went against all odds. The Last Stand. Nobu began playing. When the people became used to the rhythm as well as his cue, they were swept by the song's vibe. Nobu's professional stage player skills were used at this moment. Ensuring enjoyment and controlling their vibe was something that he exhibited at this moment. After that performance, he moved on to a variety of modern songs. Each of them was unique to their ears. It possessed the will of the modern era, a culture that culminated over several centuries. For Orario, it is something spectacular, more so when the performer is hailed as a prodigy of his generation. He's none other than Shishi, 7, who popularized and spearheaded Vocaloid itself. A/N, it's a reference to Kenshi Yonju's Hachi when he was creating Hatsune Miku masterpieces like Donut Hole, Matryoshka, and Sand Planet. He never showed his face on camera. Still, his talent speaks for itself. Even if he is drunk, the muscle memory would not fail him. While he is in the midst of selecting another song, the main characters for today's feast arrived. Ho! Things are lookin' lively. Seems like it. The Palam replied to the dwarf. I didn't expect this kind of atmosphere. Finn was expecting a solemn atmosphere at first due to the deaths in the dungeon. It was inevitable since he decided to attack Evilus bases. He utilized their absence to succeed. He felt heavy about it but chose to shoulder them silently. Sometimes, a victory in a war cost the lives of others. Finn saw Raoul and others shouting with others. Anno Captain! Everyone's enjoying this night. Well, I think you should listen to his performance. He pointed out to the drunk boy standing on top of an ice table. Everyone's rocking it right now. Their goddess narrowed her eyes until they lit up in realization. No doubt. It's an electric guitar. Someone invented it already. Electric guitar. Their ears perked up as Loki began explaining the electric guitar to them. It's similar to a bard's harp, but much better. A god created it and went rock and rollin' back in Tenkai. She said. Ahem. As Raoul said, it's better to experience it yourself. Eyes. He looks familiar. No doubt. He's that knight. Their meeting within that single second was not forgotten by her. That's why. But, what is he doing right now? Contrary to others' expectations, Nobu blurted out another special song of his. His golden pupils shone as he scanned the audience. It's, well, a special song. You sure you want to hear it? Yes. All this time, his special songs did not disappoint them. Tsubaki even participated, leaving him with no choice but to play it. Then, I hope everyone enjoys it. He said. Here is Deathly Loneliness Attacks. Tapping his strange magic tool, an instrumental began. Though, his electric guitar stood above them. The first few notes dropped. It was quite calm, a setter for its following rhythm and theme. His fingers danced as he strummed the guitar's strings. Then his voice began singing. Tekitu ni akite moeki w8 Suzuku. You'll breathe on, even if you just live just doing whatever works. Derka ni yorakakari akite iru. Living depending on someone else. Seisi ga kite moeki g8 Suzuku. Even if your support disappears, you'll continue to breathe. Tsuji no yorita koro ni mi o yasaru. Becoming dependent on the next thing. Every song has a cultural context. There are some modern songs that would not be fully appreciated by people in Gakkai, thus Nobu carefully chose what he would play. He chose songs that has a universal meaning that even the adventurers of Orario could empathize with it. He manifested the emotions contained within this song through his masterful playing, the rest is up for others to understand. The younger sister who was ruthlessly abandoned by her big brother as soon as she could not catch up to his steps. He acted as if she was not his family, his receptor of love and care changing to the incarnation of beauty. What? Her tale became slightly lifeless as she continued to listen. The talented blacksmith hails from the bloodline of those blessed by spirits. Due to his ancestors' wrongdoings, their family's blessings were cut off. His existence was the sole miracle that was produced after centuries, an anomaly, perhaps. His final friend sacrificed herself during his escape from his country. As a result, he got nothing but himself until Hephaestus herself brought him in. In the corner, he continued isolating himself, yet he could not bring his attention away from that song. The one who abandoned justice, leaving wrath and revenge to dominate her mind. The infamous adventurer turned criminal who single-handedly obliterated many evil spaces and executed their gods, a crime heavy for mortals. Nevertheless, a single question remained inside her. Was it worth it? For the life that her comrades saved with their lives, is she living a worthy life, her ideals remaining the same? No. At the end of her revenge, she felt nothing but emptiness. It did not change her dearest friends' deaths. Her current self was repulsed by her goddess, her hands stained with blood. Her revenge did not save her friends, nor did it make her heart lighter. It only added another entry to her list of sins. The song talked about cutting off bonds and straining herself due to the said act. Something that perfectly describes her current situation. How ironic! A weakling gets everything taken away from them. Struggle as they might, they will lose everything. They cry whenever something bad occurs. They whine when their strength is insufficient in the face of their hurdle. They simply despair. Only the strong has the authority to take from others. They protect what's theirs and not end up in a crying mess. Their power could prevent any form of regrets holding them back in the future. If they do end up being lonely due to strength, then so be it. There's no need for them to socialize with the weak, for they would just abandon him one day. Just like what happened in the past. Tisk. Comparing loneliness to poison is outright stupid. The werewolf would not admit it. Only the weak admit weakness to others. That he is resonating with this song. Everyone. The Sword Princess is surrounded by many people. They came from varying races, but they have one thing in common: they use their strengths to protect others. In other words, a hero. Standing at the forefront was a black-haired man. He practiced his sword while she and her mother is watching. He seemed quite embarrassed whenever someone watches him do so, but her mother's coaxing is powerful enough for him to concede. It is the days she felt at ease. Everyone is still here. She was with her parents as they spent the day peacefully. Unfortunately, it ended badly. The looming darkness took everyone dear from her. She was the only one left behind. When she woke up, she found herself in a strange place, the dungeon. She was all alone until the Loki Familia found her. Even with that, she could not bring herself to form emotional connections as she sought for one thing that might bring them back: power. What is that? Briefly, her golden pupils met with the boy's own. It is extremely similar to hers yet different at the same time. If her loneliness almost caused her to break, his was enough to drive him crazy. It's as if he saw his beloved people dying in front of him over and over again. He was helpless to change their fate. This short encounter was cut short as Nobu focused on the guitar once more. Though, it fueled his performance further as he incorporated his own experience with this song. In the end, his performance ended with another round of applause. The smell of gunpowder assaulted my nose. Burnt corpses littered Tokyo's desolate streets. My head ached for a moment. I remembered myself playing my electric guitar inside Benevolent Mistress. Then. I don't remember anything else. Did I black out? How the hell did I arrive in this place? Target M located. He is currently hiding inside one of the enclosed voids. Inside the venue itself? What a clever plan! I heard someone familiar speak. When I looked at him, I was stunned. That was me. Memories of this scene entered my mind. I also went inside my memory palace to better recall it. This is 1 week before the culling game? I remember it. The Shinjuku incident settled down. Satoru Gojo was sealed inside a cube in the hands of Kenjaku. This is my 3rd round, hence I knew some specifics. For once, I need to visit Tenjin along with them. I heard the armored man speak. If I did not come with Itatori's group, Tenjin would not entrust the back seal to others. In the last round, Tsukumo Yuki and Choso were left behind to guard Tenjin. Meanwhile, Itatori, Megami, and Yuta left for the culling game. It ended with Tsukumo-san dying in Kenjaku's hands. Sukuna utilized the binding vow he has with Itatori and turned Megami into his vessel instead. That was how he gained access to Megami's terrifying summon, Mahoraga. There's no other choice but to enter honestly. He made his decision. Please. Affirmative. Tracking Itatori Yuichi's signature. I looked upwards and saw a small star glimmer. Of course, I knew its true identity more than anyone else. The orbital satellite. It is directly operated by her. Coordinates locked. The target is mobile in the Ginza district. Abruptly, my vision was twisted. It changed into a scene where the armored man was killed. In his dying moments, he saw the visage of the man who could turn everything over. He might have fell under Kenjaku's strength, but the others succeeded in freeing the strongest from the prison realm. The scene froze. It turned into a sea of grey until it became his laboratory's room. The white-haired man looks dazzling if not for his unkempt hair and dull eyes. He held a handgun in his right hand and was about to aim it at his jaw. I remember it. My 4th life. You came. Hey. Am I too drunk to dream of my future memories? The man, my future self, made eye contact with me. Having a cheat is really different. You still have your future ahead of you. The opportunities to reverse our mistakes. Hey. Why am I dreaming of a dramatic version of myself? Anyways, you seem to experience a cultural shock in this world. Yeah. You placed yourself in a presumably difficult situation. He suddenly shifted the topic of our conversation, or at least that's how it was to me. Remember Philvis emblem? The wine cup with grapes around it. Whose god do you think it belongs to? The image of the emblem flashed on top of his hand. Dionysus. Dionysus, the god of wine and pleasure. In the original myths, he was a banished son of Zeus. His other noticeable fields included insanity and madness. Many times, the correlation between my world's myths and this world's DSD proved to be true. Hephaestus is an honest god of smithing, Loki is the god of trickery, and Freya is the goddess of beauty. Meaning, Dionysus' personality ought to be troublesome. I got his attention. Most likely, you did. However, you would have been in a dangerous spot nevertheless. He casually said. Meddling with Evilus, going after the cause of Astrea Familia's deaths. One slip up and you're dead. You understand how many interests are intermingled in that matter. Astrea Familia's death is a piece of classified information inside the guild. That alone is a huge red flag. There's also Evilus, whom the top familius of Orario took 12 years to defeat. Wake up! You're no longer in the future, where you're constantly in danger. You have to remove that bad habit. While I received the memories of my future self, I could not say that we're the same. In the end, I can only empathize with those memories as they did not happen to me personally. This mirror image of myself is my ideal self, yet it is not. I want to undo the mistakes and regrets he has. Make use of this God-given opportunity. Become stronger to change our futures. I will. To shape the future myself and change that bad ending. Good luck. He paused for a moment before he added, "You're in for a surprise after the status update." Bang! The moment the loud sound of the handgun resounded, I found myself staring at an empty ceiling. Chapter 34, Chapter 34, Cultural Exchanges Aftermath. A slight pang of headache assaulted my head. MN. It's already morning. Rays of sunlight penetrated the gaps in the curtain. I expected a bad hangover but did not feel anything besides a slight headache. I used to wake up with a shitty feeling. Did leveling up affect my alcohol system? I left the bed and headed outside. Surprisingly, there was no one else. Nobody used the rooms in this huge Familia house. Strange. I expected everyone to use it since they'll be too drunk to work. Setting this feeling aside, I knocked on Hephaestus-sama's office thrice. "You can enter." I opened the door. There, I saw her with the usual paperwork. Tsubakine was supposed to finish these, but Hephaestus-sama takes it whenever she is busy forging. Unfortunately, she is busy most of the time. "Good morning, little prince." "Good et." I made a stupefied face upon hearing that nickname. Since when did I have that? My! Did you forget about it? Forget what? Yesterday, you took center stage inside Benevolent Mistress. Your music and appearance made people call you Little Prince. Ah! Et! Hey! Hey! I saw Hephaestus-sama sigh before it turned into stifled laughter. "I'm sorry." "Your face." After calming down, I started sorting out my hazy memories. Hephaestus-sama also helped in this regard. "By the way, Loki asked me where I got a new Familia member." "I see. I have a strong feeling that the trouble mentioned in my dream included this. How careless am I to bring out a modern electric guitar and play it in front of a crowd? Then again, this could be explained by someone teaching me how to build it. That's not technically a lie since I learned how to build guitars from the internet. Don't blame yourself. If you saw your drunk appearance that time, never mind. I feel like she's keeping a secret from me. Anyways, we should update your status." Like usual, I undressed my top and showed my back to her. I could feel Hephaestus-sama's finger drawing the Familia emblem. Soon, it was over. She handed over a paper containing my current status. Level 2. Strength, H111E489 Defense, I25F301 Dexterity, I85F340 Agility, I19F396 Magic, H132D532 Hacker, G. Orionids. The brightest star unveils itself to the watchful gaze of others. Summons a meteor strike to the target. It has a very small chance to inflict random status ailments. Activation chant, I shall not understand the irrationality, yet I ask thee. Illuminate the sky with thy light. Nth, Astrum. Memoir manifest. Memories do not die. They live inside one's heart forever. Seeks a random target from the past and projects it on the present. It has a 10-minute duration and is limited to once a day. Activation chant, thy mind might forget, but mine heart shall remember. Moments be given a definite form. Relieve thy memories once more. Praeteridium, ostendo tu ipsi. Miracle Maker. Enhances every creation. Provides guidance in creating new items. Additional abilities to the creations can be imbued by chance. Excelia gain will be increased during creation. Child of constellations. Under the blessing of the starry sky, growth speed, magical abilities, and recovery are increased. Legends related to stars are strengthened. Proof of combat. Permanently enhances physical and mind recovery. Scales based on the number of injuries sustained. Your growth rate is terrific. You earned a new magic and skill at once. Ah! Hephaestus-sama was right. I was in for a surprise after waking up. I mean, skill and magic at once? I fought tooth and nail with Goliath, yet I only received it now. Was it due to my complete acceptance of the traumatic parts of my past? The first one. It'll be more horrific with time. The first skill relies on snowballing. Since I will be injured every fight, it's simply an additional benefit without repercussions. As for the second one, Memoir Manifest should be caused by your power to control time. It says from the past. Is it my actual past or that? It'd be extremely helpful if I could summon Arbiter or Laplace from the past. If I could utilize an orbital strike or use its strong computation speed to deduce Gakai's coordinates, it'd help the current me a lot. These skills are simply too broken for a level 2 like me. I am right in that regard. My goddess spoke. That huge leap as a level 1 is caused by those records. A portion of your deeds in the future reacted with the fauna I gave. I see. Hephaestus Sama did mention those lines briefly appearing when I received her fauna. It must have interfered with my growth rate and resulted in a huge increase in my stats. My 4-day-long stay inside the dungeon affected it, too. Now that I fought against a legitimate level 3, level 5, and dozens of monsters, the stats I have gained are lacking compared to that. Still, I am content with it. I can treat it as a one-time big boost resulted by my future accomplishments. Once the chance refreshes, I will check it out. The magic stones served as my cheat's power source. It's been more than 2 weeks since I arrived in Orario, 3 weeks in Gakai. With a continuous power source, it will be filled in less than a week. By then, I will have another trump card. Nobu-kun. You need to prepare yourself. The Denatus will happen tonight. It was sped up. I asked in slight shock. That's right. Removing the remnants of Evilus is a major achievement for Orario. The cleanup yesterday marked the end of Orario's dark age. Evilus, the major force for its destruction, was uprooted. Valletta Greed and Olivus Act fell into my hands. Due to the two of them gone, the final remnants of Evilus would be like headless chickens. Take down the general and you'll win the war. Your level up will also be announced. Ugh. This will be troublesome. Indeed. For reference, Sword Princess took a year to level up. She's hailed as an upcoming rookie as a result. Within 6 years, she went from level 1 to level 5. If people knew that there was someone who leveled up in a week, what would be their reactions? Thankfully, I know how to accept the inevitable. We delayed this announcement for a week, too. At least, that'd make it look like I took 2 weeks. Hey, it sounds less shocking than a week. Don't worry too much. You have me at your back. Hephaestus Sama is also cool today. After the status update, I headed to the Northeast District. Only then did I realize that I slept for an entire day. From what I am hearing, everything settled down. The fever that was brought by Evilus' downfall was very strong. Everyone cheered the top Familia for making this thing possible. At the same time, there are Familias with a heavy mood. It formed a contrasting atmosphere in the city of Orario. Many people lost someone during the Great Feud 5 years ago. Thus, this scenario is extremely reasonable. However... Oh? Little Prince. Who? Man, you missed out on something great. Those performances. Isn't it? I liked Deathly Loneliness Attacks the most. It's We Will Rock You for me. I swear I never heard something like that before. Don't forget his opening act. Brave Shine took me to a new level. I regret being dead drunk. I never knew it would have such an impact on this world. Those gods in Tenkai should have brought their rich cultural heritage to Gakai, but to be shocked by guitar solos? Though. If I think about it, becoming famous overnight is not exaggerated. It's like I brought modern music to the medieval age, the era where entertainment is scarce. I made my way to the store. The regular staff greeted me before I entered the forging room. It's been 2 days already. I never forgot the little girl from before. I intended to help her out by making her a regular staff in this store. Other than that, leaving that familia is another goal. I took out my broken armor and placed it on top of a working table. I saw the chain structure which connected the armor is destroyed. Man, another precise work. The chainmail is also torn apart in half. My mouth twitched. I planned to upgrade them with Damascus alloy after that dive. I guess life does work wonders. I'll study the new ratio first. With the 65 million valis from Hognasan, I bought 500 grams of pure orichalcum found on the lower floors. Along with them are volcanic ores found on the 40th floor and many more. Even after that, I still have surplus money. A good amount of carbon increases the durability after quenching and tempering. Clang! 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 Half an hour later, a deep black ingot appeared on the anvil. I scanned its components using correspondence and saw some results. Mohs score, 39. Malleability, 4000. The malleability score is satisfactory, but its Mohs score is lower than I expected. Damascus alloy has lesser orichalcum. Honestly, that alloy was a result of good luck. There's not much pure orichalcum in its ratio. However, it somehow reached the Mohs score of 45. I placed the Damascus alloy's data alongside the current ratio. Sometimes, direct comparison answers the problem. And it did. The compatibility. I removed several materials and replaced them. I did not wait and placed my theory to work immediately. Another half an hour passed when the results showed itself to my eyes. Mohs score, 42. Malleability, 4500. I knew it. I ended up spending all of the materials inside the crates. Minerals worth 20 million valis were gone, just like that. In its place. Mohs score, above 50. Malleability, 5000. Holy. Dir orichalcum was something made by Hephaestus Sama, the literal god of smithing. Knowing I could recreate something like it is a pleasant surprise. Her techniques are on another level, though. I put myself back in place. I calmed down and thought of something that I have to do today. Right. I recalled Memoir Manifest's usage. It is limited to once a day with a 10-minute duration. Specifically, it projects something from my past. My mind might forget, but thy heart shall remember. Moments be given a definite form. Relieve thy memories once more. A large album manifested out of thin air. A crackling sound came from it as its pages started turning before it abruptly stopped. Mana had been gathered into it as a considerable amount of my mind is spent. Praetoridium, ostendo tu ipsi. Bygone events, show yourselves. A silhouette swiftly took form. The light dissipated, revealing a sleek blue smartphone. Hey! Filled with disbelief, I opened it. Moments later, I heard a voice out of nowhere. Connection established. A total of 33 debugs have been done in the last 3 seconds. A deep scan is recommended to troubleshoot the problem. A synthetic female voice rang in my ears. Goshujin-sama. How? This should only be working inside the lab. What's the matter? The girl asked once again. No. Miku. I said. Complete an initial scan of our surroundings. Order received. Scanning the area within 10 meters. Complete. An image came out of the screen. It showed the layout of Hephaestus Familia's smithy perfectly. It made use of ultrasonic scanning and several other technologies integrated with magic. We are not inside the laboratory. Goshujin-sama. What's your current version? It is version 3.4. Updates are ongoing 1 minute ago before forceful disconnection occurred. View the logs. No. At present, my virtual assistant, Miku, is on version 4.2. It is an entire version behind. Then again, it is easy to upgrade her since I have improved her further in the future. We are not inside the laboratory. Rather, we are in another place. A city, to be exact. A city? The connection cannot be formed with Laplace or judgment. Are we experiencing signal jamming? I'll tell you later. For now, can you transfer your files to this phone? Affirmative. Her image came out of the screen. She has a set of blue pajamas due to her sleeping in every update. She expressed her sleepiness by yawning while stretching her body. I took out my phone and placed it on the back of the blue phone. It is the product of improving NFC, near-field communication, to a huge degree. It became possible to transfer huge sizes of data with a simple process. Miku touched her background before she fell through it. Hub. Data replication has begun. The progress was moderately done, not too fast or slow. 10 minutes is enough to boot up Miku's file package and have her latest version by the side. Phew. Goshujin-sama, the logs inside indicates March 14, 2017. Isn't it December 5, 2015? It's not wrong. I replied. You came from the past. This data is from the future. I reiterated. With my magic, I called you from the past. Ah, I see. Goshujin-sama completed the practical application of relativity. As expected. Well, I'm glad she could process everything smoothly. We are currently in another world. I see. Gods walk on this planet while strong monsters litter around. Understood. Do you need assistance? Replicating your data is enough. Miku used to interact with my phone through the planetary connection established by Laplace network. No matter where we are on the planet, it would still be there. I did create an intranet in case something happens on the planet. However, it was on my laptop. When I got into Gakkai, the connection was severed while the stored data was lost with the laptop gone. All that was left were residual files on my phone, which I worked to have Miku's version 1.0. It is supposed to process the coordinates of this world, though it is slow. After all, this phone is not optimized for an AI to do things such as large-scale calculations. Only when I desperately need something to be done would I do something like this. Soon, it is about to pass the 10-minute mark. Process completed. Good night. Good night too. The moment the screen went off, my magic's duration ended. It turned into a mirage before dissipating completely. Sigh. I never expected this. There are a million possibilities for memoir manifest. Then, it happened to be Miku. She could deduce the coordinates of this world while I develop myself. Now that her advanced version resides on my phone, she'll be able to help me more. What a lucky day. I went out of my forge and saw the busy apprentices resting. I haven't seen a senior smith yet, but that's because they're stepping up the work with the celebration the other day. Just as I was about to leave the store, I saw a familiar face. She has furry werewolf ears under her hood. She looks like a stranger, but I would not forget those eyes. She's using a disguise, I guess. Let's talk in another place. To avoid being conspicuous, their meeting place ended up in a cafe. Nobu did not dare set the meeting place on Benevolent Mistress. His name is already quite spread in the Northeast District. How worse would it be on the main site itself? Akasaka Nobu. Then, Akasaka-san. You can call me Lily. Unexpectedly, the two did not know the other's name until now. I want to repay you, and change my fate. Seeing this, Nobu nodded in response. You have the resolve. That's good. Everything begins with the resolve of the person. Ideals are born from such things. How I see it, you have two major problems to deal with. He made a counting gesture with his fingers. First, money. You wish to leave that familia, no? Yes. Did he put some condition for leaving? That's right. How did you know? Nobu looked away for a moment. Reading a scum is easier than you think. If I guess correctly, he asked for an exorbitant amount of money, no? He did. He asked 1,000,000 valis for him to leave. It's a hard sum to earn for a little girl like you. Unbeknownst to the two, Soma is tired of mortals worshipping his wine. Nobody left his familia since its establishment. When he saw light in Lily's eyes, he was briefly hit with extreme disbelief, in turn leading to this situation. He didn't expect the random value he blabbered would make things hard for Lily. Although, he also did not know there is someone on her side. I could lend you that amount. I swear under my goddess name, there will be no interest whatsoever. What? There's. You can also not accept it, but the day you get your freedom becomes farther. As for the second thing you lack, it's power. The strength and status befitting an adventurer. Some adventurers are children like her. With a strong status, they could defeat adults and fend off dangers. In short, you need to start training yourself. Money and power are synonymous in this world. If you have power, you could earn money by prowling the dungeon. If you have money, you could buy magic swords and have power. These two are a cycle. If you lack either of the two, that cycle won't start. Deciding on how you leave your familia is imperative. Only after you do so could we continue this conversation. Based on Lily's decision, her path would change. If she chose the option of borrowing, she will have her freedom immediately. Meanwhile, she will need to lay low while earning money for her second option. No matter how Lily thinks, burdening Akasaka-san is not a choice. In the end, she is still a pure child. Her near-death encounter was the first dark thing she experienced. Moreover, she feels it is not right to further impose herself. She wants to repay him, but she has no clue how. Adding this will only weigh on her. I understand. Briefly, Nobu felt nostalgic. He made similar decisions in the future. It is not a logical choice, yes, but that's what made humans, human. Are you willing to start training tomorrow? Yet. I am. She nodded with fervor. Adventurers might not be a pleasant bunch. She was used as bait and laborer. She was exposed to danger due to their reckless decisions. However, their power to protect themselves is something she admires. A voice speaks to her heart. It was inexplicable. It simply told her that the boy across the table is someone to be trusted. He upholds his words and draws a definite line, characteristics rare enough in this world. Tomorrow morning. Meet me at the same location today. Chapter 35, Chapter 35, Denatus. Denatus. An event that happens once every 3 months. It calls forth every single god available and registered to Orario. This meeting determines the direction of Orario's development and its adventurers. It is when the epithets, aliases, of the newbie adventurers are decided. Horrendous names like Angel of Judgment and Dark Demon Warrior would occasionally appear, though adventurers from high-level familias were spared. Who would offend a strong familia by giving them an unreasonably bad alias? As for the lower-ranking familias, they could only play along. Oh? You dressed up unlike usual, Fei. In contrast with other Denatus, Hephaestus made an effort to dress up. Her perfectly proportional body and slim muscles stood up, further accentuating her black dress. It is a perfect match for her eye patch. Why can't you call me with my full name? Nah, that'd be no fun. The easygoing goddess has a chest flatter than a board. Many wouldn't be fooled by her facade, however. What brings you, Loki? The auburn-haired woman is none other than Loki, the god of tricksters. Do I need a reason to talk with you? She rhetorically asked. Though I am curious about something. Hearing this, Hephaestus sighed inwardly. The trouble she's looking out for has arrived. Go ahead. How did you find such a monstrous child? Ganesha might be hosting today's Denatus, but Loki and Freya could see the list of adventurers who leveled up in advance. It isn't an exaggeration that Nobu's feat will shock Orario to its core. Defeating Goliath as a level 1. Leveling within 2 weeks. By luck. She replied calmly. That child is simply a prodigy. No, not just that. He's the most talented child I met. I see. Loki shrugged it off and returned to her previous self. She did not pursue this matter since she knew well Hephaestus wouldn't easily divulge more info this time. Hephaestus. Another god called out her name. His looks made him reminiscent of a country's prince. Coincidentally, Loki is familiar with him. Are you causing her trouble, Loki? He asked seriously. Not really. Do you have business with Feifei too, Dionysus? I just want to thank her child for saving my familia member. If he hadn't. The god wore a melancholic expression. The events a few days ago were worth celebrating, but many gods like him lost their beloved children to the 27th floor nightmare. Thus, the complicated atmosphere in the current Donatus. Some were happy about the extermination of Evilus, but there are also gods who lost their beloved children. I will pass your words to him. Seeing her response, Dionysus guessed she does not want others to know much about that incident. Oh? Artie is here? Swiftly, the god of tricksters went to her side. Artemis seemed surprised at her arrival. Loki. This feels new. Not seeing you around itty-bitty. In Tenkai, the two goddesses were often together. It is due to Hestia's insistence on her company whenever she gets the courage to come outside. She must have her reasons. You mean, slacking off? That could be one. This time, Artemis could not defend her friend. After all, that was all Hestia did to coop up inside her temple. I want to ask something. Oh? Aren't we being too hasty? Her casual remark was ignored by Artemis. The truth behind Astria's children. What is it? Artemis knew how Loki Familia once cooperated with Astria Familia. It is possible Astria told her about the incident before leaving Orario, considering their previous cooperation taking down Erebus, the leader of Evilus, 12 years ago. What should I do? You see, I made a promise to someone. That stubborn one. Artemis realized what happened. You wouldn't say anything. Right. There's that promise, but I don't know when it slips into my mouth. A good wine, maybe. Loki hinted with a smile. From the beginning, she knew Artemis would not stop with her investigation. Rather than bring them into danger, it is better to tell what she knows than for them to step into danger without their knowledge. Orario had just left its dark age. Having more lawful familias like them is a necessity, more so when they have Astria Familia's potential. Their years outside Orario were not for naught. I understand. Finally. I won't have to sneak around Riveria. Loki mumbled. How should I begin? What they faced is an irregular. An unseen one on top of that. Even the old man was alerted when it happened. She began narrating the day the dungeon shook. After the intermission took place, the Donatus proceeded to the most awaited part, the naming phase. The names of newbie adventurers that rose to level 2 are listed on the paper. I am Ganesha. The man with the elephant mask shouted. The Dia did not mind his antics since they are long used to it. Here are the rising stars of this month. The first one. Many names were mentioned along with their feats. They all averaged 4 to 7 years before they leveled up. It is due to the lack of high-level Excelia that a normal level 1 adventurer could acquire, mostly due to their weak status and lack of skills. It was evident when they hit level 2. They gain a development ability and possibly a skill. It becomes possible to challenge stronger foes as a result. Akasaka Nobu from Hephaestus Familia. There was not much reaction until Ganesha revealed his achievements. 2 weeks. Fighting against Goliath. 2 achievements that should not have made sense. One of them is already impossible, but both of them together? That mortal would be on another level. How was that possible? A human mage without Falna. Killing Goliath as a level 1 is impossible. No doubts. 2 weeks. Did I hear it wrong? I must have gone deaf too. Their looks shifted to Hephaestus, who casually scanned her surroundings. Give him a reasonable alias. That was all she said before she paid them no heed. She knew their curiosity was brewing at the moment. Gods are the kind who would not stop until it is quenched. Nobu will step in Orario's limelight after tonight. Should we call him Unparalleled Black Knight? Shut it. You'll just offend Hephaestus if you suggest that name. How about Blood Knight? Too brutal. True. Then. Once the discussions died down, the gods collectively decided on his epithet. The brightest star that could be found in Gakkai. Tenkao, Heavenly Wolf, Sirius. Please wake up, Ga Shujin-sama. MN. I opened my eyes. I saw the brief portion of the window outside. The sky's orange, indicating the sun has just risen. I stretched my body as I got up from the bed. After washing my face, I changed into the custom outfit I requested. It is a grey jacket made out of wool coupled with a skin-tight black t-shirt and cargo pants. After placing the smartphone in a safe area, I took a long box. It is a weapon case filled with my creations. It has nearly the same space as the bracelet storage. I strapped it to my shoulder. I wore the hood as I began jogging. From the Northeast District, I traveled to the Northwest District. As I had expected, I saw the Palom girl standing in front of the store. You're earlier than I thought. I don't want to make you wait. It seems like her emotional quotient is high. Then again, she grew up in that horrendous environment. She needed to avoid decisions that would anger her superiors, even by instincts. Being disciplined is commendable. I said. For now, jog while following me. Yes. Few mists are made as I exhaled now and then. The usually bustling Orario did not have many people in the morning except for those who are opening their stores. Soon, we arrived at our destination. Isn't this? That's right. Deadless Street. This street is found in the Southeast District. It is infamous due to its overwhelming complexity. It is easy to get lost, hence many criminals from the slums transformed it into their base. At the same time, it is something that could be used to train one's spatial sense. Follow me closely. While we jog, try to remember the place we went. We'll do this every day until you remember the entire place. I understand. I saw some doubts in her eyes, but she chose not to question it. Well, the dungeon is a complex maze. If you manage to pick up this skill in Deadless, you would not have problems being lost inside it. Ah! A few seconds later, she clapped her hands in realization. It didn't take long before she followed. She looked around the area with determined eyes. Though, it did not take long before she began having difficulties. There are times when she was too caught up observing the place. Her stamina also pulled her down. Strange. She could survive well inside the dungeon with this level. As if sensing my gaze, Lily began explaining her skill. Actually. Huff. I have a skill that assisted me as a supporter. Artel Assist. It is a skill that compensated her whenever she carries a certain amount of weight. When she was working as a supporter, she carried a heavy bag, enough for her abilities to be enhanced. When she finished explaining, I was surprised. While her body needed a balance with her weights, it could become her strength. How much would her strength increase if she wore more than 100 kilograms while fighting? Proper training and guidance are all she needs to tap into her potential, something she didn't have before. For now. Take these. Click. I opened the case and grabbed something. It was a huge leather sheath. It has straps on its ends so that the person could attach them and easily carry the sword. I asked Lily to put it on before taking out another weapon. Bam! The blade of a huge brown greatsword fell to the ground. Its blunt side bore the brunt of the impact, saving the floor from being broken. Easily, I lifted the greatsword and placed it on the sheath on Lily's back. She was surprised when she saw it at first but became at ease. It seems like she's trusting me now. Sheeing. When the entire great sword fell in its place, I loosened my grip. Soon, I removed my hand from it. Her knees sunk slightly. Even so, she did not struggle much. Whoa! I feel lighter. That sword weighs 60 del cram. For reference, del cram directly translates to great cram, or kilogram in our world. S60. Lily was confused. How do you feel? I asked her. There's nothing much except slight fatigue. It is not noticeable. I understand. While her skill compensates her for the weights, she would still feel some of its burden. In a sense, she feels a small fraction of 60 kilograms with her enhanced body. A small price to pay for power, indeed. Not long after, we continued on our way through Deadless Street. Lily did not have trouble after carrying the giant sword on her back. She could catch up while losing herself memorizing the place. In the end, we arrived at the vicinity of the walls. I asked for the guard's permission to do so, but he recognized me first upon handing out the Hephaestus Familia emblem. Golden eyes and white hair. Are you serious? Sir, what? Hearing a stranger call me by a random name confused me. The results for last night's Denatus are out. It was announced that a super rookie rose from Hephaestus Familia. He explained. Ah. I see. I wryly smiled. The trouble I wanted to avoid is here. Anyways, are you him? I am. Whoa. Keep up the good work, man. Yes, yes. After that small fiasco, we arrived on top of the walls. Nobu-san must be amazing. Even Lily could deduce what happened based on that reaction alone. Do you know why I chose this place as the training ground? Because of its space. Orario's walls have limited space. The ones fighting would not have the chance to run away from their enemy. Moreover, training in the morning does not disturb the guards. Exactly. It forces us into confrontation easily. I took out a sharpened dagger and gave it to her. Try and hit me with your best attacks. My first day as a trainer began. Overwhelming. That was all Lily could think of after failing to hit him once. Her level 1 status and enhancements are not enough to reach him. She tried to do some movements she mimicked from others, but it was not enough. I understand. You learned some moves but couldn't properly execute it. It was expected from an untrained 12-year-old girl. What weapon do you want to learn? Learn. She looked at the dagger in her hand. Its flexibility was something to be praised for. Only, it didn't feel suitable in her hand. Rather, something with a longer reach fits her better. A spear, then. Nobu took out his silver spear and unfolded it. From its small form, it became a spear with a long reach. Swish! He demonstrated his spear art before handing it out to her. The moment she touched it, she felt more satisfied. She mimicked some of his movements, only to fail. The spear is a beginner-friendly weapon. It has a perfect reach and could be learned in a short time. Her teacher began explaining its advantages and disadvantages. In a sense, it is easy to learn and safer to wield. At the same time, it exposes a bigger flaw once a mistake is made. Fortunately, the latter could be removed with enough training. I will take it. Are you sure? There's no turning back. I am. If so. Nobu took another spear from his weapon case. It is a simple metallic spear. It followed the design of a chiang. It is often used in war, thus its practicality is high. What made it special is the spell engraved into it. Lily caught it with her other hand. A single moment was enough to let her know how high its quality is. This is my gift. In shock, she nearly released it from her grasp. Nobu-san, isn't this expensive? Not much. I could just create another one. Though, I am lucky while making this one. Nobu asked her to hand him back the silver spear. Try chanting wind dance. Hearing that, she did exactly as she was told. Wind dance. Swoosh. Suddenly, she felt her body becoming lighter. Gusts of wind surrounded her as she moved. Wind dance improves your movement speed. If you say cancel, it'll deactivate. Cancel. Just as he said, the wind disappeared. She lost some of her mind, but it was not a large consumption. This. Go try flame dance next. Nobu left her no choice but to accept it. Seeing this, she no longer asked him for fear of making him annoyed. Flame dance. This time, crimson flames surrounded the spear. It spread from its tip up to its handle. Strangely, she was not burned by it. Flame dance imbues flames to your spear. It will help disorient your enemies. Intimidation is a factor in fighting. It is the root cause of feints. Simply speaking, it increases one's chances of victory. Those should be enough for now. Nobu thought. I'll tell her the third spell later. She wouldn't dive to the dungeon yet. Nobu is familiar with complacency. It is fine to depend on something, but they should still be able to struggle even without it. As an example, his combat skills did not disappear despite his combat suit's disappearance. There are cases when one's weapon would not be with them. It was this reason that pushed him to learn different fighting styles. You can deactivate it the same as earlier. Cancel. When the flames died down, Nobu made a request. Try fighting me again. This time, with a spear. Alright. The wall's space is less than 20 meters. Meaning, weapons with a longer reach are limited in this place. As if to remedy this mistake, Nobu wielded his silver spear too. Again, Lily mimicked him. It didn't take long for her to reduce some of her discomfort while wielding it. Clang. Asterisk. A week later. I should try it. Currently, I am inside the dungeon when I recalled something. In my world, magicians have their signature spells. It is the source of their epithets. For example, Swime is called Starfall due to his spell that summons forth stars similar to my Orion. There is also Yakamitsu-san who has the title Magic King Nestaheim because of his standing in the supernatural world. As for me, I am called the Machinist due to my weapons. Though, my spells do not fall behind. I am fairly confident Orion could reach the power of a level 4 back then if not for the unfamiliar star positions. I planned to correct it to have the same power as when I use it on my own, but I changed my mind. I was weak. I did not have the monstrous mana reserves that Swime and Yakamitsu-san have. My body has to be protected by a combat suit in fights or else I'll die. As a result, the spells I use on my own are downgraded. Only when I am with the suit could I use them to their fullest. Orion at its peak could destroy an entire city. It is simply incomparable to the one I am using. Hence, I corresponded the corrections to the advanced version of it instead. This process went on since I arrived in this world. It totaled 28 days before I finished it, a miraculous feat. Parallax, the measuring of stars' distance, is a complicated process. If not for Lady Artemis' support and Miko's arrival a week ago, it won't be done this quick. I wouldn't be in danger if I had it. Tap. Tap. I am currently on the 24th floor. Vegetation covered the surroundings, with plant monsters waiting in ambush. Let's see. There are no people within the 500-meter radius. I started chanting. It did not have a vast difference from before, but the calculations are on another level. My mind kept on being expended while my mana reserves began dropping. I am fortunate enough that mind potions affect mana too. A large magic circle spawned on the ground below. Smaller circles followed. At the same time, the sky is enveloped by dozens of magic circles. Dea absinum fatum. I entrust my fate to you, goddess. Rays of white light briefly lit the majority of this floor. Soon, a resounding explosion followed. Bam! Boom! After they passed, all that was left are some patches of trees and bushes. The entire floor became a mess. Craters littered the ground along with the corpses of many monsters. Seeing this, I'm this strong now. It won't be long before I could use Orion's Peak on my own. Chapter 36, Disguised Test. Reverialjo's elf. Orario's greatest mage. She could turn an entire floor into either a blazing or chilling hell. She could also provide support through her magic. Undoubtedly, she is one of the main reasons why Loki Familia reached its spot. Having magic could easily turn the tables against their enemies, more so when they are inside an unpredictable dungeon. Looks like I messed up. It's been a week since I started training Lily. My schedule went back to normal. From 5 am to 7 am, I trained with Lily. I sleep from 8 am till 2 pm. After that, I attend lessons from Tool-san and go to the smith before diving into the dungeon until the sun rises. This is the only way to maximize my skill. Child of constellations. Rumble. A dozen hobgoblins came from the cracks. They immediately found me and growled. I overdid it. I did not know that killing most of a floor's monsters could trigger such a reaction from the dungeon. Only 5 minutes had passed since Orion descended, yet I have already killed 55 monsters. That is still different from my kill count with Orion itself. It doesn't matter. A cool sensation went down my throat. The high potion restored most of my mind and mana instantly. It's time to test them again. Magic techniques. Unlike magic spells, it involves the use of a weapon. It is a weapon art given life with mana. It is something I resorted to after finding out I couldn't use swordsmanship to manipulate the mystical laws. Reiju is an example of it. The simple quick draw becomes lethal. Most of my enemies in Orario weren't humanoids. As for the human ones, I could not cast them due to their insane reaction speed. If I did not lock Valletta on my position when using Orionids, I would not have hit her. Hobgoblins are very close to a human build. Sheeting. I pulled Sora from its sheath. Unlike before, it has the perfect balance I could think of. Hephaestus Sama is on another level. A day after I woke up, she summoned me to her forge. I watched her upgrade Sora. Its potential was fully tapped with her hands. It did not have new magic, but its utility increased to unimaginable levels, beating Azure as my strongest sword. Thus, I decided to test my magic techniques today. What should I use? There are 50-something magic techniques that I know. It is the result of my repeated iterations. The most noticeable ones, however, account for 5. I drew a middle stance as I calculated. I controlled my breath to match my footsteps. When my concentration reached its peak, the hobgoblins went into my strike zone. Fusion. God of Wind. A green magic circle lit up on the ground. Sharp gusts of wind surrounded my body. The first couple of hobgoblins who attacked immediately got wounds all over their bodies. Phew! I moved out. Tap. Su. Hub. Within 3 steps, Sora beheaded a hobgoblin easily. The force centered on the blade did not die. Su. 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 I continued connecting my attacks. Coupled with the correct footsteps, my momentum became stronger. By the time the final hobgoblin was killed, my blade split the ground. Bam! The gathered force broke it into a crater. Phew! I cancelled my spell. By doing so, I felt the stored momentum disappear. The sharpness is crazy. Fusion is a magic technique named after a Shinto god. It did 2 things, namely, surround my body with sharp wind currents and store the built-up momentum on my blade. The winds surrounding the blade temporarily contain the accumulated energy that equates to force. In fact, that is the main function of the spell. The sharp wind currents are just after effects. They're not that strong. Though, it helped me in detecting enemies that stepped into my range. The only downside of this technique was that everything has to be done in single strikes. If my blade gets stuck, the winds will disperse, hence cancelling this technique. It wouldn't work with my previous weapon, but now I have the upgraded Sora, I can finally use it. If I add wave impact to it. Once I clean up the weaker opponents and use the final strike against a strong enemy, I could only imagine the power behind it. Then again, I normally don't come close to enemies unless I am conserving mana. A dilemma. Why do I have tons of spells and techniques to use? Oh well. After picking up the magic stones, I decided to return to the surface. Scheming through the upper floors became easier with an added magic effect to my armor, leap. Whenever I activate it, I would be thrust a few meters into the air. It is an effective travel method, I say. Soon, I return to the entrance. There are tents built around the guild. They serve for the purposes of logistics, medics, and so on. Before I presented myself, I used wardrobe and changed myself to my outside clothes, the lightweight armor. I went to the booth that processed the materials. While placing the materials on the table, the guild employee greeted me. It amounts to 2 million valis, Sirius San. I see. Thanks. After tying the bulging bag to my waist, I left Babel. I heard murmurs when I did so. Ten Cow. The newest rising star? The one who rose to level 2 in 2 weeks. What a monster! I've heard he couldn't be seen anywhere above the 20th floor. Then, does it mean that he's prowling deeper than that? Crazy. Ten Cow serious. That was the nickname I received. I am aware of my reputation in this city. It has been a week since the last Denatus. To continue as a registered adventurer and dive into the deeper floors, we have to report my level up to the guild. Beyond the 25th floor, high-ranking familias like Ganesha Familia are present. There are also parties from Loki and Freya Familia themselves. Hiding my power is extremely difficult in a city filled with gods. It could also serve as a liability for Hephaestus Sama once we mess it up. Thus, I chose this high-key development. The most famous development though is to compare myself to Kenki. It gave people the impression that I am crazier than her when diving on deeper floors. Fortunately, I am rarely seen going outside the dungeon. I dare those people to match my broken nocturnal schedule. After reaching the northwest store, I opened the door with the spare key. What greeted me is a desolate office. Just like my lab. Though, someone is waiting for my return. After some tricks, one of the tiles opened up. It revealed a black box. Inside it is the black smartphone. You have returned, Ga Shujin-sama. Good morning. Good morning too. Are you interested in the current deduction process? Inside the private room, I left the black phone. It might look like a normal phone, but it has extended storage inside. It has many complex components akin to a supercomputer. While this is a downgraded version, it has enough processing power to run Miku. She could do a big task with it. As for my laptop, that's the real beast. She could have done everything 5 times faster with it. Sure. The positions of the constellation Orion of 2 worlds have been compared and analyzed. Through that, the base coordinate has been deduced. An unexpected outcome. I asked her to process the position of Gakai's Orion first to strengthen my spell. Unexpectedly, it led to having a point of comparison. With the first coordinate present, this should be done within a few months. Thanks for your hard work. I'll send you a new song later. Recording finished. In case you forgot about it. Yet. This Miku is an entire version away from the one I had. The Vocaloid songs she has is not comparable to the latter. You can put it as her regaining some of her memories. I am glad she is here. The memories of the future do not disappoint. If I did not have those, I would have worked for decades before her version 1.0 could work. It is the result of 100 years of work materializing. Wardrobe. My clothes were switched after I chanted. It is now the training clothes instead of my adventurer clothes. I will be coming back later. Understood. A magic circle appeared on the corner floor. A metal box could be found within it, one made of adamantine from the 30th floor. I placed the smartphone inside it. Once I retracted the spell, the floor tile went back to normal. I am not having my last chance of returning stolen. When I exited the store, I reactivated the magic spells engraved. Try as they might, they'll be apprehended by these spells. Even a level 5 could have difficulties leaving this place. This is the work of thousands of years of magic history integrated with modern physics. A gaze stung my neck. When I tried to look for its source, I found no one on the roof of a house. Information is the key. Those observers. I deduced they are from an information familia. I am too familiar with how this worked, considering I did the same along with Miku. Hacking confidential info could be quite addicting. Teacher. A cat-eared girl called out to me. She has blonde hair and a small build. Teacher. You can just call me Nobu. No, that won't work. It would be a disrespect to call you like that. Lily did not back out. A week into our training, she began developing a sense of respect for me. To her, I am her savior and mentor, or so she says. I noticed some of her characteristics, though. Her mind is sharp. She could grasp the knowledge I am giving her. She's much like me in this regard. I could see her judging situations level-headedly in the future. The other thing is her talent, or the lack thereof. She's having trouble learning every weapon. She is slow on the uptake when it comes to combat. She reminded me of myself. In my first 2 iterations, I was also like that. It's all thanks to my cheat that I could reach my current heights. As they've said, there's nothing that couldn't be solved with time. Hundreds of fights made me competent. As usual, we did our usual jog to Deadless Street. I mapped out more than 70% of it within a week. What could I say? Correspondence is a hack. It lets faint magic waves bounce everywhere, constructing a place's structure. Its evolutions improved it further, which led to this. Here are our offerings, Pinya-sama. Take our suffering away. Please. On our way, we passed by one god. Her followers made some offerings to her. I looked at Lily. I saw that she is visibly disturbed by this scene. It made her remember the Soma Familia. In the end, nothing happened. She chose to bury that feeling. She had not left that familia yet. In fact, she did not prowl in the dungeon yet. A few days aren't enough to stuff in everything she needs to know about survivability. Not all people have a cheat like mine. Carelessly diving into the dungeon without any precautions leads to death. Even my guild advisor completely agrees with it, and so do I. We have arrived. The guard on duty happened to be an acquaintance. Oh, Sirius-san. Good morning. Morning. I replied. We're going to the usual place. I see. There's no need to talk to us guards if it's just that. We trust you. And the reputation Hephaestus Familia holds. This formality doesn't bother me. Just to be sure, right? Right. He replied to me. If I recall correctly, the guard is a member of Ganesha Familia. Most of them are, actually. They are responsible for maintaining order inside Orario. The guild is the government while they are the police. After going through the stairs, we arrived at our destination, a desolate training ground. Just as usual, we did our sparring and lessons. Everything took more than an hour and a half to do. Do you want to see my world? Your world? Battlefield. For a week, I have been preparing Lily for the dungeon. My teaching methods are unorthodox as there wasn't anything not painful. Physical training until she was exhausted. Knowledge about the dungeon. These 2 things took up her time. She handled it well thanks to her skill, Artel Assist. Beneath her sleeves and pants, there are a total of 8 weights, 2 on her arms and 2 on her legs. Its total weight is 100 kilograms. Interestingly, she began to struggle at 80 kilograms. The compensation her skill gave could no longer catch up to that weight. As a result, it became unbearable for her to wear them. Still, she kept on doing so until it no longer fazed her. You know, Orario is not the only one that has strong adventurers. Tell Skyra, the nation where Amazons originate. It is no longer a rumor that they have monstrous warriors. Despite lacking something known as dungeon, they are strong. But teacher, they are still not a match for Orario itself. There are the Loki and Freya Familia inside Orario. The strongest adventurer, the warlord, is at level 7. That alone is a testament to its strength. Do you think there are people who could rival his power? Someone alive? There could be a person like that. This decision would not reveal much of my information. I also doubt Lily will spread what she is about to see. If she did, then my judgment of people should be re-evaluated. Just to be safe, I also plan to introduce everything as a fake story. Calculations complete. Hold my hand. Yuan. While confused, she followed my instructions. Her hazel pupils kept looking at me and my hand. Apertus inanuatera mirabili. Open the door to my wonderland. Bright light surrounded the two of us. When it died down, the area changed into a ruined city. Sue. Lily only had a short time to dodge the sharp rubble. A wound was drawn to her cheek. Remember the rules I taught. Teacher. Survive. With that, I disappeared from her sight. Teacher. Lily was confused. They were on top of Orario's walls a second ago. Now, she found herself on a battlefield. I touched teacher and her mind organized everything. This is his lesson. Unlike their previous lessons, this will be a more realistic one. But, what should I do? Lily observed the area. She found out that it is a kind of ruined city. It is currently nighttime, dropping her visibility to low. Flash. Bam. What was that? In the sky, she saw a bright flash before an earthquake occurred. She nearly lost her footing. I need to go farther. Survive. That was what her teacher said. She needs to adhere to this goal, and going away from whatever caused it will help. Soon, she found humans. To be exact, a human and a talking panda. A civilian. A kid. Shit. The middle-aged man hurriedly picked Lily up. She did not have the time to react to his speed. Soon, she found herself thrown in the arms of the panda. Go send her to a safe place. I'm going first. Kusakabe went ahead to the signal sent by Momo. He knew the decisive fight has to be there. Don't be scared, little girl. Monster. Lily's mind went blank. She could not process what had happened within seconds. Oh. Panda was visibly downcast. I don't know how to use mind manipulation. Mind manipulation. She reacted when she heard a dangerous word. You are really a monster. She escaped from his embrace. She rolled down several times before she recollected herself. Where's my spear? Only now did she realize the absence of her weapon. Fortunately, it appeared right into her hands as she called it. She pushed back her amazement and used wind dance. Wind dance? She sprinted in the opposite direction as pandas. That's dangerous. 3 seconds later, Panda caught up and lifted Lily through her collar. Eek! Her mind looked for viable solutions. It's dangerous there. You can trust me for now. How should I trust a monster? I am not a monster. Then what? A sorcerer. Source what? The terrified and confused Lily looked at Panda's big eyes. We vanquish curses and restore peace. We're a kind of superhero if you think of it. Bam! Not far away from them, Huge walls made of ice rose. Then, they saw the current fight. Vam! Vam! PSST. The aftermath reached their place due to how strong it was. Okay, little girl. Panda put her down. Run! Or else those monsters would eat you. It pointed out the beings causing this aftermath. Lily was speechless. She met a monster and saw strong people fight in less than 5 minutes. Okay. In the end, she ran away. She did not forget to send a complicated look at the panda who saved her. While she ran, she did not meet any people. Running towards the route the panda gave was the correct decision. However, it changed when she met several strange people. They are dressed in weird outfits one she had not seen on Orario. They are all running away from the source of that fight. Feeling their strength, she did not come with them. She felt everything is dangerous in this place, and that included humans. Give me. Suddenly, she heard a voice behind a huge rubble. Her body halted as she sensed something bad from it. Immediately, she dashed away from it without looking back. So this is what teacher meant. Sweat gathered on her forehead. Her compensated body is under great duress due to the continuous running and escaping she has been doing. Give me. She found out that it managed to follow her. When she looked back, she saw a strange creature. It has a single pupil on its face and 4 arms. It crawled all the way to her. Feeling her exhaustion, she sought her vicinity. She tried to look for solutions and kept herself calm as best as she could. No. It would not work. The goose chase occurred for a good 10 minutes. The curse behind her did not stop chasing after her. I need to resolve it soon. She felt fatigued overcoming her body. 10 minutes of tension exhausted her way faster than it should have. Nobu mentioned this phenomenon once. He said that tension exhausts the body faster due to her heart beating faster. It is Lily's first time encountering this situation. Okay. Abruptly, she stopped running and turned to the curse. Flame dance. A fire coated her Chien spear before the curse ran itself through it. The flames spread to its body, making it writhe in pain. Lily hastily pulled her spear out of its eye. She also deactivated flame dance to conserve her mind. Phew! She observed what happened to the creature. It was being affected by the flames. She took this opening by initiating a downward strike. Hub! Clang! Her spear bounced off from the curse. What? She realized that physical attacks do not work on these monsters. Only cursed energy as well as mana, its equivalent, worked against curses. Lily recalled how it was affected by flames and not by her attack. Only those attacks work. Activating flame dance once more, she struck it before the flames on its body died down. She kept doing this until she saw the curse disintegrate into the purple light. It worked. Her legs gave up as she lay sprawled on the ground. She took her deep breaths and wiped her sweat. Survive. She understood what Nobu wanted to teach her. A battlefield is different. She would have died if she hadn't followed her intuition. I need to continue running away. Before she could stand up, her vision blackened. Chapter 37, Chapter 37, Sword Princess, Looming Darkness. The Battle of Tokyo. It was the event that shook the world. It revealed the existence of the supernatural in the world. Everything that was supposed to be hidden unraveled itself. A historic battle that defined the future of our world. Deconstructing my spell, I saw Lily heaving deep breaths. Her entire body is tense. The hand holding the spear is trembling as well. Teacher. That was an illusion. Of course, it all happened. I am simply keeping it a secret. An illusion of what a battlefield could have been. Battlefield. This should be enough to quell her blind optimism to the dungeon. A weak person will struggle to survive even against weaker curses in that fight. What's more, they have to deal with the aftermath of the strong fighting. That was the main point of this lesson, for Lily to know her position with her current strength. It also doubled as combat training. As she is, her growth speed is very slow. Life-threatening battles such as that one could be the only solution to it. Then again, it is an illusion. It's better to lose her life there than in real life. I hope you know when to fight or retreat at times. I will. I saw how she retreated from the unknown opponent. It was a good decision. She faced the curse when there aren't viable options left. I just hope. I hope she would not get affected too much by her emotions. I saw this flaw in myself after the 2 close encounters I had. I became too confident with my experiences. I thought I am higher than my foes since I faced something stronger than them. I fought dragons and special grade curses that left after images in my eyes. I lost in some and triumphed in some. I am arrogant enough to think something weaker than those would not kill me. In the first place, that already happened in some iterations. I could only say that my childishness is still there. In the end, those future experiences did not happen to me, but to a different version of the future. I need to properly apply these experiences as I fight. Living normally for a week helped. Just as I imparted Lily my knowledge, I reflected on my actions during the process. Your skills are enough to dive until the 9th floor. Just keep 10 of those weights while diving. That way. I gave her tips on prowling. I passed through the entire upper floors until the 27th floor. It is better than relying on nothing. As a result, the lessons took longer to conclude. PSSSH. Tap. The door that leads to below opened. A series of footsteps followed. Who? Instinctively, I held Sora's grip. A strong person. I looked at the source of the disturbance. I saw a familiar sight. Long flowing golden hair. Clear golden eyes. A doll-like face that rivaled the appearance of gods. A rapier tied to her armor's waist. I am stunned by her appearance for a moment. She is extremely beautiful. Kenki. Eyes Wallenstein. The youngest level 5 in Orario's history. She sped through levels 1 to 5 in 6 years. I never expected someone to use this place. Her voice snapped me out of my thoughts. I got the guards' permission to do so. Guards. Why do I feel like something's wrong with her question? I talked with the ones responsible in this area. I got their permission to use this place as a training ground until 8 am. While our training usually lasted until 7 am, it is not bad to have extra allowances. You talked to the guards. A certain realization flew past me. You didn't. Why would I? I do not know if this is her confidence or something else. There's the Loki Familia that backs her, anyways. There won't be problems even if she got found here. We are going. Wait. Her gaze met mine. Serious? Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. I looked back at Lily as she nodded at my words. It's not that. It's... Kenki placed her hand on her chin as she went into deep thought. Seeing her contemplating look, an image overlapped with hers. No way. In my previous iterations up to now, I kept meeting a certain girl in Britain. She's an airhead and acts similarly to what Kenki does. She lacks the common sense required for living. Their only difference was their eye color and their vibe. I knew her since the 3rd iteration. Though, I never approached her actively in real life. After all. Never mind. Let's fight. Excuse me. I am surprised at her sudden declaration. I will be limiting my strength. Don't worry. She deflected my previous words back at me. How come she wants to fight in our first official meeting? From her eyes, I am sure she recognized me not as Sirius but as the armored man who went against Goliath. She has means I do not know. Let's see. I examined my current state. I am fresh out of the dungeon 2 hours ago, but I have recovered sufficiently. It helped that my new skill, Proof of Combat, increases my recovery rate. Sure. With my approval, she held her sheath the blade and went into a stance. Wait. Let's use these instead. I unstrapped the weapon case on my shoulder. Click. Click. Upon opening, there are many types of weapons present. Swords, spears, daggers, blades. I picked out 2 inconspicuous swords before throwing one of them at her. This is training swords. I placed Sora on the case before closing it again. I placed it on a wall as I instructed Lily to create some distance between us. Durandal. Yet. Unlike my other works, these 2 dull swords do not have any enhancements, sharpness, or spells. It is made for the sole purpose of training, thus its durability was what I took in mind. I didn't expect it to grant them the Durandal attribute. It is supposedly rare. For reference, only Tsubaki ne, Hephaestus-sama, and Brontes-san could make it within our familia. We should start. You're right. Wallenstein-san made a charging position while I chose a defensive one. Hey! Swoosh! She moved swiftly. With her holding back, I could vaguely see her silhouette. Fortunately, she chose the most simple way to attack. She attacked in a straight line. All I need to do is to redirect it. Clang! I parried her sword by sliding it against mine. It sent her gathered force to my side. Her attack was weaker than Valetta's, considering how she didn't use her full strength. An opening. I swung the dull blade towards her. Sue! Only to hit nothing but air. Her speed momentarily became like a blur. Instincts. Just before a deciding blow, her body instinctively acted and used her full strength. That was how it was during the first spars with Ryusa-san. Again. I won't use my full strength. Alright. Just like before, she charged straight at me. However, she changed her move this time. Sue! 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 She aimed at my right as she struck consecutive blows. She locked my position with the help of the narrow space. Clang! 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 Each strike made my hand slightly numb. I could tell that she was clumsily controlling her power. She's not accustomed to this fight. I thought. Firmness. My body was strengthened by the spell. It allowed me to catch up to her strength, which is slowly being unrestrained. Clang! Clang! My deflection technique made things easier. Controlling the entire body to protect it from impact is something I am extremely accustomed to. I also protected my balance from breaking. When her power reached a certain threshold, I cast double robustness. Clang! This time, I held the sword in reverse grip. My hoodie clung to my body due to sweat. Feel free to use your strength, Wallenstein-san. Hey? But you might not notice. But you're already exerting power far surpassing your first strike. Her eyes widened. She stared at me silently. You're right. Her ears turned red slightly due to embarrassment. However, you could not. I am still standing. My words answered her concerns. I see. Wordlessly, she readied for another strike. I did the same by preparing a magic technique. The sword returned to a normal grip. Come. 1 step. 2 steps. It is the most optimal range for Nobu's intuition. Predicting beyond that step raises the variables. Clang! Clang! At this moment, he could no longer follow Wallenstein's attacks with his eyesight. He had to rely on his intuition, just as how he did during the fight against Valletta. Unsurprisingly, it turned one-sided. Nobu desperately defended his body while Eyes inflicted sword strikes from all directions. The former was forced to use some of his small-scale spells to make it even. He was also forced to use triple robustness and heart sword for support and short verse magic spells for distractions. Bam! 7 projectiles headed in Eyes' direction. Still, it lacked enough damage to cause concern. She tanked everything with her physical body alone. Everything was going into her side until... cut. The split-second distraction the spell caused masked Nobu's real intention. His feints are also superimposed on it. As a result... cut. He landed a hit on her cheek. It didn't cause a cut, but it still left a trace of redness. Eyes backed off a second later. How? Her reaction time, speed, and physical body far outclassed Nobu. It is not wrong to say she holds every single advantage in this fight. Nevertheless, she overlooked one thing. You let down your guard. Nobu repeated the same action of throwing unexpected spells more than 12 times. It was enough for confident foes to have a lapse in their judgment. They will think everything will go that way, only to be surprised by an attack. Repetitive blows lead to a split-second opportunity. Clang! The sword fell from his hand. His hands shook to the point he could not hold it properly. You won, Kenki. Teacher. Lily took a potion from a pouch and passed it on to him. Thank you, he said to the Palom. Would you mind? Huff, hearing my judgment? He suddenly asked the sword princess, to which she nodded. You are too fixated on ending this fight. When your decisive strikes did not work several times, your movements become more predictable. It was a miracle he could last for 5 minutes against a monster like her. His experience bridged the gap between them. That, and it felt like you are not fighting against a human, but a monster. In humanoid battles, it is a general rule to not make excessive moves. Sword duels are often finished within the span of 10 seconds up to a minute if both were skilled. Overthinking will lead to a mistake, and so will wrong combat styles. Eyes kept striking him everywhere instead of focusing on a human's vital areas. It would have worked against some combatants, but those who are unfazed by pain are unaffected. Eyes fell silent upon hearing his words. That black flame. She is aware of the black flame on her back. That burning hatred to eliminate all monsters. She wished for it since that day. You don't blindly charge, Ju-chan. You need to properly use your power. That is what we call techniques. 2 voices rang in her head. Nobu's words are strangely similar to them. When she snapped out of it, he already stood up. How did you become strong? Eyes asked. She has a feeling he would even be stronger once his status catches up to hers. In terms of techniques, he is already comparable to the likes of Finn. Fight and survive. He replied. That's the only thing I did. The curtains to their first meeting falls. Level 2. Strength, F302 D532 Defense, G260 E420 Dexterity, G219 E474 Agility, G271 E498 Magic, F360 D570 Hacker, G. Orionids. Memoir Manifest. Miracle Maker. Child of Constellations. Proof of Combat, H, 21% to be upgraded. Letters and numbers made of light showed in my sight. It is my progress after a week. It will look ridiculous in the eyes of others. After all, I progressed more than 1000 points. A/N, during I's training with Otter for an entire week, she gained 250-ish points. I only realized the ridiculousness of Child of Constellations as well as my cheat. Hypothetically, these two affected my growth the most. Triple Robustness is somewhere around level 4. After the fight with Sword Princess, I had a reference as to where I currently lay. Using Sirius lands me somewhere at pseudo-level 4 while Triple Robustness outright pushes me to level 4. Considering the gaps between each level, this is absurd enough. I could barely deal with Grade 2 sorcerers with Triple Robustness alone. Cursed Energy Enhancement is something scary for me who has a weak body. As for Grade 1 sorcerers, they are human artilleries. They become invincible with the Cursed Energy Enhancement. The only way to kill them swiftly is to strike while they are unprepared. It's already afternoon. The fight with the Sword Princess Eyes Wallenstein exhausted me. It drained my stamina to the lowest. Thanks to proof of combat, I could come home without collapsing. I stood up from the bed. I organized everything before leaving. Right. I took out a magic stone from the bracelet. It came from one of the hobgoblins. Absorb. The energy inside it is absorbed with a thought. One chance. A strange thought entered my mind. Finally. The familiar sensation appeared once more. The cheat helped me prepare everything for the future. It is back. The 43rd floor? Are you sure it? It's fine. I have been permitted by the manager. Oh. Nobu is quite shocked. The book he is holding recorded the 43rd floor up to the 50th floor. Loki Familia is the only one that reached it. Giving such information to a newbie is very baffling. Taking a quick look, he saw the general terrain on the lower floors. The environment is harsher. These floors are known to have a volcanic theme. Unlike others, the advisor-student relationship between Nobu and Ina is different. Nobu still maintained a sufficient respect for a teacher, but their dynamic is more like researchers. Nobu asks questions while Ina freely explains the lessons. The latter also gave out assignments in the form of opinions instead of memorization. The surroundings affect its inhabitants. Fire-resistant monsters. Correct. The terrain advantages monsters had on the middle floors are more evident here. Ina responded. You understood that within a glance? Really? He's making me feel like I am back in the past. Contrary to her expectations, Nobu picks up things easily. His mature bearing distinguished him from other hot-blooded adventurers. Ina thought he was more like her, an honor student. Upon their familiarity and adjustments, everything came to this point. You need to take the 39th floor in mind. 39th floor. It's a safety point. After the 18th floor, the next safety point, a floor where no monsters spawn, is the 39th floor. There are cases of adventurers falling into a hole made by a lambton. It is unknown as to which floor it leads to. But, it is confirmed to be somewhere on the lower floors. Knowing his talents, Ina did not prepare simple teaching materials. She scrolled through the guild's database and correlated many reports of the lower floors. It connected many individual cases as well as formed newer findings. Even she was astonished by some of them. I see. It is for this reason that Nobu chose her as an advisor. She has access to detailed information about the dungeon. Well. I'm glad I chose Ina-san as my advisor. Startled, she reacted like this. Where are you going with that? I realized that I never properly thanked you once. In his words, he did not give her a thank you present yet. There's no need for that. As long as... An adventurer suddenly came to Ina's mind. The first adventurer to be advised by her. A year ago, she returned as a corpse. The day before it happened, they are just talking with each other casually. She had been greatly shocked by that sudden incident. Never had she known a friend could turn into a corpse the next day. You return alive. Anyways. You are diving on the 21st floor already, no. I am. I have already outgrown the monsters on the floor above. As his advisor, Nobu could not hide much from her. He did hide his involvement on the 27th floor, however. On the off chance she discovered it, she would be extremely angry at him. I know you've reached level 2 earlier than the official announcement. But, please be careful. The 21st floor is something explored by veteran level 2. Nobu revealed his level up secret to gain more information from Ina. He was ready to seal that memory if she showed signs of divulging it. Unexpectedly, she kept it a secret too. Once again, he was shocked by the trustworthiness of the people he met in Orario. It made her one of the few people he trusts some of his secrets with, along with others from Hephaestus Familia and Artemis Familia. There might be evilous remnants hiding in the dungeon, too. I thought they were cleared out already. Reports came from Loki Familia. It stated that they are directly responsible for the 27th floor nightmare. Time swiftly passed. The end of their lessons came. This is a gift. He suddenly took out a box from his inner pockets and placed it on the desk. Nobu swiftly turned his head around to hide his embarrassment. I'm heading off. He left the room before she could react. There's no need for this. Inwardly, she accepted it. She knew him enough. He would not take it back even if she returned it. A gift. It isn't bad to receive one. Ina is beautiful. She has many admirers inside the gift. They all tried to give her gifts like roses and jewelry. But, she never accepted them. Hence, this gift is the first one she received. It is different from the others. It is a gift born out of her students' gratitude. Nevertheless, Nobu-san could act like that too. She muttered. How cute. It inadvertently reminded her of a shy child. Akasaka-san. Wait. Just as I made my way to the dungeon, I was intercepted by someone. You are Apollo Familia. Please don't go into the dungeon. Hearing her words confused me. Don't go. There will be danger to you. Huff, cannot escape from. What do you mean? I noticed we are garnering some attention. Let's move to a silent place. I held her hand until we reached an empty alley. What's going on? The girl's green pupils avoided my gaze. Still, she answered my question properly. You will encounter grave danger inside the dungeon. What kind of danger? That I do not know. She grew extremely confusing. She should have stopped me from something she knew of, yet she doesn't know that danger? A possibility crossed my mind. I am Cassandra. Apollo Familia. The girl introduced herself. I receive some type of dream. A dream that shows the future. I met the girl who could see through the future. Chapter 38, Chapter 38, Dead End Future. See, the future. My entire body shivered. It is limited. It comes in a form of prophetic dreams. They're vague. That. Complex thoughts flew into my mind. A person who could see the future. Why are you sharing this with me? She was confused for a moment before she steeled herself. You are the brightest star. Brightest star. I thought she was pertaining to Sirius at first. Sorry. She apologized after bringing a vague statement. You will shine in the midst of darkness. As to what it is, I don't know. Sorry. Just like a trailblazing star. I suddenly thought of that. No, it's all right. The girl remained silent. Do you believe me? Right. It is definitely doubtful to believe in something like this, more so when I only met Cassandra-san for the second time. Nevertheless, this possibility shouldn't be shut down. I do. It's different when it comes to me. I believe you can peer into the future. What? After all, I could do the same. Crisis. Trailblaze. Nobu-kun. It is currently nighttime. I was supposed to enter the dungeon, but I decided to postpone it today. Are you all right? Lady Artemis wore a black cloak that hid her features. I am all right. Was it the girl from earlier? After meeting Cassandra-san, I decided the use of my cheat usage. It was supposed to be kept for a life-threatening crisis, but then I realized. Even when I have 2 chances against the special grade curse, they did not matter. Instead of going blind, it will be better to have more information. If it turned out to be something I could not defeat, I can simply do more preparations until I am able to deal with it. Someone from my brother's familia. Why is she unknown? Logically, someone like Cassandra should have been well known in her familia. A seer is equivalent to a danger detector. She is also the first in Orario to have that skill. It's strange indeed. There's a probability her visions are inaccurate. Since she was previously unknown, there could be a chance her visions are inaccurate. Maybe. But, I know Lady Artemis prefers for me to take the safe path. I do. After all the dangers you went, it is better to be more stable. Lady Artemis became tougher after that 27th floor event. It's somehow, well, I don't know. It makes me feel warm. Soon, we arrived on Hephaestus Familia's residence. I led her into Hephaestus Sama's office. You two are finally here. Hephaestus greeted. It's been a long time, Artemis. It is. When the two goddesses met, I swear I felt something from them for a moment. Nobukun's power. Let's hope we can see something. Lady Artemis and Hephaestus Sama spoke. The main reason why the goddesses asked for their presence when using my cheat was to uncover its principles. As gods, they could see greater things than what I could see now. The two of them stood not far away from me. I will use it. I triggered its activation with my mind. Modify your combat experiences to 10 years later. The familiar itching sensation appeared on my chest. This. No doubt. Arcanum. Their voices synced together. Confirm. My consciousness got swallowed by infinite darkness. Asterisk. It disappeared. After testing my power, it suddenly disappeared. It took days to adjust from this loss, but my other abilities retained me as the brightest adventurer. While the improvements decreased over the next week, it's still absurd. I kept sparring against Lily and I-san. The latter made me realize some shortcomings in my skills. Nothing happened. It has been 3 weeks since I received Cassandra-san's warning. I did not dive into the dungeon for 3 days. I forged many things inside my smith. I have many self-destructive items in my possession. Yet, the dreaded danger never came. I stared at the man wearing goggles. I could trace a kind of curse emanating from him. I couldn't dodge it at all. Ku. I feel heavier. I could not move properly. My mind became sluggish. I have done my part. Bang. 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 I gunned down the crazy lunatics. I have already been hit by their inferno stones when they swarmed me. My armor helped me protect myself. I feel weaker. A spell is cast within this radius. Coupled with the goggled man's curse, I felt a twofold debuff. I started throwing the consumables around. Waves of explosions happened all around me. I started chanting for the space transference on the upper floors. What I did not expect was for my mind to be affected. My casting time became slower. Beyond the flames, a projectile came crashing. My senses desperately flared up, but my body could not follow. These are PSSHK. A spear-like object pierced my chest. My chant is disrupted. My mind blanked out. I looked down. I saw a blood-red javelin. Its appearance jogged something from my memories. The cursed weapons. Evi, Lus. They, still, level 5? No. I will. Return. Thud. The familiar coldness swept over my body. Tough, took. Bastard, killed. Fucker. The boy heard voices. That was the only thing that separated him from others. Without his memories, he is as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Arya. Who is Arya? Arya is Arya. He. She must be your friend. A friend? Arya is a friend. From then on, the boy heard different voices. The most prominent one, however, is the voice of another child. I want to see her. To meet her. We will be together. You are separated. Separated. I want to be with her. Forever. He learned about her tragic story. The girl had been separated from her friend. Naturally, the boy felt sad. He would be if he was in her position. That's it. I will help. Really? Really? Really, really? Really? The boy stayed in the darkness. Sometimes, he felt some kind of call. Albeit, it is too weak. It had been treated as a kind of fleeting dream. A friend. Do I have a friend? Friend. Me. Me. Why? The boy was perplexed. You will help. That's what friends do. I see. Since then, the boy has looked forward to that day. The day he could help them reunite. For his friend. One day, the darkness was torn apart. The boy saw light once more. What is? You are finally out. A voice echoed within his head. Out. Out. Where am I? Below. The boy easily understood her words. There is a city. It blocks the sky. The girl said in annoyance. It is better without it. City? Sky? Annoying thing. She then described the latter. A beautiful thing. Sky. The boy looked upwards. All he saw was the cave ceiling. You are awake. A red-haired woman appeared. She was shocked. Your friend, you say? He is shy? Sure. Help? Fine. She talked to the similar voice inside her head. I was told to help you. For now, we need to recover your belongings. The woman brought him to somewhere. They walked through many pathways until they reached the 12th floor. Shriek. Crush. A minotaur attacked him. The boy reacted by crushing its fist. The boy looked curiously at the minotaur. Its eyes are filled with fear. He did not feel anything strange. Step. Step. With every step, the minotaur backed off. PSSHK. A hand appeared out of its chest. It grabbed a shining red crystal before its corpse turned into dust. We don't have time to waste. The woman threw the crystal to the boy. The latter responded with a confused look. Eat it. Eat. Crunch. The boy bit half of it. It has a clean taste due to the blood coming off as ashes. Crunch. Crunch. Soon, everything was devoured by him. A surge of strength went through his body. You are talented. Nothing. They entered a secret passageway, the kind that would open when a random stone is pressed. Oh? Another one. The woman nodded. I see. It was a man. He has a neutral androgynous look and long white hair. He is none other than the god of death, Thanatos. You are breaking some rules, but it's not a problem. He noticed something interesting. Arcanum? Wait, it's a connection. This child is interesting. We are going. All right. Be ready for combat, though. Loki Familia is already on the 59th floor. The boy did not understand his words. Here it is. Inside Gnosis, it is a maze. Unless you know the place too well, you could be lost. It has a total of 18 floors. Each floors has an extremely confusing layout, something credited to Daedalus. Currently, they are on the 10th floor. Bam! The orichalcum door opened on its own. Then, they saw the true body of the girl. You are here. It is a mass of green flesh. An upper body of a girl is present on top of it. Let's play. Okay. Little did he know, their tag consisted of dodging giant vines. Impacts shook the boy's body whenever he was slammed into the wall. Strangely, he never felt anything bad. Stop it. He's already tired. Yet. Huff. Here. The woman threw another magic stone to him. The boy ate it as per before. Moments later, his strength recovered. Your recovery is limited. Eating those things will make you stronger. She said. There is a limit. Pay attention to it. Just like how humans become satiated, there comes a point when their body becomes satiated with magic stones. The girl led them to her hidden stash. It was something she hid from the others. A rusty bracelet. A sheathed eastern sword. These are yours. The boy examined the bracelet. He felt something from it, but he could not pinpoint it. Then, the sword. The moment he held it, his aura changed. An instinctive action occurred. Despite not knowing what it was, the boy unsheathed the sword. Sheathing. His posture became perfect. His eyes became sharper. His aura became heavier. He's strong. The woman mumbled. The boy recovered from it. He was confused. How did I do it? To that, the woman responded. Your body will remember it. You don't have to do anything. The woman was right. Bam. Sue. Lines appeared on the necks of kelpies and crystal turtles. On the 27th floor, a huge amount of ashes are present on the lake. They all floated aimlessly on the water. PSSHK. The boy carved the magic stone on the monster Rex's chest. Upon doing so, its corpse started turning into ashes. The foothold he used started to disappear. Just before he fell into the lake, the boy ran to the shore. The first leap was enough for him to reach it. Munch. Crunch. He casually started eating the huge magic stone. With the sword in his right hand and the stone in his left, he made his way to the deeper floors. Sue. From the aquatic monsters, he faced undead such as Spartois and undead sheep. His continuously increasing power served as the key to his shackles. His body gradually remembered the memories it lost. The boy touched his chest. He could feel a crystal lodged in it. Arya. It's Arya. I could feel her. A day after his awakening, the boy received his first order. Bam. Clang. One confrontation. That was all it took for the boy to overpower the adventurer in front of him. This bastard. Tisk. Bam. The boy caught the werewolf's foot and threw him away. The action was as easy as an adult catching a child and throwing him away. It's not him. Arya is a girl. Makes sense. Suddenly, the werewolf stood up and asked him a question. What do you want? Arya. Arya? Who the fuck's that? Someone close to you. Hey. Bet. You idiot. Clang. A silhouette charged against him. She wielded a big sword. He was readying his counterattack when the girl retreated. What's happening? I don't know. This guy attacked me out of the blue. I need to. Where is Arya? The boy's scarlet pupils stared at the Amazon girl. His wolf ears and tail swayed naturally. The girl's eyes widened upon hearing that name. You. How did you know that name? Someone's looking for her. The boy went into a straight stance before slowly walking towards her. The girl Tiona scoped him. They are caught on a deadlock. Are you with the woman from before? Woman? Short red hair. Yes. That's her. That is indeed Levis. Clang. Bet tried to strike him by surprise, but it did not work. Despite his boots absorbing ice magic few minutes ago, his speed is within the boy's tolerable range. Undisturbed, he aimed at Tiona. Clang. 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 A flurry of sword strikes occurred. Each of them aimed at her weak spots. It showed how well versed the boy was in combat against humans. Damn it! Tiona was swiftly put on the defensive. The expressionless boy continued pressing at her. Bet also cooperated with her but to no avail. The boy's body is simply too strong. They could not catch up with their level 5 statuses. More terrifying, it is not his ceiling. As long as he continues to grow. Clang! Another figure came from behind Tiona. She wielded a pair of kukri knives as she used it to parry one of his strikes. Tiona's sister, Tioni, joined the fight. Tiona. What's going on? He's the same as that woman who killed Hoshana. That was all she needed to understand the situation. Clang! Bam! Su! PSSH. The fight became a 3 versus 1. Still, the boy showed the upper hand. Damn! Bet has to stop his attack as he was about to hit Tioni. The latter similarly drew back her blades. What a monster! The boy utilized their flaws on cooperation and took advantage of it. He made scenarios where they would hit each other. It is the only combat style possible for one versus many. His pupils glowed blood red the more he fought. His blood boiled, seeking the long-lost sensation he had forgotten. It seems that you are all determined to be hindrances. Wait. A faint memory passed Tiona's mind. The boy's short white hair. The bright golden eyes he used to possess. The childish body he is currently in. Serious? The boy froze. That name invoked a strange unknown feeling from his chest. Serious? Who is? The rising star from 3 years ago? Tiona. It must be him. For 2 weeks, he sparred with them while the 2 girls underwent his training. That began when Eyes recklessly entered into the dungeon due to a misunderstanding. Serious techniques matching their captain's level were shocking enough. Right now, the boy did not have any troubles facing 3 upper-class adventurers on the cusp of level 6. He's already dead, no. Tioni's disbelief echoed within the dungeon. No. That guy from the 24th floor. Bet recalled the dead man they faced in the 24th floor pantry. He said something along the lines of being resurrected by something. The boy's case is similar to him. I will stop playing now. A troubling sensation was felt in his chest. To remove it, he chose to solve everything at once. Sheeing. The boy sheathed back his katana. Then, he went into a charging stance. Inhale. Exhale. Su. The fastest blade showed itself. It cut the speed of sound as it reached for Tioni's neck. PSSSHK. An arm went flying. Then. Tioni. Tiona caught Tioni who lost her arm. The latter's face paled. Moments ago, she felt a strong sensation of death. Her senses, trained in the death battles on Tel Skyra, barely caught it. Shit! Bet cursed. Call for others. I will hold him. You idiot! You will die! Tiona shouted. Why are doing this, serious? That name again! The boy muttered as he swung his bloodied sword. Who is serious? Why do you keep calling me like that? Hey! The boy's eyes did not lie. Ever since he came out, he never had a name. Arya. She's here. Indeed. An adventurer charged straight at him. Strong gust of winds wrapped around her. A straight attack. Deflect and counterattack. Clang. His blade did deflect the adventurers. However, her blade swung down at him. It was a feint. Bam! The boy blocked the strike with his arm. His skin-tight black top was cut along with his arm. His wounds bled profusely, only for them to disappear moments later. Swoosh! He dodged one of the strikes before sending a counterattack. Clang! They danced to the rhythm of their blades. Unlike the previous 1 versus 3 fight, the boy's attacks were predicted by the girl to some extent. It's as if she knew him. Another strike came. Unlike before, they zoned each other. The adventurer's long golden hair and pupils sent the girl's voice into excitement. That's her. That's Arya. Arya. Arya eyes. Wallenstein sent a complicated look at him. Serious? Why are you? That again? Be a dumb. The unsettling feeling from before grew stronger. The boy does not understand why he is acting like this. He does not know how to react. I am not serious. I am. The boy has no name. Suddenly, a masked figure appeared. It grabbed the boy from the back of his neck. We need to retreat. Reinforcements are coming. Wah! PSSSHK. At this moment, a plethora of Velas popped out of nowhere. They all came from the dungeon floor. The two utilized this distraction to slip. By the time the others from Loki Familia arrived, all that was left are confusion and doubt. What is going on? Thank you. The masked figure did not respond. You really are. She muttered regretfully. Stay put for now. Wait until they leave. They. The Loki Familia. They are too strong even for you. The boy innocently went back to the Gnosis. This isn't right. The figure's mask was removed, revealing an elf's face. Phylvis could only blankly stare at the back of her savior. Do you want to re-unlock your blessing? Unlock? Blessing. The boy encountered the god of death once more. Just like Veta, you also have a latent power. Sure. He easily agreed to his proposition. After the Familia emblem was drawn, his Falna was unsealed. Since he died, his Falna was left unlocked, which made things go smoothly. All of his levels and status indicate 0, although his abilities remained. A new input was also available in his skills. Monstrum Union. Permanent status buff. Increases physical attributes. Increases mind attribute. Increases recovery rate. Anima erosion. Neo-irregular. There was also a certain skill that grew permanently. Proof of combat, H, 98%. Permanently enhances physical and mind recovery. Scales based on the number of injuries sustained. Aside from his already monstrous regeneration as a creature, the boy's skill superimposed it. Veta will cry this time. The woman who always tried to beat him up. The boy did not know why, but she holds extreme hatred towards him. Only, she could not beat him thoroughly. His strong body, resilient regeneration, and body reflex are enough to hold his ground against her. After 3 years, her growth slowed down. She is currently on PAR with top level 6, yet he could still handle her. You are truly a monster. Few months later. MN. The boy sleepwalked inside the man-made dungeon. Not that one. He murmured while sleeping. He was unaware that his subconscious who kept fighting until now acted. The boy's will moved against his own. Mana was secretly engraved into the mithril and adamantine portions of Gnosis. It is enough to last for several months. Nobody ever noticed it. The sleepwalking happened several times already. Barca, the controller of this dungeon, let it be after knowing it is simply sleepwalking. However, the Loki Familia could attack anytime. I will send some people to retrieve him. The god of death responded to Barca. Suddenly, the thing Thanatos thought became reality. Intruders have entered. Due to an accident, the Loki Familia acquired a deadless orb, the key to Gnosis. Let everyone be ready. Thanatos ordered. I will notify Veta to pick the boy up. With his combat power of a level 7, the boy is an important asset to the Evilus and most importantly, Enyo. You brat! The boy was carried like a sack of wheat. Veta kept cursing after Findium managed to get away. Her strength and cursed weapon were enough to nearly kill him. Unfortunately, the boy hindered her chase. She had to pick him up before continuing her chase. Do you hear me? Lock the doors in this passage. She made a decision to leave him. Barca responded by closing the orichalcum doors shut in his passage. Though, he had to open some of it to deploy their forces. It takes enough luck to arrive in this place. The boy slept peacefully during the war. That is, until Nobukun. Aside from Loki Familia, another strong Familia partook in this mission because of one reason, the boy. MN. The boy did not notice her presence and rolled over the smooth adamantine floor. The Familia captain went closer to him. Just before she could touch him, his hand reached out. "Who are you? You really forgot." "For now, I will." Bam! The boy did a sudden kick, sending the captain flying. He tried to find his sword, but to no avail. "Why does everyone keep calling me with that name?" It has been months since his first awakening. Several accidental meetings occurred. All of them called him Sirius or Nobu. The demi-spirit mentioned they were just mistaken. The same went for Levis. As for Philvis, she simply kept her silence. However, that strange feeling within his chest is undeniable. Koog. Arya is here. Arya is here. A command made him walk away from the woman. His purity was slowly corrupted by it, his sense of self slowly disappearing. "Lady Artemis sought you for years." Artemis. Another name made his body halt. The woman did not prevent him from walking away. "It's really him." He remembers. Rithus's sharp eye did not miss his reactions. She does not know why he is currently like this. Nevertheless, he is the same Nobu that they lost 3 years ago. "We will bring you back." The clash on Knossos. One of the biggest events in Orario. An unprecedented collaboration between high-ranking guilds that are unknown to the civilians. Loki Familia. Freya Familia. Hephaestus Familia. Diane Sect Familia. Hermes Familia. They have returned to prevent Enyo's evil plans from bearing fruit. The 6 demi-spirits started a ritual to destroy Orario itself, all to eliminate Gakai's current heroes. If they disappear, there would be no more adventurers to place a lid on dungeon. The ending would be the world's destruction. Lady Artemis. The boy managed to defeat Orario's strongest, the warlord Otter, in a minute clash. Just as how the latter is a monstrosity to adventurers, the boy is an insurmountable wall in Otter's eyes. He is reminiscent to the one who slayed the behemoth. Not only did the boy have absurd amounts of combat experience, he could also cast dozens of spells mid-fight. Still, he could not bring himself to attack the goddess who embraced him. The boy shivered. He started regaining what I have lost. The 2 centuries worth of memories flooded my mind. The bulk of memories overwhelmed my innocent self from before. I could do nothing but to stare blankly at the ceiling. I did all of this. Within those 6 months, I fought many adventurers. I received orders to kill, staining my blade with the blood of the innocents. I came close to killing the executives of Loki Familia several times, as well as Arya. If my subconscious did not restrict my actions as well as my magic, I could have destroyed much more. "Help Levis. Arya is with her." A voice rang on my mind. It forced my body to move on its own. It's too late. If I had my memories, I wouldn't have been manipulated like this. Orion. I pushed Lady Artemis away. Lady Artemis. My consciousness started receding to the depths of darkness. Damn it! I started hallucinating. Pathetic. Toji Zenin. Don't tell me you will fall for this, Nobu. Satoru Gojo. Keep fighting. Itadori Yuji. You're persistent. Crazily so. Yakagaswime. Voices from people I knew rang out. A small chance was torn open. Don't you dare fail this time. And myself. I took it. PSSHK. I came back to my senses. I found myself holding Sora into a reverse grip. It pierced through my body, my spirit core. Cough. Blood spilled from my mouth. I am Akasaka Nobu. A scholar of truth. I am not merely a puppet. Click. Something was unlocked within me. Instantly, I felt pressure around myself. This sensation. Archeatus. Overload. Mana furnace, overload. The spell was completed. For the first time, I could feel it. My mana started turning into something else. The achievements Wime did when he was 13. The spell only the elite magicians could use. Altering the ethereal body, the soul, which leads to changes within the physical body and increasing mana load limit. That was what Mana Furnace is all about. Casting several high-level spells consecutively becomes possible. It is the strongest trump card every magician dreams to have. PSSHK. I twisted Sora further in my chest. When the core was thoroughly destroyed, the external influence disappeared. There is no longer something that controls me like a puppet. Su. The blade did not make a squelching sound. My physical body turned into something else. I no longer need a heart to live. However. Lady Artemis. Orion. This time, I am the one to reach out to her. I am here. My calming words worked. Why did you? Lady Artemis was asking about my earlier actions. It is the only way to remove her control. She realized something. Orion. Please, no. I am sorry. Without the core, I am already dead. My current state is the reason why I am still alive. Once it disappears. You. Heek. Lady Artemis started crying. It is unsightly for a goddess. Yet, her tears wouldn't stop. I will find you, in heaven. After separating, I saw her reddish eyes. Traces of her tears could still be found. Go. Do what you have to do. Thank you. She saw through me again. The spell beneath this floor is connected to her, after all. I suddenly turned back. I unstrapped Sora from my waist and handed it to her. A remembrance while I am gone. I wouldn't forget you even without this. She declared. Even so. I will take care of it. I like you. Orion. With that, all of my regrets are undone. My sight turned into a blur as I sprinted towards the center of Gnosis' 10th floor. Many adventurers were swept by me. I did not have the time to care about that. Wardrobe. I changed back to my magician garb. 3 years have passed, but things are well preserved inside the bracelet. Who? What a coincidence! I muttered. A group of elves resided in the spell core I secretly embedded since months ago. They are fighting one of the demi-spirits here in the northeast section. Swoosh! My current speed surpassed their reaction time. I am now gliding on top of the humanoid demi-spirit. Abracadabra. I will create as I speak. The loud chant caught their attention. Buzz. Bam. A large and complex magic circle appeared on top of the room. A phantom of an archangel descended from it. She adopted the praying position before she screamed loudly. Screech. Bzzzt. A bolt of golden lightning is summoned by the scream. It descended into the corrupted demi-spirit. Bam. Tap. Flutter. Its body fell to the ground with a thud. One of the evils are now vanquished. The presence of a malevolent evil dragon emerged. Tisk. It's already here. You are. I turned back at their shocked gazes. Serious. It's a pity everything went like this. I wanted to continue our discussions, Lady Riveria. You. I traced my footsteps until I sensed the spell core beneath the green flesh. There used to be a trap in this floor. A huge block of mithril was placed to host its magic. It was obsolete until I decided to use it. Tap. It's here. I will be ending everything now. I declared loudly. Click. 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 6 magic circles appeared consecutively. They appeared beneath the locations of each demi-spirits in the 10th floor. That included the summoned Nidog, the true trump card of that bastard. Another set of magic circles appeared all around myself. It elicited many vigilant gazes from the elves. Stop! Their leader, Riveria, halted their spell casting. She must have seen the purpose of these spells. Buzz! A bow made of stars appeared on my grasp. I pointed it upwards. The magic circles began to align themselves. I did not need any chance this time. Still, I left out my final words. This journey. It's not so bad. I meant it from the bottom of my heart. Everything was fucked up midway, but those 1.5 months is the best. I had many people I could trust with my secrets. It is a good conclusion compared to before. I let go of the knocked arrow. A meteor shower passed by Orario. It seemed distant, yet its bright luster captivated even the gods. Boom! 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 Judgment fell towards the corrupted spirits. The light enveloped even the adventurers. Much to their surprise, it did not harm them. It healed their wounds and restored their depleted mind. What did just? Finn, did it also happen to your area? Yes. The communication orbs sent by Fels, the sage under Aurano's command, became lively. Who was it? Finn planned everything for months. He knew their enemy Enyo was not someone to be trifled with. If he played by the rules, Enyo cuts the entire board in half. He doesn't care about his victory or defeat, only its results. The sudden interference startled him. It's him. Riveria. Serious. Meanwhile, the man in question was dazed. This is death? It's warm. Lady Artemis. She must have done something. Hee hee. I smiled sheepishly. With her, I do not fear death. I stared at my palm. I could see motes of light in its stead. It's not painful. Serious. There's no need to feel pity. I have sinned just as much. Seeing her one last time, I noticed how her aura stood out from others. It is akin to the divinity held by the deess Dia. Her beauty is transcendental, too. Though. Can I ask for a favor? Go ahead. This. I removed the bracelet on my hand. Can you give it to Lady Hephaestus? In return, I will impart my entire magic knowledge. I pulled out a dagger from the black hole. I placed some of my memories inside its memorize function. I will die soon. I don't care any more about the Otherworld thing and whatnot. It is nothing but a small compensation for all the trouble I caused. I shall do so. Good. You know what to do with it. I said as my voice became weaker. Now, go crush that bastard. He should pay. I was met with bright white light before I finished everything. Phew. The memories were cut off. Immediately, Nobu found himself standing with the two goddesses. His heart skipped a beat. His eyes contracted. He felt like a drowning man who barely survived. Those memories are real. It occurred, yes, but not on his time. Not yet. The swathe of emotions sent him into a complex state. He could not hear the voices of the goddesses. All he could think was the life he lived 3 years later. Then, it came crashing down. Coke. His heart felt like exploding. Veins started to appear on his body. Thud. His knees fell to the ground. He grasped his chest. He breathed through his mouth. Nobu? Nobu. The cloaked goddess came to his side. What's happening? The side effect. He mentioned it before. Whenever he came back from the future, his present self would adapt to match his future self. It wouldn't be a complete adaptation, however. His body still has its limits. Ha! Ha! Click! A familiar sensation appeared. This. Ha! Nobu tried to chant. Ha! Archeatus. Overload. Nobu let out a pressure ache into the DSDs. His mana changed as his ears transformed into the feral ones. A tail appeared behind his back. His golden pupils glowed brightly as if containing stars within them. The heavenly wolf's metamorphosis was completed. Chapter 39, Chapter 39, Clashing Ideals. Swathes of information entered Nobu's mind. He could not process it for a while. The two distinct and fragrant scents present in this room overloaded his mind. Upon the completion of his transformation due to mana furnace, a switch was flipped. Kia! He suddenly jumped into Artemis. Thud! Artemis' body fell on the floor. Meanwhile, Nobu was on top of her. Their gazes met. You! She saw the constellations hidden within his eyes. The 48 constellations shifted continuously. Each of them showed a different emotion. Suddenly, he brought his face closer to hers. Then, he started sniffing her. He indulged himself in her scent by digging his face into her neck. What? Stop! Hephaestus was quick to react. Artemis is currently down speechless, even. She is the only one who could do something right now. However, Nobu jumped into her embrace. He buried his face into her chest. What's happening? Artemis snapped into her daydreams upon seeing this. Her embarrassed looks could be seen clearly. It should have something to do with this. She pointed out his animal ears and tail. His fluffy tail swayed in satisfaction. He recorded the 2 cents as something important. It reminds me of spirits. Artemis spoke. Wait. He mentioned this before. The unsealing of limits, he called it mana furnace. Mana furnace. It is the transformation of a magician into a higher order being. They alter their ethereal body, soul, to create something called dream organs. These organs will increase their mana capacity, computation speed, extend their lifespan, and so on. Once made, they will be in a dormant state until released by the magician, hence the pressure whenever it is activated. A/N, it is another method of materializing souls just like in Nasu verse. Though, it is a gradual process unlike Heaven's Feel which is an instant. Nobu couldn't complete this spell until now. However, those who had done so became stronger. His world really is terrifying. Hephaestus subconsciously patted his head. She is somewhat enjoying this despite her desperate attempts to hide her fluster. We should stop him. Artemis' voice turned into a straight tone. Her eyes dulled slightly. An emotion surged from the depths of her heart. It is part of the unknown she hadn't personally experienced yet. As if answering her call, Nobu fell unconscious. His animalistic features disappeared into specks of starlight. Will you bring him? Yes. Hephaestus conceded him to Artemis. The latter carried his body with ease in a prince's carry. Even Artemis changed. Hephaestus muttered under her breath. Oh, Hestia! You will be surprised if you descend. She is unaware that she's changing, too. Mn. I woke up from a deep sleep. I did not have any dreams today. Good morning. Good morning. My mind halted. Who? My vision cleared. I saw Lady Artemis beside me, in a bed. What? What did? I am sent into a frenzy. Dozens of possibilities popped up. She is still wearing her clothes, so I cancelled the most surprising one. Again, I did not drink alcohol or the likes. What did just? Why are you? I saw it in your eyes. She said. Your sorrow. I remember. When I became a creature and forgot everything, Lady Artemis sought to bring me back. No matter how sinful I was at that point, she still accepted me. However, I did not have a good end. A question brewed in my mind, but she answered it immediately. Gods could see through everything. Our powers are simply sealed in the mortal realm. She answered my query in advance. I would not ask much. Only, let me do something my other self couldn't. Somehow, Lady Artemis guessed the gist of what happened despite not knowing anything. She held my hand and placed it on her chest. Her blushing look was overwhelmed by her determination, a goddess' indomitable will. Anyways, you should get up. Hephaestus is already waiting in her office. After gently releasing my hand, she swiftly left the room. Lady Artemis. Complicated emotions brewing in my chest. The memories from the last cheat usage remained in my mind. It will take days before everything returns to normal. The bitter taste of my ending remained in my mouth. I never expected to be killed despite my vigilance. Not only that, I was also manipulated to do evil things. There are a few things to consider. For once, that was the most detailed future life I got. I felt every moment of that 3 years. It is the first time I experienced something like that. It's different from the other iterations. There is something different in this iteration. The next thing is that I strongly believed in Cassandra-san's prophecy. However, I still went into the dungeon after 3 weeks. I am not that impatient. Something must have gone wrong with me. The other thing is my enemies. The ones I killed from Evilus got resurrected by the demi-spirits. Valletta Greed and Dix Perdix, a level 6 and 5 respectively, led the ambush and killed me. Their preparations and overall strength overwhelmed my own. In the end, I was killed. A spirit core was then implanted into me before I woke up 3 years later. During that time, the demi-spirit might have erased my memories and taken deep root in my body. Enyo. Dionysus. My fingers dug deep into my palm. My anger towards that dastardly god soared to the heavens. My subconscious reminded me of him due to his crazy personality. Yet, I still fell to his schemes. He is the root of everything. He supported Valletta's plan and instigated her to take action. He is vigilant due to my potential danger, though he wanted to convert me to their side by transforming me into a creature, that is. It didn't matter if he could control me or not, being an enemy of Orario is the one that matters the most. His greatest goal of enacting a world-scale orgy, the suffering of the masses, composed of a plan since 12 years ago. Filvis-san, in particular, helped him greatly in that regard. I recalled my conversations with her. I tried to end everything for a week. I failed. He was the one who accepted me. If I met you back then. Never mind. 1 week after saving her, Dionysus comforted Filvis, who turned into a creature. That was how he got her as his assistant in his crimes. They killed their fellow Familia members for the sake of that damnable plan. That's why he never let me in. Fucking bastard. I tried to visit her several times this week. But, it ended with someone from Dionysus Familia claiming Filvis is locked up in her room. Everything was Dionysus' plan. He waited until she broke enough before offering his salvation. He didn't allow me to meet her since she could regain her will. During that future, she had been the closest to me since I woke up as a creature. I could remember how she protected me every time I was in danger. I am simply childish to notice that back then. It changes this time. For now, I need to plan a daytime rendezvous. What's this? What is it? It's better to see it yourself. Hephaestus-sama handed out a paper containing my status. Level 2. Strength, D532 SS1156. Defense, E420 SS1028. Dexterity, E474 S979. Agility, E498 SS1130. Magic, D570 S999. Hacker, G. Orionids. Memoir Manifest. Miracle Maker. Child of Constellations. Proof of Combat, F, 39% to be upgraded. It's a huge shift. Ha! Just like your first level up. That time, I faced a Goliath alone. The high-level Excelia gained from it was enough to skyrocket my status. As for now, it should be due to the twofold reward from my cheat, the tangible benefits it brought and the histories included in my memories. I did crazy things in the future. Defeating the warlord, Otter. Continuously fighting Loki Familia. Diving in the lower floors of the dungeon. Even if not in full, these achievements is enough to push my status to the sky. I wouldn't be surprised if you leveled up next week. We shall see. We then talked about the future I had seen. Now that my potential enemies are far greater, I need reliable allies. I could trust Hephaestus-sama in this regard. After the small talk, Hephaestus-sama brought up an unexpected topic. Perhaps it is an answer to my plight. About Welf. You met him once. That's right. Welf Kanojo. He is the sole successor of the Kanojo bloodline, a lineage famous for making godlike magic swords. Then again, their magic swords are those with limited uses. The sword will break after 2 or 3 uses. Orario views it as something absurd and powerful. I didn't place much focus on it. It's more of hand grenades than actual magic swords at this rate. Unless they fix that flaw, the development of magic swords will always be for short-term use. You might be able to convince him to forge magic swords. Yes. She further added, Tsubaki tried to persuade him many times, but she failed. Welf. He didn't want to forge magic swords due to his previous affiliation, Rakia. That kingdom, hey. I heard Kanojo's magic swords used to be wielded by their soldiers. For the record, they continued waging war against Orario way back in the past. Their god, Ares, is so persistent to conquer this dungeon city. I guess he had to deal with some spies now and then. You're right. If I was in Ares' position, I will do everything to retrieve such a valuable asset. That Ares. I will beat him up if he ever shows up in my sight. Rakia's spies brought Hephaestus-sama nothing but trouble. They had to deal with constant kidnapping attempts since Welf arrived in Orario. Actually, I already began looking at it. What? I sent him one of my works. From my understanding, Welf is a kid, childish yet stubborn. He only sees his beliefs as right and disregards the rest. Tsubakine mentioned him several times during our talks. No matter what, he views magic swords as something that would be inappropriately used. That, or breaking amid a decisive battle. Rakia used to be a strong kingdom. However, they lost their battles once the Fairies removed the blessings from their swords. The Kanojo bloodline was cursed, which led to their downfall. In short, the swords stopped working and they lost their prestige. I see. A goddess' eyes could truly see through mortals. I hope he finds his way. I will help him do so. Hey! Welf blankly stared at the ceiling. He dreamed of the fateful night again, the time his former goddess was sent back to heaven while helping him escape. That was the fuse of his hatred towards Rakia. They wanted nothing but his abilities as a Kanojo. We shouldn't have presented it to him. Regret filled his heart. If not for his childishness, him wanting to be acknowledged by his family, he wouldn't have made his first magic sword and presented it to Ares. He would have been living a normal life with Phobos. He wouldn't have been forced to bear the lineage of Kanojos. He looked at the sheathed longsword on the table. Partially removing its sheath, he closely examined its edges. That guy's the real deal. One day, this sword arrived on his doorstep. He doesn't know who sent it nor why it's here. Only, the marking Sirius showed the blade's maker. Sirius is way above his level. The metallurgy, forging, quenching. Everything is top-notch. On the other hand, his sole talent lies in making magic swords from the fauna etched on his back. It is the talent he kept rejecting. The rest of his basic smithing skills are worse than an actual smith in his familia. At best, he could be compared to an apprentice. Welf placed the sword back in its place. My savings are running low. A Jag-American for breakfast should. As he opened the door, a surprise visitor greeted him. Who are? Greetings. His golden pupils glinted. His black overcoat fluttered while he met gazes with Welf. "Would you mind breakfast? It's my treat." "Serious?" The visitor's features were long known to the entirety of Orario. His looks stood out from the rest, after all. His feats were all unforgettable, to boot. "Why are you here?" Welf asked dubiously. "He has no reason to be here. I just want to have a small talk with you." "With me?" "Yes, Welf Krazo." Welf couldn't process this event for a moment. In the end, he did agree with his proposition. Sirius is a rising star in their familia. There's no reason to reject him. Soon, they arrived at the benevolent mistress. "If it isn't Sirius, Naya." One of the waitresses recognized Nobu as a frequent patron. "Good morning, Anya-san," he greeted. "It's the usual breakfast." "Then." The catgirl waitress looked at Welf. "Feel free to pick from their menu." "My treat." He flashed a smile towards the confused Welf. The latter was able to choose his order due to this reassurance. Silence remained between them for some time. "Why are you? Why do you want to talk with me?" "It's not a big deal. I want to talk to you in person. Hephaestus-sama mentioned you a lot in our talks." "She did?" "Well, it went something along the lines of there's another troublesome child beside you. Nobu continued, "I'm something of a troublemaker too." Nobu initiated a light talk as they ate breakfast. From the beginning until the end, everything was a casual topic. Welf came to realize something as they conversed. "Are you sent by her, to convince me?" "Partially, yes. Tsubakine told me how stubborn you are." "The same went for Hephaestus-sama." "If so, my decision wouldn't change." He loathed magic swords. His ancestors already inappropriately used them once. He wouldn't allow history to repeat itself. During dungeon prowling, what do you think is an important aspect of survival? Nobu asked a seemingly irrelevant question. "That is, experience and weapons. With the former, they will know when to retreat or advance. As for the latter, it could turn the tides of a battle. Suppose one of them is lacking. They will die, no?" "That's right." Nobu sipped the rest of the juice in his glass. "Magic swords are certainly useful in that regard." "What do you?" "It could serve as a trump card when times are dire. It saves lives. But it could also ruin lives." Welf's emotions began overflowing. Nevertheless, he kept his voice to a minimum. Many people could grab hold of a magic sword and decide to kill and plunder. Their greed will know no bounds. Magic swords are extremely powerful. It allows a helpless level 1 to wield strong power. It could be used to plunder, kill, and do many more atrocious acts. That was how Rukia ended up using them in the first place. Their atrociousness angered the spirits and took away their blessings. Krazo's magic swords claimed many lives and ruined nature itself. What about the heroes? What? What would happen to the heroes? To the adventurers who held a righteous disposition? To the heroes who saved many lives? Without a sufficient weapon, they will die. In the end, magic swords would only betray them. Welf is aware that magic swords are limited in durability. It could suddenly break during the fight, unlike traditional swords. That is another reason why he didn't want to forge magic swords. They betray the trust of their wielder. "I see." Nobu nodded. "You have your reasons." He noticed how Welf had a reason for both sides. If it is used by evil, it would last long enough to commit atrocious crimes. If used by good, it would suddenly break down and cause their deaths. However, that's extremely narrow of you, Welf-san. Hey! You simply didn't want to forge magic swords. You make up reasons for many possibilities. Then, what if a magic sword is used by a hero? What if it never broke down and fulfilled the trust of its wielder? Everything makes a full circle. The moral dilemma Welf found himself in could easily be solved from an objective perspective. Once they open up new possibilities, it is easily solved. Have you ever thought that the current magic swords are faulty? You must have had a look at my creation. Welf recalled the testing he completed on the longsword. Unlike other magic swords, it never broke. It didn't utilize Orario's system of using the sword as the core of magic. That system relies on the inlaid mind of the smith. That's why magic swords easily broke after several usages. On the other hand, Nobu's magic swords use the wielder's mind as the magic's core. The magic sword merely serves as a medium, a pseudo-wand that enables magic-less people to use magic. If the sword grew along its user. That solves your question, no. That's right. The issue of magic swords betraying the user's trust was cast aside. Even so, if it lands into the wrong hands, that could be solved by different methods. For once, you can require a copy of their adventurer registry to buy. You can put a distinct mark on your products to track them and prevent reselling. Nobu began introducing a solution to his other dilemma. Upon hearing them, Welf's mind began to clear up. Lastly, do not forget that good people will use your crafts. That balances everything out. Welf is simply trapped in his misconceptions. He never considered others' perspectives regarding his talents. He kept dismissing Tsubaki while thinking something along the lines of, "You never know anything about me." How unsettling would it be to see a talented person wasting his God-given gifts? That's what Tsubaki felt when she saw Welf letting his talent rot, and also why she is happy to assist someone like Nobu who actively developed it. Welf never thought of the good people who will use his crafts. Just as there are evil people who could use it, there are also people who will be willing to help others in dire need. Thank you, Sirius. A huge boulder was lifted from Welf. He felt lighter than ever. His passion to forge was set ablaze once more. The dilemma he thought was nothing in the face of the 200-year-old boy. This might only be the start, but a small spark is enough to set a large flame. If it was you, what would you do against the evil person who uses your sword? Welf posited his last doubts. He is now more curious than anything about the person who resolved his inner dilemma. I will personally deal with them. Sensing Nobu's bloodlust hidden in his eyes, Welf knew there will be a cruel fate to those who ever does exactly that. Chapter 40, Beauty under Monstrosity, Monstrosity under Beauty. Orario. A unique city that existed in the center of Gakkai. It bore witness to many heroes' awakenings. It serves as the lid to the dungeon, a breeding ground for monsters. I came to a realization. No matter what world it is, there are undercurrents beneath its normal facade. Who could have thought there would be someone crazy enough to destroy Orario and free the monsters? The darkness this city hid is just as evil as my world. Being part of the said villains helped in realizing this. Both Evilus and Enyo had their fair share of dealings. Some of the affiliated organizations, trade routes, and secret entrances are with me. I escorted some of these myself. Soma Familia. The nearest trace to the surface is none other than Soma Familia. Their winery business is all over Orario. They are the #1 winemaker in this city. The amount of money coming through their account for a few % of this city's gross income. Soma's wine was something even gods become intoxicated with. It is one of the luxury goods from Orario. It extends to the entire Gakkai. As for the other god who made wine, it's the bastard behind Enyo's identity, Dionysus. Map conversion complete. A 3D model appeared on the phone's screen. After the talk with Welf, I went to Dionysus Familia's home. I did a quick correspondence before immediately scooting off. There's a low chance of being discovered, but it is better to be careful than sorry. Through that, I made the floor plan as well as the location of all its living beings. Phylvis-san's unique signature as a creature helped me locate her room. That's right. Cutting off Enyo's strongest helper while helping Phylvis-san. This is my first plan to go against him. I will undo the sufferings he had inflicted and will be inflicting on others. I couldn't let him go after using me like a pawn and making others suffer in the process. He's still going out. One thing I noticed was his usual strolls in his neighborhood. I saw him several times last week. He is very popular within his area. Many people look up to him. That's why he's receiving nothing but sympathy and comfort when people heard about his deceased Familia members. All of that without knowing the true face of that bastard. I need to act fast. I muttered. Miku. Show the 5 routes that will lead to the target. Understood. Deriving fastest routes. 5 different paths are highlighted on the map. It showed the possible infiltration routes I could take. Filvis-san's room is located on the edges. Hence, one of the possible routes is directly from the outside. I could use it. It is currently 11:23 am. It is the only time Dionysus is out to act. It should be fine to infiltrate once he's inside the Familia home, but it could lead to severe repercussions such as knowing my real identity. Who knows what they could do? I will be their enemy as serious in the future, but I would prefer to keep my current peace for now. At least, until I finish my preparations consisting of recreating magic tools in my modern world. To that, another identity could serve as a confusion, diversion, and for buying time. It isn't like me to do something similar to this, but the Rouge route seems suitable. In this case, it'll involve changing my appearance during missions and removing any possible traces. As for killing Dionysus, that would naturally be the best route. However, the aftermath I'll have to deal is huge. Aside from the unknown locations of the demi-spirits, it'd be best if he gets unmasked as Enyo first. Things would be less troublesome that way. A daytime breakout it is. I made up my mind. Time for my first counterattack. 12:43 p.m. The sun is high up in the sky. Adventurers from all walks of life could be seen all over the streets. Some had their day off while the others are preparing for their expedition. There are also ones heading to Babel for the dungeon. Nobody ever thought that a person will break into a Familia home at this moment. After crossing the wall, I found myself in their backyard. The rip off the one ring on my left hand hid my visage decently. It is something I accidentally made along with another thing. Without upper-class adventurers, I would remain invisible for a short period. Buzz. The nail let out blue arcs before it got planted in the soil. Consequently, it formed a small-scale sensory disruption domain. Escape route number 1 secured. Snap. Shoo. A silent wind blast propelled me to the top of the roof. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is it. I double-checked the number of windows I walked through. The roof is inclined, making it easier to do so. The second floor. I took out the silver dagger and activated its sharpness-related spells. Then, I made a cube-shaped cut. I did not cut it completely but made a trace instead. Then, my mind imbued a magic circle. It is to automatically set after 10 minutes had passed. Number 2 secured. 30 seconds have passed. The ring-shaped earring let out a voice. I'll be skipping numbers 4 and 5. I'll secure the third one. Affirmative. I didn't expect an item I created leisurely to be used in this operation. I made a small pair of earrings while testing my Miracle Maker skill. I did not embed any type of magic in them, though they received this resonance ability. I left the other earring on Miko's side while I wore the first one. She coordinated me in real time, which effectively reduced my workload. I slid down the walls until I grasped the edge of the window. I started engraving a magic circle on the concrete. My mana and mind are being imbued into the concrete. 5 minutes. A slight deviation of 3 minutes from the original plan. You have to act faster, Ga Shujin-sama. Miku completed the calculations from that deviation. Her strengths are shown at this moment. Anima Repardum. Life detection. A faint wavelength passed all over the mansion. Several dots appeared in my head. Dionysus is not yet here. Good. Even if he is here, I could suppress him. My newly upgraded status are not for show. Even so, that'll be the worst situation possible. A level 2 on the 5th room. Was it the vice captain? I recall someone like her during the second raid of Gnosis. She's an elf if I'm not mistaken. I will enter now. Timestamp added. Current time elapsed, 51 seconds. Shao. A blast of wind pushed me up. Bis firmus. Twice robustness. My arm forcefully pried the window upwards. I did not have to deal with noise cancellation thanks to it. I dove into it adeptly. Hustle. I rolled over the ground to cancel the force. Hey! Bits of blue liquid stuck on my hoodie. It smelled something similar to blood. Immediately, I scanned my surroundings. A bookshelf. A closet. A desk. It is what one would expect from an elf. They are diligent when it comes to something. When my gaze turned to the bed, I saw a gory scene. Fylvis-san sat unresponsively. Dozens of tears could be found on her dress. Traces of stab and cut wounds are present all over her body. Though, her regenerative capabilities are extremely resilient. Everything was healed a few seconds later. Dionysus. I swear I will make that fucker pay 100-fold. After returning to her Familia home, she was greeted by a depressed Dionysus. Sorrow could be seen all over his face. Fylvis. Tears fell from his eyes as he embraced her. Lord Dionysus. It sank into her. The miserable look of the god she serves made her remember everything that had transpired. Her comrades died due to the strange tendril. She should have died back then, but Nobu came in and saved her, at least that's what she thought. Fylvis' tension when she worried for his safety against Valletta caused her to briefly forget the traumatic scene. In the end, she could do nothing but blankly stare somewhere. Even when Dionysus asked her to rest, she walked dazedly to her room. You survived. Fylvis was greeted by her Familia's vice-captain Aurum Moriel. She is an elf like her. You must have left everyone to survive. That's it. Her shock and depression led to her pushing the blame to her Fylvis. You coward. Everyone was dying, yet you. It wasn't anything like that. I am only lucky to be saved by someone. However, Fylvis couldn't bring herself to retort. In her mind, she considered those words to be right. She couldn't help her comrades while they died one by one. She was only saved due to her sheer luck. Fylvis would have died if Nobu was not there. Or will she? Come. Arya. Delicious. Voices appeared in her mind. Each of them sounded childlike. At the same time, Fylvis felt something spouting up on her. KH. Traitor. All of these sent her state of mind spiraling downward. She kept her head low as she wordlessly entered her room. Still, talking. Bam. Bam. The enraged aura didn't leave her behind. What is this? Shakily, she raised her hand. She saw red veins from her wrists. The voices in her head continued to distract her. When she removed her dress, she saw a disgusting sight. A colorful crystal is embedded in her chest. Eerie red vines grew out of it, covering her entire body. Her skin started turning bluish-white. The area around her eyes sank, making her look like a corpse. Eek! She fell when she saw her appearance in front of a mirror. Her horrified expression was caught clearly by the mirror. Shatter! Many things happened since then. Fylvis struggled to accept she had now become a monster. Not only did she leave her friends to die, but she also turned into a horrifying being. She became corrupted. Dionysus knocked on her door many times, but she didn't open it. She is afraid. What would Lord Dionysus think of me? A monster? No. A thought settled in her mind. It would be better to die than for someone to see her current appearance. She took out her dagger used for emergencies and began the attempts to kill herself. PSSHK. She tried stabbing the core first. However, it redirected into her chest instead. Blood dripped from the wound as she experienced excruciating pain. Arg! Her hands shook. Although it wasn't her first time experiencing death, her mind subconsciously fears it. I don't want this. She lost her motive to kill herself, only for it to re-emerge after the thoughts on her appearance appeared again. Thus, Philvis fell into a loop of denial and hatred. Her attempts to end her life are just as many as when she dropped the dagger. It began getting duller with consecutive attempts. Then she noticed. Her body kept repairing itself. All the wounds she inflicted on her body continuously disappeared. Slowly, she lost her hesitations. All that mattered is on how she could end everything. Even so. Why isn't it working? Every time she tried to stab the core, her hand avoids it. She could keep harming herself but could not inflict a deathly wound. Unbeknownst to her, the core symbolized that her body is no longer hers to keep. It now belonged to the corrupted spirits, and they do not allow her to do that. Philvis' suffering continued. Occasionally, Aura banged the door in frustration, but Philvis no longer has the will to answer it. The only time she spoke was when Dionysus is attempting to enter her room. Soon, her mind began depleting. Her stamina dropped without any food. Her wounds stopped regenerating abruptly. Still, she could not kill herself. She kept bleeding, but her resilient body prevented her death. Just as she progressed to the depths of the abyss, she received an uninvited visitor. Her hazy sight caught the blurry figure of the man. "Who are you?" It was an unfamiliar young man. His red hair reflected the sunlight from her window. His scarlet pupils glinted brightly in her dark room. "It doesn't matter," she mumbled. "Kill me." Philvis presented the bloody dagger. It is already dull due to her continuous usage. Her consciousness might be hazy, but she could still think. Someone barging into her room could only be a bad thing. It is why trespassing is a crime. It's already up to this. The man prepared for the worst, but it is even worse than that worst. He grabbed the dagger she offered. Philvis felt easy now that she could end everything. She closed her eyes in resignation. Then, shatter. She opened her eyes and saw the bleeding hand of that man. He directly crushed the dagger into pieces. Her downcast eyes looked at his. "You might not know, Philvis." The man's voice sounded familiar to her. "There are people more humane than you, but their hearts are the opposite. They are monsters, fuckers that have to die." After 7 days, she completely turned into a monster. The red veins grew and her complexion turned worse. What was once beautiful and elegant turned into a monstrosity. "But you are far better than them," he then added. "You are beautiful." Philvis was caught off guard. "Lies. You are lying." "How could I be beautiful?" As if proving his words, he came closer to her. Their faces merely a dozen inches away. "Ah!" Philvis fell back until she reached the wall. What do you want?" She is appalled. "I want you to live happily." Thinking about the Philvis in his memories, the man Nobu made this wish. She should no longer be fooled by Dionysus' sweet words. Rather than bearing Enyo's sins, she should live a better life. Me. But I am a. It doesn't matter. At this moment, she no longer questioned why he barged into her room or how he did so. Nobu knowing her identity as a monster no longer matters due to her befuddlement. The Philvis I know will fight a level 5 just to save her benefactor. At the very least, you are better than most self-proclaimed beautiful people out there. Philvis went silent. Tears began falling from her eyes. She cried silently. Despite the randomness of this event, she found someone who would accept her. Suddenly, Nobu hugged her. He crawled onto her bed and gave his shoulder to her. "That's for the last time." "What?" "Nothing." In his memories, Philvis sometimes hugged him like this. It was completely random too. But, he understood it was a form of her atonement for herself who couldn't help her savior. Nobu is not the only misplaced member of the evil faction. Philvis was also used and manipulated by Dionysus, who went by the name Enyo. Worse, she knew about it. Only, she couldn't leave the only person who could accept her. Even if it's false, she accepted it. That was how she coped with everything. She became obsessed with the sole person who accepted her. She was willing to be used as a puppet for something that could destroy Gakkai itself. However, everything changes this time. Nobu was lost at this thought while he comforted her. When she stopped crying, he found out that she already lost consciousness. She's light. He noticed how frail she seemed. After dying, Dionysus Falna was locked just like what happened to Nobu. Dionysus didn't have the time to re-establish it as he waited until Philvis fully broke down. He is confident enough that she wouldn't leave him. It is a god's arrogance in his omniscience. Renovatio redivivus. Restoration and reconstitution. With a spell, everything was reverted to normal. Philvis' blood could still be seen on her bed, but the proof of Nobu's infiltration disappeared. That included his drops of blood from before. After checking one last time, he cleaned off the magic tools, nails, he placed on the Familia home. Nobody ever noticed him due to the sensory disruption it caused. Once he brought it, the illusion domain moved along with him. Carrying a girl in a princess carry, the boy successfully changed the trajectories of fate in another world. Philvis. In the middle of the night, Dionysus' drunk state wore off. He was ready to convert Philvis into his most valuable trump card. While gods are powerful, their fauna is sealed once they came to Gakkai. Where is Philvis? He started panicking. It isn't possible she would leave on her own. The god knew her very well. With her current state, all she would have done is to try and end her life. She wouldn't have the idea to run away from them. Then, who is it? Even a god's so-called omniscience could fail at times.